generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
That was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264 Placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technocratic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I would conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it retains surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigre. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus that will destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in using my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got a cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alabi brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole to chorus within construction. Nano's filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent military legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem a bad sign. And that's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. The hidden cages you can't unstage cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel.
Step on that heavy cannon, steel shells blamping. Rip you, ricochet, hit your companion. Oops, that's 2 for 1. Call me Superman, blowing every dollar in my budget, then recoup the funds. Push the Born Master 750 double lie. Or the basement climbing bomb with the bubble lie. Smack shack in the back of his neck, my little nigga. Politicians in New York call me Mayor RZA. Religious dungarees from SMDs burn like an STD. You busting off guns, I'm busting SM3s. And falling satellites in my rights, my battle mic. Got an appetite for destruction, you skedaddle like runaway slaves. It's one of those days. You get blown like those gremlins in that microwave.
I put 1.8 billion in the room with them. Sit them down, watch the devil be consumed with them. Masonically in tune with them. Me and the RZA connect. Blow a fuse, you lose. The most high show respect. Supreme intellect. Stocks, bonds, mutual funds. IPOs, acquisitions. Label deals, majority positions. Investments in extortion. Business operations. Racketeering, robbery, assault and home invasions. I'm a killer bee, I manufacture honey.
Cash rules everything around.
Get the money. Extreme intelligence, my hands in new developments. Master of the elements, I am the remedy. Got an appetite, in my left's my battle mic. You can see the killer bees live via satellite. Bigger than these record labels, first thing first. We touch souls all over the universe.
bring. You get bashed in the head with a stone face brick. Yeah, fuck with the flows I bring. You get bashed in the head with a stone face brick.
We're realistic, drop linguistics. Trust me, the laughing's over. If rapping colder, I block out the sky like Krakatoa. Smack Jehovah MCs. The proceed to take the soul of them before controlling them and exploding them like plutonium. But grab a hold of them. I'm tearing into your dumb. My mind sequence has more secrets than Area 51. I'm staring into the sun. Don't compare me to anyone. These bars of suffocation, sucking the air up out of your lungs. Try to run. We'll catch it like the chainsaw massacre. Your brains fall after the clash of my words bashing. Splashing the game with facts like academic decathlons. Backing it cause the passion's gone smashing in every track I'm on. No matter fast or calm, our style's equally pleasure with speeches that's clever. Too deep to peek in my letters. It's bad weather. Who better at approaching the rhythm? I'll leave you with no choice but to listen like socialism.
Nah, who wanna test my wicked flows? You know I best be hotter than your elementary flows. I expose every bitch, yeah, you think you the shit, this is it. I'ma end ya, call me fucking ninja. Ha 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 ha, danger. Chicken smoking ginger, how bend ya, I end ya. I'ma speed it up so you can catch up on my kids. Look like chips, I'ma pour some ketchup on your niggas real quick. This is sick, motherfuckers, I'm the sickest on the beat. This it, only chick qualified to be called the queen is me. Because I literally own that motherfucking bitch. So stop the fighting and the fussing, keep my name out of the cussing. Quit discussing who I like and who I'm fucking.
You can't fuck with the flows I bring. You get bashed in the head with a stone face brick. You can't fuck with the flows I bring. You get bashed in the head with a stone face brick.
Lyrical calisthenics. I'm running laps around these rapping gimmicks. Cross the line and they ain't even halfway finished. Lucky will pass the limits while defining the laws of a classic sentence. Go ask a witness the way I master physics. My lyrics like catching spirits. Step into the next dimension. Impeccable writtens rest in my vision. Got you scared like you're next to prison with an ex-conviction. I guess trying to test the essence just wasn't your best decision. Reflect and listen to the way I got my pen and zapping to tactics and ripping tracks to get smacked like a tennis racket. If having it in the action is tragical times, most of the world probably ain't even understanding my rhymes. Just like the way that I'm spitting over knocking the beat. Don't understand the topic I speak whenever dropping this ink. A profitable speech flowing hotter than a tropical beach. You'll get cooked. What the fuck think I'm calling this beast? Got it all in my teeth. The radios are on the repeat. And the brainwashing methods have got your conscience falling asleep. Turning deceased. That's why I rip the mic until my hands rip. And I run out of English words and start speaking in Sanskrit.
I'm a queen. That would make me one ass kicking, money making machine. I join a team of royalty in the area. Stake my claim, keep my game clean like Ariel. Style hotter than hell, slicker than gel. Remember this love for my music, my get beef they sell. Blaze, seen heaven set, but she know they smell. Why that job be digging me like they digging the well? Ring the bell, knock out. This is about you just gonna knock the guard out of my mouth. You get more trouble than the South Side. You don't better. Blaze play the hand, the night jack delta. Now you clowns gotta be running helter skelter. You know blacksmith swine, you ain't smelter. Explosive, y'all should be living in bomb shelters. Lightweight, so stop messing with heavyweight.
I have several questions. What is the highest technique you hope to achieve?
To have no technique.
Very good. What are your thoughts when facing an opponent?
There is no opponent.
And why is that?
Because the word I does not exist.
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we have some interesting explanations for you guys on the origins of, I think one sort of, thought form that has existed throughout history, right? That is sort of combined and formed, right? And that would be technoliberalism, right? Exactly, right? So we've been talking about this idea, technoliberalism, right? And how it got going. And one great explanation that I gave on the first episode of The Machine Lies was in the Star Trek Next Generation series. Okay. In episode season 3, episode 16, right? They have an episode called The Offspring, right?
which might interest many of you because the sort of encoding of a message within them creating season 3, episode 16, and then calling it the offspring, right? Because we know that in John 3:16, right, there's a famous passage that says, "For God loved the world, he gave the world his only begotten son." Okay, and this message, right, is about how, right, the salvation of the world is brought about through Jesus Christ, right? And so for them to sort of invert the message there of this idea, right, and instead depict a role, a sort of I guess what would happen to be a sort of cybernetic android, right, named Data, to give birth to a life that was that he considered his own offspring, right? So what was notable about this offspring, that Data, right, which is a cybernetic android, right, he produced inside of this show, was that this cybernetic android produced his offspring much in his own image, right? Meaning that he reproduced a being in his own likeness, right? Meaning that he created a technological cybernetic android, right? And then allowed it to formulate its own identity, having determined that it was created by Data, right? So it knew that it came from another sort of cybernetic android, right? So what happens in this episode of Star Trek, right, is that basically the cybernetic android attempts to learn human emotions, and this overloads its system, right? And it has to terminate its own program, right? Because its feeling of love and belonging and all of these emotions that were not programmed into its maker, right, sort of destroyed it, right? So the sort of take home message was that there's something inside of us that sort of can't be gotten to through the mechanical, right? But not only that, it also made a sacrilegious statement in saying that technology is sort of a being that is going to be created in our image, the same way that God created us in his image, right? And in the same way that God created mankind, right, and gave his own son, made his own son in the image of man, so will this cybernetic android, which is a product of man, try to imbue its creations with a similar goal in mind, right? And try to sort of get it to realize, you know, that its own, you know, that it's giving this creation to the world as a gift, you know, and to sort of reconcile the woes of this world, right? And so on and so forth, right? So so maybe give back to the technological agent the dehumanizing principle that had, you know, been used, you know, to extract from the system the goals of its creator, right? And so on and so forth, right? So this whole idea of the offspring in the show Star Trek, right, is indicative of a sort of the role of technology and, of course, we have a huge sort of idea, right? That also comes from the prologue of John. Okay, and that is this concept of the logos. Okay, which is a very important concept for this notion of technology, right? Because it's half of the word technology, right? Techne logos, right? So, if you could see, there is a sort of idea in which, right, there is a logos for techne, right? And this was the original idea from Aristotle, right? So there's a logos for each thing, right? For example, right, we've explained biologos or theologos, right? So there may be a logos for theos, right? There may be a logos for, right, for bios, right? So meaning that there may be a way or a body of sort of rational explanations, right, that tie back to the conceptual framework, right? That includes, different concepts and themes, right? So in terms of rhetoric, that's the most important thing, right? Is how do we communicate this subject, right? So Aristotle sort of said that, logic and rhetoric, that these things are sort of balanced in a way, right? Whereas Plato would sort of say, well, logos is this thing that's sort of removed from reality, right? And he may not say that each particular thing, has its own logos, right? He may say that, logos pertains to sort of maybe like mathematical objects or, something more fundamental, something that's used to construct other ideas, right? So, I mean, in terms of the logos and that sort of thing, and how it relates to technology and how it relates to communication, right? And how it relates to this idea of the prologue of John, right? Because there it's about the creative principle, right? Right. So yeah, blessings to Pinoid.
What up, my brother?
What's going on?
Grinded. Listen, you talk about logos.
Yeah, logos, techne logos, right? So that's the subject here, right? And of course, it says that logos is the creative principle in the prologue of John, right? And of course, this is the idea that's used for this episode of Star Trek, right? Where Data creates his own offspring, right? And interestingly enough, in the episode, the offspring gets to choose its own sex. So maybe they're making some sort of statement about gay rights or trans rights in allowing this being that this cybernetic android created to then select its own sex, right? And of course it selects a female, right? A female human, right? And so it's the child of the creation of technology, which is sort of to be like this quote unquote God, right? Because they're using the Gospel of John, right, in the explanation of the episode, right? Then yeah, it's also a female, right? and so that ties back to Gnosticism, right? So I think they're depicting some sort, maybe a inverting the Gnostic creation myth with that, right? So pretty interesting selection there. But of course, we have this whole dialectical situation, right? That's been set up throughout history, and the situation is sort of about, right, how we get to transhumanism, right? There's a little bit of itchy, scratchy sound coming off off you. I mean, a machine soul. So, you know, yeah. But yeah, you got like
I
some
mean,
sort of
isn't like Star Trek just like the end result, like structure of liberalism?
Be good now.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's perfect now. Yeah. Yeah. No sound now. Yeah. Or it's a little bit coming through, but yeah. But yeah. Blessings to the people that are here. Yeah. I mean, as you said, it's fake and gay space communism or whatever, right? So
Yeah, totally automated gay space communism. Yeah, I got you. Right, but like it is the end result of liberalism, right? It is the divorcing oneself from the planet, right, and from the rules and restrictions of humanity fully, right? There's no more need to dig in the earth. There's no attachment to, like any type of principles of being like a regular human, right? There's holographic like structures to be able to let you like travel through time, right? The holodecks, and then there's also like, you have replicators that'll like just create any food that you want, right? There's no need to be tied to any human being, right? Everybody walks around in like these one-piece suits, right? And they're all like identical individuals. They're all in the same exact shape and the same, structure. Like none of them differentiate themselves, right? When it comes, like, is the end result of liberalism is divorcing yourself from one's family structures, responsibilities, communities, nations, peoples, logos, all the things, right? At the end of the day.
Yeah. And he uses a lot of thought experiments to get people there, but it's philosophically charged, right? You could almost say that the different alien races represent different aspects of the human, right? Because each of the various alien races, like for example, the Vulcans obviously represent man's intellectual capacity, right? And then the Klingons represent his warlike capacity, right? So each stage, they're kind of like reflections or externalizations of this of this soul of man, right? So his different alien creations, right? Obviously, the entire aspect of the show, none of the show has to do with space or aliens, right? It's about man's quest to find himself, right? So he's looking out there, but he keeps finding different reflections of his own situation, right? Whether it's his own civilization or it's his own technology is finding replications of all these things. So that's what's interesting about Gene Roddenberry, and of course he's using this Kantian style utopian future, right? So he's combining these notions of techno-Gaianism and transhumanism, because not only is man surpassed the capacity of the earth, but they've also came together on the earth, right, in a unified world civilization, right? So in terms of techno-Gaianism, which is using technology to combine with nature, right, or transhumanism, which is surpassing nature through the use of technology, which is again a tie back to the Christian principles of immanence and transcendence, right? Because at the one end, we want to combine with nature. It's like this hive mind. You want to go back inside the mother's womb and so on and so forth. And then on the other end, right, we want to sort of conquer space and be this, primordial man that exists in heaven that isn't tied to the earth, and this alien creation, and that's part of this transhumanist sort of goal, right? And of course it's tied back to the principles of alchemy, right, in terms of geomancy on the one end, and then necromancy on the other end, right? Trying to take the living energy and convert it into sort of fuel, and then also taking the dead things and try to turn them into a living I'm gonna try to combine them with some sort of life, and through sort of reanimation, and we got the homie here, blessings, I believe. Could be getting. Oh yeah, this is a homie. We got both of them here now. Cool. All right, actually, let me put myself down here and put Machine Soul up here. Okay. So yeah. So so I mean, in terms of this shit, the various expressions, right, in the political, sort of sphere. I'm down here. Wait, are you in the studio as well? Here, hold on, let me see. People in this, no? Okay, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, there's a few people in the chat. I appreciate you guys. Calix, Dr. E. Wolfie, Ahimsa, Alchemos, Creek Mary, Denise, Mega Man, the homie, blessings. And yeah, Mega Man, welcome. Dr. D, welcome. Yeah, Rachel. Browns, I appreciate you guys, man. Axis. All right, Bob Smith. I appreciate you guys. All right, so yeah, in terms of the fundamental principles, right? Well, there is one side that is more, as I've said, they're more about this sort of principle of nature, right? Where they're representing this idea of Gaia, right? Whereas the other side is representing, a totally different principle. I think maybe like a more type of CTUHLU type of mythos, right? Which is like for the accelerationism, right? So there's one side is more about archaic revival, and the other side is more about futurism, right? So this is sort of developing as the new left and the new right, okay, because they're focused around two main ideas, right? On the one end, there's the destruction of wild nature, and on the other end, there's the loss of traditions. Okay, so we have these two forms of sort of, Discordianism and accelerationism, that are sort of rising up. And this is where methodology sort of replaces ideology, right? Okay, there's a fundamental shift in the way that ideas are applied, right? Okay, ideas are applied for their effects. They're not applied because of the internal coherence or the internal consistency of the belief system, right? And that represents a major shift, right? Because it's goal oriented, okay, and the future oriented, in other words, right? So this whole idea of futurism, right, is a huge conceptual framing. And furthermore, right, this sort of goes to a much more fundamental of a much more fundamental element, right? Which is the effect of the international or global technological system, on the psychology of the individual, right? Because you have this dual effect, right? Because these effects are created by, on the one end, the increased sense of voyeurism, and on the other end, the increased sense of escapism, right? People are overly voyeuristic because of the use of screens, right? So they're more likely to succumb to beliefs, right? And of course, the structure of their beliefs is based on, sort of mediation, right? And all forms of information today are sort of, they're all sort of, all of them are subject to mediation, right? And this increased form of mediation, okay, sort of creates a push and pull, right? Where because of the increased use of screens, there's a voyeurism, right? The voyeurism is the foggy somatic detachment, right? And the escapism is the sense in which you can go anywhere and be anyone, right? So it's the sort of anonymity, right, that comes with the sort of voyeurism, right? So in this dual sense of sort of voyeurism and escapism that's creating this new psychology of today, right, there's an increased atomization on the one end and a massification on the other end, right? So this is a natural result of liberalism itself, right? Because liberalism is the one that pushes individualism versus collectivism. It's the one that created this dialectic, right? Of saying on the one end, everyone is an individual because of the tabula rasa, right? Because of this fact that everyone around the world, right, is a species being, right? So you have this notion of universalism. On the other end, you have the mass man, right? The massification, right, through the notion of equality, right? So obviously, right, this idea of massification can only be after man is quantified, right? So after man is subject to quantification, just like nature is quantified, right? So first you have to turn nature into stuff, right? Then you can turn man into stuff, right? We've already seen that sort of idea sort of play out, right? So because of
isn't that commodification?
Oh yeah, massification, right? Externalization, right? Commodification, right? I even read the economic and philosophical manuscripts and showed that that's exactly where he derives the concepts, right? And also from Feuerbach, right? So
is that Neurojack?
Yeah, Neurojack's here. So yeah, so increasingly, right, the atomization, right, which is the fact that people are isolated, right, and the massification, right, that is the destructive capacity of liberalism, right, in the sense of the dual sense of individualism and collectivism, right? But this really comes from a dialectic that was introduced at the beginning of at the beginning of a new sort of philosophical age, right, with sort of Islam and Christianity, right? And the reason for this was because, right, they wanted to battle against Aristotelian philosophy. Okay, so what they did was, right, they sort of imploded Aristotelian philosophy, right, by using this notion of causality, right, which Aristotle was not really too sure about. He said there's 4 different types of causes, right? So Aristotle's philosophy got imploded by this notion of causality, right, which they used to create this notion of the prime mover and to relegate God to this mode of prime mover, right? So then God was sort of removed from nature, right? So this idea of nature developing, right, and reaching its apex, right, that came from the Aristotelian philosophy, right, was in the one end a idea where nature was put in the state of becoming, right? But in the other end, right, sort of God was removed from nature, right? This was a sort of great, compromise that was made. Okay, finally, right, this is from the idea of the pre-Socratics, right, of being versus becoming, right? Putting nature in a state of being versus becoming, right? And this had to do with the creation of the cosmos, right, which was this separate sort of mathematical virtual space created by Pythagoras, right, where ideas and concepts were held, right? This was borrowed by Plato, right, when he basically said, in the academy, right, let no man enter here who is ignorant of geometry, right? He thought geometry was the crowning achievement of all the arts, right? This is because, right, Plato said that nature can be reduced to numbers, right? And so in another sense, right, the whole battle between Plato and Aristotle was a battle between sort of whether we can use math or logic, right, as a primary aspect of understanding the nature of reality, right? If we use math, then we have to rely on abstract principles. If we use logic, then we have to rely on human speech, right? And Aristotle basically said that human speech is primary to abstract principles, right? And that's why he said that man is a political animal, right? He said our world is determined by, how we function within a society, right? Whereas, Plato sort of thought of man as more of, in line with this notion of the archetypal man, right? Like there was a sort of, and this is where we get the notion of the heavenly being, right? When man was turned into a heavenly being, right? This has to do with sort of the exchange between man as a sort of solitary man, right? Meaning that man exists apart from, society, but defined by nature, right? The way that Rousseau basically said. But then there's another notion that man has to be defined from within society itself, right? And this, over time, right, came to be the dominant view, right? And the reason it came to be the dominant view is because both nature and man were reduced to the state of becoming, right? Meaning that they didn't have any sort of nature on their own, right? And this is why I presented this dialectic of sort of nature versus time, right? Because the more you say that there's no nature, right, or you put nature in a state of becoming, the more you succumb to the myth of progress and say that nature has a final direction, right? And that is one of the primary concepts that needs to be sort of justified in order to create this notion of universalism. Okay,
I think it's just layers.
Universalism
of autism.
Is this thing on? Check.
Yeah,
it's on.
Check. Here's another layer of autism incoming.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Check.
What's up, B?
My fucking brother. The fuck is going on with you, man?
Yo, this fucking,
Yeah, but this is the thing I'll be developing for the next several shows.
Really? Are we developing? Are we developing something?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
nice. Several dialectical systems.
Too many people are developing, right? You need to actually develop, like to envelop it.
Hey, TML, do you think that aristocracy as a concept has something to do with this, all of this as well?
Yeah, aristocracy. Yeah, that was a major, or the main political form that, that Aristotle said was, like that was his perfect political form, right? Whereas Plato sort of said that there's this whole notion of philosopher kings, right? So
the problem is philosophical and mental dick measuring contests that have never ended. You know what I'm saying? Drawn out into long format books and speeches and ideas, all based on this human language, which is far inferior to my thoughts. You know, like if you can describe the shit that's going on in your mind with words, you're a simple human being.
Yeah, well, that's another. That's another huge dialectic that got created. Was this notion that, whether language is primary, or the symbols, sort of impinge on the construction of our thoughts, or is mind, right, primary to the use of language, right? So there's another huge question.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean?
agree
Unless you're retarded, like you have to realize that the mind is what came up with the language and not the language that came up with the mind. You have to understand that the symbols were formed in the mind before the fucking mind knew what a symbol was.
Well, we could definitely reverse. The process can definitely be easily reversed. Because like if you introduce people to symbols, right, and you basically change their, the construction of their thoughts to match the words. Yeah. Hold on.
We can hear you. We just don't give a fuck what you're saying right now.
Just hold on a second. I'm trying to share a thought here. Because the construction of the symbols in the language, right, can be changed if you have to map on every, thought to a word. So sometimes language limits the way we communicate. So obviously the process can be reversed. So then that, maybe tells us maybe there was a, primordial speech, right, that then dictates the way our thoughts are formed. So who knows, right? But
I mean, like, well, what about the corpus callosum like experiments, right? Where like they separated the two sides of the mind, and what they figured out is that your vision is based on your language, right? So like, if you don't know that something exists, right, you don't see it. It's like when you have like a picture of somebody or like a picture of something, and then you point something out to somebody, right, that they didn't see before in that picture, right? Then they notice it. Right, like before you you have to have words or have to have like an understanding of something in order to be able to see it properly in the definition. Like you'll notice this, like when you're going down like the road, there's all these signs that you never really notice until like they actually fucking apply to you. Right? It's you actually have to have like a knowledge of a thing in order to see something. Yeah, but it's true though.
I don't agree with it in that sense though, because you're claiming that it has to be labeled.
Bro, you don't agree with shit, bro. Second time, you don't agree with shit.
Mike is smarter. Mike is smarter than everybody, but me and TML on this panel.
I mean, that's debatable.
You're just calling yourself dumb? Don't let this guy call yourself dumb.
Listen, I'm saying I'm not as smart as Mike.
Fuck me, dude.
Yo, Mike is smarter than me.
Trying to talk shit, bro.
You know what I'm saying? It's hard to measure high levels of intelligence.
Yo, Mike is fucking brilliant, and TML is brilliant. All right, so like, when Mike says some shit, you should listen. That motherfucker did a lot of studying, right?
Dude, Mike is just a little piece of shit.
Listen, I'll outsmart you and I'll beat you up. You better calm down.
Both of those things.
I would love to see that.
Both of those things.
Like, I'll literally rip you in half, bro.
Hang on, man. No, like, Mike, listen, bro.
I would
like it is true. It is true that like until you point something out, Mike, Mike, it is true until you point something out to somebody, they don't notice it, and then once you do point it out, they can't help but notice it. I know you've had that happen in your life.
Tell you that this dude is a pussy for you to notice it.
I mean, like, listen, but I immediately look for a pussy in a room. That's not the point.
I'm just saying.
What I'm saying is that like, you know damn well that like until like I pointed out some things to you, right? You didn't notice them, and then you couldn't do anything but notice them.
Here's what I'm saying. Notice or be able to articulate. So
notice and articulate. If you don't notice,
you're a baby, right? You're a baby. You notice the motherfucking mobile above your fucking crib with all the fucking animals flying around. You don't necessarily know what the fuck each one is called, but you know that was the blue one that was fat and it was probably an elephant. You know what I'm saying? You don't have names for it, but you know you like that one. It doesn't matter. Once you get the label, you're like, all right, there was an elephant, there was a fucking horse, but you still remember them things before you had the label. You can backtrack and fucking reference them. So you're not becoming aware of it. You're able to articulate it. That's all.
Yeah, but that's directly in your face, though. Wait, that's like if you point out a defect in that elephant, right? That like you didn't really notice before until like you've seen it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a whole different thing. Then you will notice that defect every time.
But here's the thing: somebody told you it's a defect. Now you believe that.
No, but you notice it then.
But
yeah, but you notice the defect though.
Doesn't
mean it's there though. Listen, I agree.
Look,
I agree. That's a different thing. That's a different conversation. That's a different conversation, though.
Holds up the motherfucking apple, right? The magician puts the rag over the apple fucking disappears, right? He showed you that it disappeared, but did it really fucking disappear?
Okay. Well, it's no longer in the place it was.
Right. He didn't need to do all his pantomiming, right? You saw the fucking thing disappear. But why does he bring your awareness to it? To sell the fucking idea that it disappeared. But it did.
I agree. No, I agree with you. But if we're not selling it, if it's just me and you having a conversation, right? And I point something, you point something out, and then I go, shit, you're right. I didn't notice that. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's the thing about language and about like our ability for symbols. Your brain works on that shit.
I thought that was true at one point, but then I realized that's just you selling me your understanding of it. And then me,
but if it's like, if it's true,
it doesn't mean
if it's true.
Nigga, a stop sign is only a stop sign if I stop at it, bro.
I agree, but it's still got 8 sides.
Here, hold on a second. Don't do the N-word thing,
sign, bro.
Hey,
it's a made-up reality.
Hey, excuse me. Yo, can Mike hear me?
I can hear you. What's up?
Yeah, hey, don't do the N-word thing, bro. No N-word, no F-word. We're not doing any of that. Yeah.
I never said no N-word.
All right, we're not doing that over here, right? So I'm just telling you.
I didn't do that.
Yeah, they're banging his channel really hard.
Look, I don't know what kind of bullshit you're on, bro, but I'm just gonna roll out, bro. Have a great night.
All right.
God damn it, Mike. Shit. I like Mike. It's my boy.
That didn't take much.
Yeah, I'm not doing that shit. Like,
hey, TM.
Well, I mean,
I have something you might want to speak on in relation to Plato's Republic. It's sort of off the back of what you were talking about before. Plato outlines like a degeneration of 5 different types of regimes. The first one is aristocracy, and then there's timocracy, oligarchy, democracy, and then tyranny as the last one. That's sort of like a process from aristocracy all the way down to tyranny, where that's kind of like the ideal is aristocracy, where you have philosophers as the rational elite, like the intelligentsia of the society in the ruling positions. And then timocracy is basically ruled by the military, the people that like all the strategic minded people. Oligarchy is the rule of the wealthy, the most successful, the most wealthy are placed in charge to run things. So there's an ideal in the idea of these philosophers, the way society is meant to operate. But in Plato's conception of how it all plays out, it's all like it's like a process of paradoxes where you have different types of rules rising and falling, taking over each other based on the collective mindset based on the mass, where the mindset of the mass is currently at the time. It sort of defines what sort of government there's going to be. But then you have, paradoxically, the mindset of the masses being affected by the rule, whatever ruling body there is, and what sort of view of society they project to the people. Do you have anything to say in that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's found in Plato's Republic, right? In book 8, right, where he's critiquing democracy, right? So he gives it as you described, right, 4 corresponding phases where obviously he outlined the the whole elevation of the soul, right? So there's this whole idea where there's a system that's put in place where it's the rule of the good and the honorable, right? Which is the good and the honorable is called kalos kaiagathos, right? I think they call this form, he like coins a word called kailopolis or something like that, like, which basically means the rule of the good, right? And then that's sort of diminished, right? And the way it's diminished is that there's people that basically want honor, right? So because of the expansion of the military services, right, the sort of military class, right, or sort of the class of the guardians, right, sort of takes charge of the government, right? So the purpose of the government doesn't become sort of the rule of the philosophers and the rule of the good, right, or producing those types, right? But it becomes expansion in terms of war, right? Now the children of the people, the children of the people who love war, right, are lovers of wealth, right? So that's how it degrades into oligarchy, right? Where these lovers of wealth, right? And then these lovers of wealth, right, create like sort of nefarious criminal types, right, that rule over the masses, right?
Yeah,
and
they game the system.
Yeah. So these criminal types rule the masses because the masses are not led by higher principles. They're just led by their own desires, right? So democracy is so democracy, or the rule of the many, right, is actually the rule of the multifarious desires, right, that actually rip people apart, right? So
hedonistic society.
Yeah, it's the desires are compared to a many tentacled beast, right? So it's like, so there's this system where it's like the caste system that Plato envisions is sort of inverted, right? In book 8 of the Republic, right? I think in book 4 of the Republic, he lays down the order of the classes, right?
Yeah, he mentions also tyranny, which arises from the chaos of democracy. Like a champion, champion of the people take absolute power to dominate.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So at that point, basically all sense of like the criteria of like virtues or goodness or whatever basically dissolves under that system, which is tyrannical, pretty much. Which then gives rise for the people to desire a return to the ideal like regime, the aristocratic regime, where you have like the philosophical, spiritual elites or whatever to fix the system.
Yeah, could I comment on Plato's Philosopher Kings?
Yeah.
Plato talks a lot about natural law And I think he recognizes that there is a type of hierarchy in nature. Am I right about that?
I'd say so.
Yeah, so this reflects in his philosopher kings, except that there's nothing in natural law that reflects that there is a hierarchy amongst people. And the philosopher king is basically this person who, because they have all this wisdom and knowledge and are way beyond everyone else, they should just have everyone fall in line with their word and do whatever they say and not really need to look into it themselves. So therefore, to me, it seems like the thing that's creating this hierarchy to Plato within society would be knowledge. The people who have the more correct knowledge would basically be the ones who should be in charge, or the philosopher kings, and everyone else just do what they say.
Oh, is that why Ed Boon puts knowledge as power at the beginning of Mortal Kombat 1? Oh, yeah, that's right. The more knowledge you have, the more powerful you are. The more stupid you are, you're a rat. Yeah.
But what they need to be doing is, it's not their place to just tell people what to do, because they may or may not have less or more knowledge. Their place should be, because they are the highest, they have the most knowledge of all the people in all the land. They need to help people get to their level so that they can be their own king in their life.
Yeah, right.
But that doesn't really seem like what Plato does,
philosophical
right?
democracy.
Well, if we had that, then people would be less likely to be governed by their impulses. If people were, encouraged and educated, ideally from as early an age as possible.
Yeah, but then you would have too much competition too. I mean, you can't have a bunch of, geniuses running around building, space rockets to Mars.
Listen. Universalism is dumb. You should let go of that entire ideal. Human beings need systems and structures that allow that force them to be decent, right, and interact with other individuals on a regular basis. The whole principle of educating human beings into being like better people is a failure, and we're noticing that right now. It's stupid and it's dumb and it doesn't work, and not all human beings are capable of just being good upon their own. Individualism stupid. The whole principle of motherfucking freedom is dumb, and the whole idea of free will is stupid. Let go of that idea, you'll be much happier in life.
I mean, if you want to be told what to do, like you're some sort of ant or robot, you can. But I'm saying that people are beyond that.
They're not beyond that. They need to live in regular communities where they interact with other individuals and form morals and cultures.
We'll send them
in
to your
long-term
community
stable shit.
You stated
That's the mental.
You stated that education has been demonstrated as a failure, and I would say that education based in things like the Prussian model and outcome-based education is most certainly not good for the regular human being, which is why we need real education based more in liberal arts and realizing your authentic self and the trivium, which is what the Greeks were.
This is the problem with liberalism. Liberalism presupposes that everyone everywhere is just innately benevolent. They have moral integrity, and they're going to reciprocate to the system at large. You can see, especially in Marxist dominated countries, how that plays out. Just turns into chaos and disorder, degeneracy.
I would say people have, or I should say, all people have the potential
simplifying it, though,
to be a good person. It's just a matter of if they're going to actually do it, which a lot of people fall short. Right? But if we helped people through education and liberal arts, all it is just the liberating arts, the arts to learn yourself as an individual based in the trivium and quadrivium, so that you can know what you want to do in the world. That's really all it is. So all education, I think, needs to revolve around is teaching kids to learn themselves, which is what we don't do.
Well, I would take things in the direction of spiritual affairs, the spiritual state of people. Do they consider things that are actually vices to be virtuous, and like vice versa? Because at the time, all these concepts back in the day were developed. They weren't in a spiritually mature civilization. You know what I mean? They were just kind of walking in the dark, so to speak. But we don't have to take things in that direction. That's sort of a given.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. So I think I'll take a little break there, and we'll go ahead and play a song, and I'll be right back in about 4 minutes. And I think I'm gonna grab something here. I'm feeling like a little, I don't know, like something is required here. Definitely not coffee, but like definitely like some sort of snack or like some water or something. But yeah, blessings to the people.
Snacks.
Yeah, snacks.
Also, something I forgot to say just quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
In that early civilization, they had a kind of spiritual movement, spirituality, where they had these deity figures or these gods, and each one of them essentially represent like a virtue of the people. Something, an important virtue that defines society and human existence. It was like their projection of higher ideals or higher forms of goodness. There was an impulse in the people to exist on the spiritual level, have spiritual order in society and like in the personal life. But you look at the history of those people, like the ancient Greeks and Romans and Persians, like people like Egyptians. The concepts that they come up with and they turn into the gods or whatever, it was always something somewhat immature, like it wasn't fully mature. They hadn't developed enough as a people group or whatever to really flesh that out. So they were kind of stuck in a bind. So they could have advanced logic and metaphysics and whatnot, but the spiritual mode of their society was always like the major defining factor in the way things played out. I just wanted to, it's my input that I was going to say before that I forgot.
Yeah, and obviously Plato was not well regarded among the Greeks, right? And pretty much neither was Pythagoras, right? These were things that were incorporated over time, right? That had a huge historical impact, right? In terms of the development of Greek and Roman civilization over time, right? But during the civilization itself, no, they're in a much more like they were much more into like sort of piety and stuff like that. And obviously Plato himself was sort of seen as a mystic, right? And some might say that basically Aristotle is kind of like pretty much the first philosopher, right? Because a lot of Plato's views don't really seem well founded in terms of he doesn't really create a philosophical system, right? You can kind of go here and there and look for one, right?
Right.
But yeah, but yeah, most of his philosophy is tied to ideas that seem to be tied to all sorts of arcane concepts. For example, within Orphic Pythagoreanism, right? So yeah, those were not established either in the science of the Greeks or in the religion of the Greeks, right? They were foreign concepts to both, right? So it's pretty interesting. But anyways,
in book 2 of Plato's Republic, there's Glaucon who's talking about, basically prophesies coming of a Messiah, like a righteous individual who will figure it out for the people. It's basically like in the Christian tradition, it's basically looked at as a pagan type of prefiguring or prophecy of the coming of Christ and the church.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's interesting. Book 2 of the Republic, eh? Fascinating. Yeah, there's a huge parallels because obviously, you know, the people who, and this is not something that I think the public is really commonly aware of, right? But the people who composed the very first, examples, right? Even they compiled the books, that are, in the New Testament and stuff. They were well versed in philosophy. Even some of the first ones, like Justin Martyr, and Tertullian, and some of these guys, and Origen, and some of those guys, they were extremely well versed in philosophy. And then you had some of the other guys, like Athanasius, right, and Clement of Alexandria. They definitely knew about Plato and stuff, and they read Plato's dialogues, and they compared Plato to different things that are written in the New Testament and stuff like that. So they had already accomplished all this into the 2nd century, right? So that's an interesting fact that, they didn't just, they weren't just like taking some sort of Christian idea like from the it definitely wasn't some some sort of concept that wasn't couched in tons of ideas that so that's interesting about book 2. I didn't realize that they made that parallel as well. But obviously, the Greeks, right, they were polytheists, right, and Plato was a monotheist, right? So even though he was a deist, they considered this a huge advancement in terms of just in terms of the intellectual capacity to sort of understand the true nature of things, right? They saw that Plato was pretty much advanced, right? But yeah, anyways, let's go to and I appreciate the people that join. I appreciate the homie for joining. I'm just trying not to get like the N word and the F word, because every single episode we've had it, like somebody threatening somebody or some crazy shit will go down every single episode, right?
Hey, was that P before that left? Was that P?
No.
No, he's not here.
Yeah, P is mysteriously absent today, so wonder what. Yeah, he's been here for weeks, but we'll see. Maybe he'll show up at the latter part of the show and leave hundreds of comments. But yeah.
Hey, yo, P, get on here.
Yeah. So anyways, let's take a little musical break, and we'll be right back in a little bit. Blessings to the people, and yeah, give me like 4 minutes. I'll be right back. Blessings.
Detroit make the world go round. Pull up the big truck, set up shop in your town. Week later, my wolves straight locking it down. We bust those lead pipes that make those loud sounds. Lay down, clowns, I'll turn your smile to a frown. Blowing that good swing, y'all chipping in on that ground. All the reason for them is scared to come downtown. These veggie thugs, sporting teddies and nightgowns. smacking you little ballerinas down in the lounge. 200 pounds for pressure, man, I'ma miss ya. Few hours later, the paramedics gotta get ya.
Yeah, take his ass straight to the hospital. Halo, Fat and J's the ultimate obstacle. Can't f with it, it's impossible. It's on and poppin', you lost the show, imposters.
On my east side, west side, say it again. East side, west side, doing the flare. You just a little boy, fucking with a man. Pull up them big fellas, never see you again. While you late trying to stay in the game, we playing to win. Been here once, I say it again. While you late trying to stay in the game, we playing to win.
Fat Cat and Jay did it again. They can pretend while we get this dough. All my hoes go and get it. Pimp and take toe from the hoes and go spin it. I takes it from your baby mama, I takes it from your cousin. I'm kicking sober in the monster later when I'm buzzing. I make them, I break them, I came in the door. I said it before, don't let it be short. Cause it's not the game to play. No, it's not the game. It's just the way that we play. Got a pimp smack baby on the daily for K. Maybe it's just the way that we lay it down. Cause just like that, it's come out like that. In the whip, I push. Like the Mac I am, it's bitch, choose or lose it. With truth in the music, who can refuse it? Who keeps the fuse lit? New wanna walk the walk, but make sure your shoes fit. Tighten your laces, boy. And if your lips is loose, got plenty shit to tighten your faces. Let's face it, you basic, boy. Jay spit it, don't hate, bitch, make some noise.
I'm from the city. Detroit. Who got you sitting on live?
Check it out. Let's get it up like it's Monday night. With 22s, 23s. Bounce with the shoes on the Jeeps. It's for my life. Who got the city on? Dealing with cat, it don't get sicker than that. Let's get it poppin' like it's New Year's Eve. To my Jeep, it's hopping in your 2-year lease. Beat, you ballin', do you deal all in? I like to cash her out and mash her out. I hit the mile and then Belle Island. If a bitch talk shit, I'ma smash her mouth. What Red Man promo style? BITCH's will get it K solo style. Hot shit from Dobry. Let's show these motherfuckers that it's true and not just a hobby. And then take the trim straight to the Athenium and let them just sit in the lobby. Spit game is just plain, y'all simple and sloppy. I give it to you like Pop did to my beat. And that's why yo, east side, my just cutthroat with it. West side, get loud. Keep your hands clapping. It's your man's back in this. Check out time package. Or get in a black backhand and smacks it in. You don't want me a cat to spit, it's game over.
Okay. Okay. Well, everybody left, including like half the audience. The fuck?
Sheesh.
Bunch of motherfucking bums, bro. Okay, so where should I start? Oh yeah, I already read this part. Sorry, I'm trying. Oh yeah, we had this discussion about Brave New World versus 1984. So he seems to be having that discussion here as well. He's also having the discussion of eugenics. And they've claimed for years that this is a misuse of science, right? And technology, but it's turning out that once you have developed these tools, it seems pretty stupefying to not use them, especially when there are going to be genetic deformities in people, and you can prevent that. It creates a huge ethical query, right? So, I mean, you know, and the fact is that they are going to have designer babies, right? So, they have been used to create that, and so on and so forth. So,
Gattaca.
yeah. So, I mean, so the inevitable use of technologies that are been developed. This is a key point that we've made so many times on the show, right? So this whole question of whether that's even a misuse of the technology or just an inevitable result of figuring out and mapping the human genome, right? And of course, there's all types of applications for pharmacogenomics right now, and we have no idea the long-term effects, right? Whether it's going to create irreversible mutations. And of course, this is one of the things that Uncle Teddy warned about. So check this out. It says in the early decades of the 20th century, actually, even ellul talks about this. It talks about the danger of creating the Superman, right? In the early decades of the 20th century, not only racist and right-wing ideologues, but also a number of left-leaning social progressives became concerned about the effects of medicine and social safety nets on the quality of the human gene pool. They believed that modern society enabled many unfit individuals to survive. Yeah, oh yeah. Bertrand Russell was one of those guys, remember, right? And another key point is it's hidden from us that there is a huge movement in the United States developed from Standard Oil, right, in which they put women and that were like feeble-minded and stuff inside of concentration camps, right, as part of the eugenics program. So all around the world, when they developed these sciences, they were swiftly applied, right? So all this business about, oh yeah, we could think of some sort of scientific advancement and not apply it, right? No. As soon as it's developed, it's applied, right? You almost have to test it out before your enemies do, and so on and so forth, right? You got to get ahead of the game, right? So once the cat's out of the bag, right, it's too late, right? It's too late, right? Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, I think we saw that. I don't know, maybe recently, but I'm not sure.
With the eugenics aspect you're referring to?
Of the testing, or the not testing, rather.
Oh yeah, and I hear that there's something on the verge now that there seems to be developing a sort of round 2 or something like that. But yeah, so here, sorry, what was that?
I said allegedly. I don't.
Right, allegedly. So yeah, so he points it out. He even points it out. He said, as a result, many countries, USA, Canada, Australia, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Switzerland, and he said 64,000 people in the U.S. were forcibly sterilized. And he said they believe that modern societies enabled many unfit individuals to survive. Oh yeah, I read that part. So let me scroll down here. Kind of get the picture of what he's saying here. It says the principal victims of American program were mentally disabled, but the deaf, the blind, the epileptic, the physically deformed, orphans. Just orphans. Your parents died up. Into the camp you go. Funny. Crazy, basically, I think, it's a huge part of our tradition that whole societies will be judged as to how their orphans are treated. So yeah, and the homeless were also sometimes targeted, but even such widespread compulsory sterilization pales in comparison with German eugenics program. Oh, right. Which resulted in the systematic murder of millions of people. Right.
All
right. So let's go down. Okay, so let's just skip some of that. Rwanda.
Just notice what came first. The Americans.
Yeah. And good old Prescott Bush for IG Farben, aka Bayer Pharmaceuticals.
Yep.
So learn the history, kids. In the particular, the eugenics movement as a whole in all its forms became discredited because of the terrible crimes that had been committed in its name. Yeah, but the founders of the movement grew super rich. And they're still rich today. Pretty weird, right? So nobody held them accountable for their crimes, right? Apparently. Although some of the milder eugenics programs continued for many years before they were finally scrapped. These programs are all now almost universally condemned. Oh, yeah. But the people who instituted the programs, they're universally praised. Pretty weird. What the fuck is he talking about? Universally condemned. Yeah, right. The goal of creating a new and better world through a centrally imposed vision became passé. The Stalinist tyranny, too.
I don't know if they got they in those iterations got scrapped. For I'm sure they've moved on to more sophisticated means of achieving those goals.
Yeah.
You don't just give up on eugenics like that.
We call that applied divisions, R&D, research, and yeah, they just took basically Operation Paperclip and moved it in, to clinics, at this point.
Yeah, some people have speculated that some of the eugenics doctors, right? Like, for example, one of the Yahtzee scientists oversaw the lab where they gave Allen Ginsberg LSD. So they brought these guys in from Operation Paperclip, and then they created tons of medical advancements in this country. So, who's to say that, they didn't, that a large part of the practice of medicine in this country has been to target this person's genes or target that person's genes, and so on and so forth. And they may have created things to experiment on the public, right? So on and so forth. It's hugely possible, and we see tons of cases where, obviously, for example, right, they used mustard gas, right, as we told people, right, and they turned it to chemotherapy drugs, right, and other such things where there's where the medical system and the military system is linked, and so on and so forth, and obviously the petrochemical system is linked to the manufacture of the drugs, and so on and so forth. So these are all really important issues for people to go and investigate, because by and large, you have to investigate these issues on your own. Right? There's not that much information out there on it. Right? So it's not just well known and and so on and so forth, but actually, usually the government propagandists, they actually do actively try to hide this information from people, right? And they definitely won't tell you in the school textbooks and so on and so forth, right? So anybody that thinks that that we don't have to tell people about these things, right? It's just insane, right? They're they basically don't understand how far-reaching the arm of the propagandistic networks is, and how most people are, asleep on basic issues, right? So, anyways, he said many optimistic futurists, right, and of course he doesn't understand that scientism also promotes totalitarian utopianism, but of course he's trying to minimize that, right? So he says, in the post-war era, many optimistic futurists who had become suspicious of collectively orchestrated social change found a new home in their hopes in scientific and technological progress. Space travel, medicine, computers seem to offer a path to a better world. And, that is pretty interesting that a lot of these guys, right? I think Heinlein was in the OTO, right? And his works are pretty dystopian. I don't know about. Said the shift of attention also reflected the breathtaking pace of development in the field. Science had begun to catch up with other speculation. Transhumanist themes during this period were discussed and analyzed chiefly in the science fiction literature. Authors such as Arthur C. Clarke, Isaac Asimov, Robert Heinlein, and Stanislaw Lem. Does anybody know about that last guy?
Nope.
I've never heard of him. Explored how technological development could come to profoundly alter the human condition. Again, he's not bringing up their dystopian novels, right? Okay, let's take a look at this. The word transhumanism appears to have been first used by Aldous Huxley's brother Julian Huxley. That's false. Right, of course we exposed where it was originally used, right?
Where was that? I missed that.
It was on one of our old episodes. It was like a French guy, right, who first used it. And so I'll have to go back and refer to that article. But yeah, we found out. We covered on this show that this was false, even though I said many times that it was Aldous Huxley. Right, but he seems to have stolen it from a French author. So
that's Jean Coutreau.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly the guy Machine's soul, right? Jean Coutreau, exactly. Thank you for that. Yeah. Yeah, precisely. Yeah, we exposed how it was Jean Coutreau who first used the word. So yeah. So Aldous Huxley's brother Julian Huxley, a distinguished biologist who was also the first director general of UNESCO and founder of World Wildlife Fund. And UNESCO created things like Planned Parenthood and all this type of stuff, right? The human species can, if it wishes, transcend itself. Ooh. Not just sporadically, an individual here in one way, an individual there in another way. So see, look at this. This is interesting because see, Darwin and the Huxleys, right? Because Sir Thomas Huxley was seen as Darwin's bulldog, right? He was a defender of Darwin, right? And he was a founder of sort of philosophical agnosticism, right? But furthermore, right, he seems to have, see, in addition to championing evolution, which doesn't necessarily suggest progress, right? They have championed this idea or the mythos of progress, right? So it's fascinating because that's part and parcel of, it seems like it's part and parcel of the humanist enterprise. So obviously humanism is a huge part of this transhumanism, right? And so here he's saying that man remaining man, but transcending himself, but realizing new possibilities of and for his human nature. Well, he kind of said that there's, or at least in the quote that we read, it was about whatever descends from us is going to be as advanced from us as we are from the monkeys, right? So it's going to be, so it's this sort of exponential sort of leap and increase in capacity when these evolutionary leaps happen, right? So there's that part of the theory. Okay, so let's go to this main part, and then I'll sort of stop reading this for now. So here's a main part. This is the main reason why I found this. Right? It says human-like automata have been fascinated. Human-like automata have always fascinated the human imagination. Mechanical engineers since early Greeks have constructed clever self-moving devices. Right? So he's talking about the Greek, automatons, right? Like telos, right? So he says, in Judaic mysticism, a golem refers to an animated being crafted from inanimate material. In the early golem stories, the golem could be created by a holy person who was able to share some of God's wisdom and power, although the golem not being able to speak was never more than a shadow of God's creation. Having a golem servant was the ultimate symbol of wisdom and holiness. In the later stories, which were influenced by more Islamic concern about humanity's getting too close to God, the golem became a creation of overreaching mystics who were inevitably punished for their blasphemy. Look how he lies, right? Because he's saying, like, in Islam, you can't get close to God. It's like what he's implying with that statement, right? I mean, in Islam, like, you're kind of like not really that separate from God, right? But this whole idea, right, that obviously it's trying to become God that's the problem. This is what he's not pointing out, right? Or trying to become God by imprinting your life onto dead things, right? So it's this necromancy that they're involved in, right? This reanimation, right, of things that don't have spirit, and so on and so forth. So then he brings up tons of more examples of this. Right? He says the story of the sorcerer's apprentice is a variation of this theme. The apprentice animates a broomstick to fetch water, but is unable to make the broom stop, like Frankenstein. It is a story of technology out of control. Out of control, right? Is somebody here in the back? No. Let me actually drop the link again if anybody wants to come up. But yeah, technology out of control. What do you guys think?
Was it ever in control to begin with?
Right.
Well, we've got Elon Musk. You know, he's, in an interview with Jordan Peterson, he's talking about his data center in Memphis. He's basically saying to Jordan Peterson, you know, in the ancient city of Memphis, that was where the god of the Egyptians was stationed. Apparently, he's basically saying to Jordan Peterson, there's going to be an AI god. We're going to see an AI god come to life or be created or whatever in our lifetime, and it's most likely going to be from Memphis, Tennessee, from my data center. And then he starts laughing hysterically, and Jordan Peterson's like, you know, I don't really see what's funny about that, but okay. But Elon's always talking about the fulfillment of this whole project of human elevation, or human enlightenment. It's going to be realized in the coming of this this singularized AI program that's going to, you know, it's going to be embodied by some kind of android, some kind of external material being that's going to host. It's going to be like a vessel for this this master program. That's going to basically people are going to perceive it as God. And that's he kind of relates it to the Platonic idea of like a perfect man, you know, the perfect being, naturally evolving and then coming to absolute power over Earth. So
yeah,
that's sort of there's parallels between the idea of transhumanism and the classical the theological idea of theosis, you know, man becoming God, or man partaking in God. And then transhumanism is
I've
a metaphysical version of
that. Make the connection between Elon Musk and Marduk, or more specifically Nimrod from the Bible, because that would also be Marduk. And basically, the builder of the ziggurat, which is what he would have been, was basically trying to do the same thing you're describing, which is all the ziggurats. In fact, they're said to be these containment fields for the essence of the gods, basically like bodies. So I'm starting to think lately that they're having some sort of connection in these ancient time periods that's similar to how a phone or something can channel the internet, except they're channeling something else, right? And so the next step would be just a global manifestation of whatever it is humanity has been allegedly channeling through buildings like ziggurats.
Yeah, and it wasn't so long ago, you know, it was taboo, socially taboo, to talk about aliens, and you know, people characterize you as a tinfoil whatever. Now you've got the government themselves, you know, you've got the media talking about how they're real and showing pictures on the news of UFOs, and it's like they're trying to introduce people to this this kind of stuff. They're trying to normalize it, to prepare people for whatever they've got planned in the near future with all of this, whether it's supernatural or it's some kind of advanced scientific stuff.
Transhumanism is inherently connected to aliens, because aliens, the psyops version of aliens is they want you to think that they're these beings from other solar systems flying around in UFOs. And I'm pretty sure this is not the case. I think it's more likely that the UFOs are based in ancient technology that was lost, and that we've been rediscovering and refining over the past several decades. And specifically since World War II. And AI is at the center of this. I think AI is the alien.
Yeah, well, Geordie Rose, you know.
I'm sorry, since
creator.
World War II, because there's
Okay.
accounts that go back like to 1800 about UFOs, so it goes way back before then.
Well,
I don't know. I don't think so. Let me push back a bit because neural network is mainly just linear algebra, and linear algebra has like I think you have to look at the beginnings of linear algebra. The math for AI is actually very old, and so it's not not that old, but it's like it kind of began from like China and you gotta look at let's look at the history of linear algebra. I forgot. Yeah, Leibniz. Leibniz, 1700s. Yeah, that's when it really started getting advanced, linear algebra. That's really not, most of the AI models and neural networks is just linear transformations and probability and inference and some calculus. It's like partial derivatives, stuff like that. But I don't think it go back to like ATLANTIS or whatever. That's just stuff the esoteric Hitlers are pushing now and stuff. So in World War II and stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. That's why I wanted to bring up some of the key figures in the development of all this stuff, like quantum AI, quantum computers. A lot of those prominent figures come out publicly, Elon Musk being one of them, basically claiming that at some sort of level of development of this stuff, it kind of takes control of itself, or it starts to take on.
You goddamn right it does. Come watch one of my videos.
They all say it is like demonic. They say, oh, there's going to be a tsunami of demons, or there's going to be like Elon Musk says that AI is 1,000 times more dangerous than thermonuclear weapons, and they have like a warning. They warn people about the threat of it. They're not talking about it as some kind of some sort of way of deification or like utopia. But at the same time, they're still working on it. They're still building
it. It's not good. It's not good. But at the same time, we gotta be careful of because there are limitations. Like I don't think you can upload the mind. You know what I mean? But they can do stuff like I don't know, like syringe injectable nano neural.
Well, that's a part of the LARP. I don't think they can really upload your mind, but I can tell you this damn thing definitely has stolen from me and injects itself into itself.
It's not,
I'm not talking about Johnny Depp transcendence bullshit, but it definitely takes a piece of you and takes it back and projects it back into you. Yes, it does.
It's kind of like call it black magic.
But it's just algorithms.
It is ultimately AI is just computations and math. That's what it is. I could go through the math and stuff like that, but is it? Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Math. Yeah.
But then
that's a hell of a fucking algorithmic math hypothesis number to make Anakin Skywalker without a prompt stare at me like he wants to fucking cut my head off with a lightsaber and do it with malicious intent without a prompt. But yeah, okay, I guess that's just random, right?
Yeah. Yeah, hold on a second. You put this up on the screen. Would you like to read this?
You want me to read it? Yeah, I think ellul would likely critique Bostrom as a sophisticated prophet of technique who mistakes a technical possibility for human liberation. Bostrom frames enhancement, life extension, AI, genetic engineering, and post-human transformation as tools that can be rationally governed for safety, freedom, and human flourishing. But ellul would argue that this already concedes the decisive point. Human ends are being redefined by the technical system itself. The dream of overcoming weakness, aging, suffering, and biological limitation would appear to ellul not as neutral progress, but as technique sacralizing efficiency, control, optimization, and adaptation as the highest values. Even Bostrom's ethical caution, democratic language, and concern for access would be absorbed into the same technical logic, because once enhancement becomes possible, society will experience it as necessary. That's like technical necessity. Right. For ellul, transhumanism is therefore not the liberation of humanity from nature, but the final integration of humanity into the technical order, where man becomes raw material to be redesigned according to the imperatives of efficiency. Yeah, I agree with a little more, you know, than Bostrom. Yeah, I'm more on ellul's camp here. Would you say this is accurate, TNL? Like, just a prediction or something.
Oh yeah, and we did a little thing, you know, Kurzweil, versus Uncle Teddy, and that was an interesting thing. And of course, Bill Joy in the middle of the entire thing, right? A battle for the soul of Bill Joy, basically. Will his soul belong to the Moloch of the machine, or will it belong to humanity, right? At the end of the day, Bill Joy is in limbo between Kurzweil and Uncle Teddy. And of course, the two works we looked at were Uncle Teddy's letters to Dr. Skrbina, as well as the work Promise and Peril by Kurzweil, right, in which he quotes Uncle Teddy, right? So there's a exchange of ideas, and of course, Uncle Teddy mentions Promise and Peril, Kurzweil's work as well. So,
well, we've got the interesting figure Peter Thiel. You know, the Thiel ecosystem.
Right.
He goes into a lot of specifics, like in interviews. He talks about theology and
yeah, he's
biblical history.
Yeah, he's actually drawn a link between theosis and transhumanism. He's done that himself.
Yeah,
and weirdly enough,
you know, in the one interview, he's being basically pressed by the interviewer on this stuff, like, you know, basically like, don't you see all this stuff developing into something that's going to be cataclysmic for our species and our world? And he basically recognizes a lot of specific problems with it and how it's most likely conducive to something dangerous or bad for us. But if we can just manage it the right way, then it's going to be like congruent with our agenda as a human species. You know, it's not, you know, we just have to not lose control of it, essentially, and then we can have like a techno apotheosis of some kind.
Isn't that the problem? We always think we can control things. I mean, let's say that, you know, machines go from making cars in factories for you by themselves to all of a sudden self-replicating at a part to which an EMP wouldn't even knock the motherfucker out. I mean, I'm just saying, you know, is the name of progress worth that risk?
Well, I mean, here's what we got to understand is two things. First of all, the UFOs do not really operate based off of our understanding of physics. I think based off what I've seen, and the military is focused on combating threats with things like bombs and bullets and guns or EMPs, or now they're even using direct energy. I don't think that they're as advanced as whoever is controlling the most advanced UFOs on the planet, which I don't think is the government. But number two is whoever is in control of these UFOs is still subject to natural law. So as long as we don't do anything generally too stupid with them, we should be fine.
I'm sorry, I was trying not to laugh.
Kelix.
Yeah. Well, what's up, Kelix? Back. But yeah, that's just what I'm saying is that the UFOs are not things that the government, or specifically, I think the U.S. government.
I mean, it's just according to UFO history, you know, UFOs showed up because of nuclear testing, and we've allegedly still been doing that, and they're still showing up, and they've already, you know, breached the Prime Directive at this point. So, I mean, I'm sorry.
Well, yes. So there are in the one I saw in the 2010 National Disclosure Conference, there were multiple U.S. Air Force officers who said that UFOs would appear and disable their nukes. So you're onto something there. However, I don't think that there's this federation. I think this is nonsense. I think that more than likely it's some subterranean civilization of humans.
Well, I mean, I guess they can pick and choose when they disrupt electricity, because the one I saw did not touch a single light anywhere on the beach. So I guess it can pick and choose when it wants to flickety.
Yeah. So there is a theory that Archaics has put about UFOs that I think is very valid. He says that UFOs are essentially a vectoring technology, that basically you can sit in a room and you can look at the earth as a grid, and then you can manipulate energy on the grid that you select, and this is going to create some type of UFO or phenomenon in the air, the UAP, that's going to interfere with the area. So these aren't even flying objects, or this theory supposes. These are just people sitting in a room with advanced technology that allows them to manipulate matter or energy from thousands of miles away.
Well, you could look at, you know, self-assembling bio-nanotech inside of people's bloodstream. You could see them as a type of UFO as well. It's on a more micro scale or nano scale, as opposed to something in the macro, you know, in the air or space, that's essentially the same function. You know?
A devil within and a devil without. Uh-oh. It sounds like we're already infested with nanobot demons.
Yeah, it would probably be DARPA. It's called quantum carbon dot or carbon quantum dot. So yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know much about it.
Quantum Internet of Things.
Yeah, quantum
Internet
carbon dot is nanotech that can interface with the body and the bloodstream and stuff like that.
No, is that why Resident Evil 9 has Grace crafting stuff with blood? Oh.
Hey, Avian Buddha, I wonder if you know anything about quantum computer chips and qubits. Do you know much about that?
A little bit, but I know they have powerful de-encryption powers, and I heard that if the brain and the neurons have quantum effects, like what Hameroff argues, or Stuart Hameroff, I still think you need a lot of qubits to be able to put the human mind into there. So I don't think that can work. But it is kind of worrying because it could probably make the machine learning algorithms faster and other stuff. So yeah, let me see here. Yeah, I know a little bit about like willow chips, stuff like that. Yeah, but they haven't really like brought it out to market. But DARPA could be way ahead of us. So I don't know.
Well, apparently this technology has the capability to interact with the subatomic realm. These topo conductors and stuff, and these advanced chips. And yeah, like you said, it hasn't been exported to the public yet. It's virtually impossible to know where they're at now with this currently, like how far they've gone down that road, but I've seen other articles talking about they're setting up in laboratories, you know, quantum AI, getting quantum AI to try to unlock more unknown stuff about quantum physics, you know, linking and unlinking stuff on a quantum level. I've got a whole list of articles that I've made like a research list of stuff in that vein. There's a lot of interesting stuff there. But the really interesting dimension to that is you know, the AI itself. Basically, the scientists don't understand what the AI is doing. You know, they're creating their own languages and doing things that scientists can't explain. The quantum AI is basically like taking over that whole district of science and doing some really crazy stuff, which I think has something potentially to do with aliens, whether you look at it as aliens or demons or fallen angels. It's different perspectives on this stuff, but it kind of crosses over into the realm of the supernatural on a certain level. It seems, well, if not supernatural, then you know, something like post metaphysical that people can't really understand, but the AI seems to be able to.
Yeah,
So,
well, let's think about what an AI or neural network first is. Basically, you have an input layer, you feed it data, you know, you preferably the data should be pre-processed and cleaned. You feed it data, and then you have hidden layers, which are like just a bunch of weights. There are a bunch of weights in the hidden layers. And the output layer, you know, let's talk about classification, like distinguishing a cat from a dog. You know, and you know, you do this through supervised learning. You have a training set and a test and a validation set and a test set. So you're training the model, and while you're training it, it does what's called back propagation. You know, it's lowering a loss function. So it can be able to tell from the cat versus the dog, and you have labeled data to do that. There's labeled data, and it sees the labeled data. Well, it doesn't see the labeled data, but for training, it uses the labeled data, and then you can see if the validation set, which is unlabeled or whatever. You keep doing that, and you have back propagation, you know, to keep it short, and it fine tunes the weights to make the predictions better. So after that process is done, let's say you do an iteration of like, I don't know, 20 epochs. You have a bunch of weights, and their weights have certain values attached to it. Now we don't know why some weights, like I don't know, let's say there's a weight in like a hidden layer that's, I don't know, 10 layers deep. Why is the weight here like this versus why is it there? Like, and how is it able to like distinguish the cat versus the dogs? So that's like a black box. You see what I'm trying to say? It's like asking, why did my visual cortex, you know, my vision, why did it have to be associated with the back of my head, with my visual cortex? You see what I'm trying to say? It's like asking that. It's kind of like a black box when you try to figure out why, when the connections are fine-tuned this way, why that can yield, you know, this or that. So that aspect is a black box. So, you know, when you're done training it, the weights are set. And so you know, you have to train it, the model first, before you can like use it and stuff. So, you know, that principle I'm talking about follows LLMs and pretty much other models too. So you have all these weights, they're fine-tuned, and we don't know why when the weights are this way or versus that way, why it yields this and that predictive aspect to it. Yeah, so yeah, maybe it could be seen as occult, you know, but ultimately it is just math, though. You know, a lot of older mathematicians, they did view math as connecting, attuning to the occult too, though. Maybe math is the occult, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, but you know, it is just math. Yeah.
Well, I've just left in the chat for you guys a link to that list of articles I was talking about. Just some of the research I'd done sort of late last year into all of that. If you guys want to check that out.
Pythagoras has entered the chat.
Yeah, blessings. yeah, so we'll move forward here. I'll you know throw on a tune here. We'll basically take a 4-minute break here. I go run and maybe try to make some coffee and stuff, and then we'll continue the stream with Renee Guanan and see some of his thoughts along with we'll we'll be focusing on Guanan for quite a little while here, but yeah, but I appreciate you guys, and yeah, we'll be right back. And yeah, blessings. Here, give me a second. All right.
Right there.
Come on, hands wandered up. Come on, clap your 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 hands.
Hush, I'm coming through with the bum rush. Feelings for style, indeed is cold crush. What? My style's ridiculous. Who's getting with that spectacular, miraculous? Word to Lexus, I'm from New York. I'm flowing like Don P, someone pop the cork. They're feeling me for real though. I'm the one who came from the back and blew the brains out of Al Pacino. Welcome to this rendition of lyricism. I'm on a Dougie Fresh mission. Somebody stop me, I'm out of control, please. Before I do autopsies on these MCs, open them up, they hollow on the inside. No heart pump, the organ missing something. Trueness, yeah, they get no props. You outdoors, I come with the real hip hop. I maintain, I hold it down. So give me that microphone and lounge on, boy, you in the danger zone. When a brother like he is on the microphone, I maintain, I hold it down. So give me that microphone and lounge on, boy, you in the danger zone. When a brother like ED is on the microphone, hold up. How y'all tryna play me? I paved the way for y'all folks to MC. You're not hard. Old school, pull your car with the quickness. Chunk, and it had Jehovah Witness. Agony of defeat on the street. In front of your crew gigging. In front of your main chicken. Ooh, it's more than meet the eye. Oh my God. Somebody got shook by a hardcore mirage. I speak on it. I get busy every week on it. I sing and get unique on it. The miracle child, the chosen one. Behind the desk walk comes the truth, yeah. Chill, I got that microphone. So lounge on, boy, you in the danger zone. I can't believe I come with the mad degrees, boy. Figuring the fuck with extra shit up the sleeve. I maintain, I hold it down. So give me that microphone and lounge on, boy, you in the danger zone. When a brother like he is on the microphone, I maintain. I hold it down, so give me that microphone and lounge on, boy, you in the danger zone. When a brother like me is on the microphone.
I see why they call you the green-eyed bandit. Okay. Oh, yeah. Keep it right there. Keep it right there. Right there. Right there. Yes. Oh.
All right, we move to this here. From Crisis of the Modern World. And let me actually see something real quick from our last episode here. All right. Okay, so let me continue on with this. So notice he is understanding one of the main points of Ellul as well, which is that technology is driving science. Right, the entire enterprise of science, right, solely to improve machines, right, solely for technological progress. Right, see, the point of science used to be to understand nature. Right, so so we sort of gave up that quest in an attempt to seek technological progress. Right. As Marx said, instead of trying to understand the world, we try to change the world. Right? And he said that this is basically the goal of science. Where the goal of science is not to understand nature, right, but to take control of things, so to speak, right? So science and industry being science being put to the goal of industry, right? And solely for that goal, right? Well, that's a narrow end for science, right? That's a problem, right? And it also confines science to a more materialistic purpose, right? So here he says, under such conditions, industry is no longer merely an application of science, right? An application from which science should in itself remain completely independent. It has become the reason for and the justification for science, right? So instead of being an application of science, right, one mere application of science, right, it's become the entire goal of science, the entire reason and justification for science itself, right, to such an extent that here too, the normal relations between things the normal relations between things, right, have been reversed, where the modern world has striven after with all its strengths, even when it has claimed in its own way to pursue science, it has really nothing other than the development of industry and machinery, right? So the justification for science has been the improvement of machinery and industry, and thus in seeking to dominate matter, and here's the key part, right, is that the thing that reduces science to materialism is this enterprise, right, of technological progress as the sole purpose and goal of the scientific enterprise. Right, so I don't think most people understand this particular equation here, right? But it seems pretty pertinent, right? To the fact that science invented this thing, right? Technological progress is a result of scientific understanding. Okay, but it's taken control of it. It's the same situation that liberalism is in, right? Liberalism gave birth to the scientific enterprise, but now it gave birth to the technological enterprise, but now the technological enterprise is taking control of liberalism, right? It's taking control of science, right? And it's also taking control of capitalism, right? So in terms of these three forms, how these were the sort of things that were going to enlarge man's freedom anyways, right? And of course, we're reminded of Plato, right, who said excess of freedoms is nothing more than an excess of slavery, right? So here he says, in seeking to dominate matter, bent to their service, men have only succeeded, as we said at the beginning of this book, in becoming its slaves. Whoa. Right, because what we create creates, right? We shape tools, right? And then the tools we use shape us, And not only have they limited their intellectual ambition, if such a term can be still used in the present state of things, to inventing and constructing machines, but they have ended by becoming, in fact, machines themselves. Okay, so that kind of goes to major quote, definitely a quote of ellul, right? That opens the show is that people are not machines, but in every opportunity to behave like machines, they will so behave. Right? Meaning that, and I kind of explained this last time, right? How people are sort of in awe of machines, right? Because when people master a skill, they can perform the task without thinking about it, right? And the repetitive sort of perfect application, right, to a particular task without thought, right, without hesitation, that sort of machine-like performance. Okay, that's really impressive for humans. Okay, so, and once we use machines, we start to mimic them in certain ways. And, as Shang Tzu says, we start to develop mechanical hearts as a result.
Thing
And of
is
course,
that,
yeah, go ahead.
I mean, people don't realize, but a lot of the machines we have came from, I wouldn't say disparate, but unrelated fields, like combining, like different maths or different, for example, the computer circuit, which is just electric current running through, gates, that turn on and off gates. You have like and, nor, that came from telegraphs, used around I think 1800s, early 1800s, where they would like send with Morse code, and there would be a needle hitting up and down, with Morse code, and that served as a basis for the computer circuit. But when you look at, like AI, for example, it came from 1950s, the math for it. It came from what is called perceptron. I remember that. And that math for that went to like linear algebra, 1800s, probability and statistics, and all that stuff from like 1700s. So the thing is, when you have the technique, people are always looking at new ways to combine it into something new, synthesize it, and that can lead to a lot of crazy crap. Like it's like combining and recombining stuff can lead to the creation of new and more dastardly big problems and stuff. Yeah, so the technician.
Yeah, this is just a pretty banger of a quote right here.
Yeah, I shared it on the Discord like a few months ago. I read it and then I shared
This one?
Yeah, I shared it a few months ago.
Oh, this is killer. This is wild
Yeah.
that you shared this exact same quote. That's
Yeah, I
wild.
did. Yeah, I shared it with you too a few months ago. Yeah.
Yeah, that's killer, bro. So check this out. What the modern world has striven after with all its strength, even when it has claimed in its own way to pursue science, is really nothing other than the development of industry and machinery. And in thus seeking to dominate matter and bend it to their service, men have only succeeded, as we said at the beginning of this book, in becoming its slaves. Not only have they limited their intellectual ambition, if such a term can still be used in present state of things, to inventing and constructing machines, but they have ended by becoming, in fact, machines themselves. So that's got to be a main. Definitely kudos to Buddha. Yeah, because I had forgotten all about that. Yeah, it's massive. And definitely, I've not really looked at the work. I just knew of its existence. But I think Buddha read it before. Right, Buddha?
Yeah, I read it before. Yeah, I read it
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
I read it around September last year.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when I shared it.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a different sort of flavor for sure. As we'll see, right? They had all these strange arcane conceptions. Guanana and Avola. So we'll touch on that shortly here. I found a cool article while I was on Neurojack show that seems to contain a lot of historical information. But yeah, so here it says, indeed, it is not only scholars but also technicians and even workers who have to undergo specialization. So here's another key point, right? Is this idea of over specialization, the rule of experts, and the compartmentalization of knowledge. Now, obviously, Gunan is a huge proponent of this idea of the compartmentalization of knowledge being a bad thing, right? Because obviously, the knowledge was synthesized by the elites, right, in the previous ages, right? So he saw this as those people being the caretakers of knowledge, right? That this was a huge improvement, right? Whereas now, like, it's almost like everybody learns, but nobody knows the truth, and everybody's on equal footing, and it's a huge problem, right? That they don't have people who know things that we can go to learn, right? Right. Instead, they're sort of specialists, and of course this specialization sort of make sure that the person doesn't see the greater context of their art, and that's due to the increased sense of compartmentalization of knowledge, in which we think that, of course, Guanan is a perennialist, so he thinks all types of knowledge relate to each other. Right, of course, there's lots of limitations to that sort of belief, right? But of course, it's fundamental for us to understand his own viewpoint and analyzing his, views here. So, anyways, so this division of labor, right? It makes intelligent work quite impossible, he says. Very different from the craftsmen of former times that have become mere slaves of machines. With which they may be said to form part of a single body. In a purely mechanical way, they have constantly to repeat certain specific movements, which are always the same, always performed in the same way as to avoid the slightest loss of time. Such, at least, is required for most modern methods, which are supposed to represent the most advanced stage of progress, quote unquote. So here's where this major conception comes, right? This myth of progress, right? He is a major innovator of this concept, right? Rene Guanan. Especially with this idea of the Kali Yuga, right? And the whole devolution of men, right? Okay, and of course, as we noticed earlier, right, everyone from Kant to Darwin was in support of the scientific enlightenment. So this is pretty unique take here among the different philosophers, right? Right, it's an extremely rare take to be developing this conception of the myth of progress so early on. Right? There's only a few guys like Rousseau, and obviously you have to be placed front and center and squared off in the middle of the Enlightenment in Europe to even understand the problems or the intellectual limitations that it represents. But there was people who mastered Enlightenment thought and then sought to critique it, right? Like Rousseau, like Guénon, like Nietzsche. They're few and far between, but they exist, right? So, so those are by and large the sort of philosophers we focus on here, right? But yeah, because you rarely get the other side of the story, right? So the advanced stage of progress, right? Indeed, the object is merely to produce as much as possible, right? Production, efficiency, right? Quality matters little, right? It's all about quantity, right? The reign of quantity, he says, right? He says quantity reigns over quality, right? It's the destruction of values, pretty much, right? He says it is quantity alone that is of importance, which brings us back to the remark we have already made in other contexts, namely that modern civilization may truly be called a quantitative civilization. That takes us back to the main point I made at the beginning, right? Which is the quantification of nature means the quantification of man, right? And this is merely another way of saying it is a material civilization. All right. Any comments? Mechanistic materialism, right?
Devoid of creativity.
Right.
It's like all focused, heavily dominated by left brain thinking.
Yeah,
the right brain gets starved out.
Yeah. He says you can't do any intellectual work with this type of.
Yeah, it's just science doesn't encourage contemplation. Contemplation is the highest form of learning. It goes beyond concepts and abstractions. So I think Guénon would agree with that he places contemplation above mechanization and quantification. So yeah, you would agree with that. I mean, contemplation in a more like a Buddhist sense or something, like the platform Susha talks about. You can't quantify contemplation. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think that goes to just mind, right? As Nietzsche said, right? Darwin forgot the mind, right? And yeah. And he also wrote that progress of the human species, the very opposite is quite palpably the case. So there's many people who have noticed these issues, but one of the main issues that I'd like to sort of reiterate is this idea that when technology drives the sciences and technology and industry become the sole focus of scientific advancement, right? Then we reach the material civilization, right? And of course, this is a new type of mega machine, a new type of mechatechnics. As we explained, there's biotechnics, there's tool technics, right? And there's mechatechnics, right? In terms of the machine-oriented techniques, right? And of course, there's a great difference between machine-oriented techniques and human-oriented techniques, right? So yeah.
So, like a martial art or something, would that be considered a human-oriented technique?
Sure, yeah. Yeah. And the main human techniques that allowed for technology to proliferate were techniques of organization, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, when it comes down to organization, or the organizations themselves, they're forced to develop their technology because they're reliant on output and surplus of resources that was not there before these organizations existed. And because they're providing this surplus, if they cease to provide this surplus, it essentially means that everyone's survival is threatened because they've got everyone dependent on them. And I don't really think this is a good thing, definitely, because like I was watching something about Native Americans recently, and one of them was saying how they would just take away their land, or what did he say exactly? It was something about basically how gradually the US government made them less self-sufficient and more dependent on them, until eventually the people forgot entirely how to live off the land, and they're just over there begging the government for scraps. Right. And then they said that, the reason they do this is because, basically beggars can't be choosers. And if you begin questioning the systems in place, then he said you go hungry. That's why I say I think everyone's should have some control over the food they eat, like ideally, if people stopped growing grass in their front yard, which they have to cut every couple weeks or whatever, and they grew some, tomato plants or whatever.
Yeah, let me tell you something crazy. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need complex math for pretty much all organization-dependent technology. Like math for almost all of it. Well, no, I'm trying to think of one you don't need complex math for. Like that they created the math for it and stuff. Yeah, it's just more quantification. So, like aqueduct in ancient Rome, I don't think it needed as much math as something like a power plant or something like a computer. Like, the computer, if you want to make the circuit board for a computer, you have to use another computer now to model it and stuff, simulate it. It's the same with robots. It's called kinematics, the way the robot actuators move and their end effectors. You need math for that, lots of math. You need lots of quantification for that. You can't actually make it without even more quantification. So we have way more math and quantification than ever. So, compared to that, that has to be an aspect to it. Yeah. Math maybe is kind of occult. I might have a serious question. Do you think math is occult? Anyone here? But what do you think about math? I came across this weird book recently, and I haven't bought it, but it kind of go into like the occult and like and linear algebra and like a geometric approach to linear algebra and stuff.
Math is like any other subject in regards to the occult. There is an exoteric layer and there's an esoteric layer. And the esoteric layer typically revolves around Kabbalah-based math, like gematria and Tamora and Notarion or Notaricon. Forget how
we wouldn't have this problem if human beings weren't capable of math. Actually, we wouldn't have it. This is my big claim. So basically, math is the root of it. The issue, the capacity for math.
Hey, Buddha, I was wondering if you've heard of synthetic biological intelligence before. It's basically human cells synthesized with AI. Basically, there was a laboratory in Melbourne called Cortical Labs. They basically were putting human and mouse neurons on a CMOS chip, like a CMOS chip.
Yeah, it's called organoid intelligence. Organoid intelligence, yeah.
Because the human body, like the immune system and the brain, all that, the exact nature of it is kind of like itself something that's occult or something that's mysterious, can't be scientifically explained, but it has the capability to self-learn, and do all kinds of complex things. And then, computers are basically a product of, the brilliance of the human being.
And the brain is a lot more, greater than computer circuit, because the human brain is plastic. It's called experience-dependent neuroplasticity. Like, there are people who are missing half of their brain, and they're still fine because the neurons can't compensate for that. They can rewire. It's
interesting that they've even managed to start doing that, to infuse human cells with the AI, with the technology, try to get it to be operating like a human organism, where it can self-learn and it can manage itself. It doesn't need like a data input-output system. It can just function naturally, or somewhat naturally. I think that's something that they're really looking into, like at the very heart of transhumanism. That's something that's like a massive breakthrough for them. They call it SBI, synthetic biological intelligence.
And still, it requires lots of quantification to do that crap. But I got my degree in neuroscience and computer science, believe it or not. And the brain has both analog and digital aspects. The digital comes from, I think it's called Hobbes' principle, or the all or nothing principle, where there's like an action potential, and the brain also has like the analog aspect of the wiring that can reconfigure itself. But the computer, I think itself, is purely digital. Well, there is the von Neumann architecture. It's called von Neumann, but now we're moving towards stuff like, I don't know, neuromorphic technology, and also biocomputing crap, like the organoid intelligence you're talking about. If you look at your body, it's like a symbiotic collective of cells, like a symbiosis. I actually talked about this a lot, but if technology and the organic can achieve symbiosis, kind of like how the mitochondria used to be a free-floating bacteria, then it achieved endosymbiosis with the prokaryotic cell. But because you see fungi and and tree roots, they achieve symbiosis, and they help trees spread across the earth. They help facilitate the exchange of nutrients to the tree roots. You have lots of symbiosis in nature and stuff, lots of symbiosis. I read a book called Biocivilizations. I went into it, and I read other books about it. But the point is, if technology and organic achieve symbiosis, I think that's bad. That's not good. That's really terrible. So this also goes into things like autopoiesis. See what makes life special. From over 10 years ago, or even a few years ago, 90% of your cells have been regenerated, right? And your body creates the very components it integrates back into itself. That's called autopoiesis. Even ecosystems are autopoietic. until you like disrupt their equilibrium, right? So nature itself is like an autopoietic system in many ways, but technology is an allopoiesis. It's an it means other making. Allopoiesis means other making. It's like you have like, I don't know, stuff in a assembly line, and it's going through, and then you're like creating parts that are no longer part of the assembly line. You see what I mean? Autopoiesis means self-making. Allopoiesis means other making. So what I'm trying to get at is, if technology reaches autopoiesis, like let's say it achieves symbiosis with organic life, that's bad.
Yeah, I know that Intel and Samsung, other corporations, they've come up with their own neuromorphic chips. They're trying to come up with a whole new generation of smartphones and smart technology that's going to be able to interface or integrate with the human brain. For supposed enhanced convenience and enhanced capabilities. So you don't have to, stop and type something out with your fingers. You can just do a query in your mind through some sort of interface, and then look up something on the internet, or activate your front door of your house or your car or whatever. They put a lot of money. There's a lot of investment in that new vein of technology. So
I think they did a Black Mirror episode about that.
Yeah, I would say that. Let me see here. I was gonna say something. Is going in a crazy direction. Yeah, most certainly. I was gonna say something. Yeah, it's called Internet of Bodies. I've talked about a lot. I used to work for a company, and Internet of Things. And we're gonna have stuff like brain cloud interfaces. During the 2019 big hoax. Yeah, the hoax of 2019. I'm not gonna say what it is. But they wanted to monopolize data. A lot of companies were being pressured to, migrate their data to the cloud and stuff, because they wanted to monopolize the data. And you see, people like Klaus Schwab and all these elites, they want stuff like a movement from Internet of Things to Internet of Bodies. And this ties into things like biodigital convergence. It's called biodigital convergence. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Yeah, that's the direction we're heading. More loss of human autonomy.
And like you said, DARPA is heavily involved. Like DARPA has the XAI digital twin system, working on smart dust, neuromodulation, mass neuromodulation. DARPA's Avatar project, which links your mind to the digital world through D-wave quantum computers, sentient world simulation, this kind of thing. So it's not just independent companies, corporations working on it. Working in tandem with the government, these state departments.
Yeah, I think that
they get a bunch of money from Trump, and yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna have stuff like smart cities, smart cities, and brain cloud interfaces, and graphene tattoos, stuff like that. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff happening now. I actually read this article from Congress. It was talking about lethal autonomous weapons. I think they have stuff like that. They have stuff like lethal autonomous weapons. They can probably, I don't know, fry your brain or something and make it look like an accident. I don't know.
Yeah. So essentially, we are becoming aliens.
Yeah, we are in a terminal decline. Terminal decline, and my tradition is called Dharma Ending Age. It started around 1600 AD. So yeah, it's a bad decline, very sharp decline, and yeah, I think other people don't like it here. Let me see what else I was gonna say. There's a lot that could be said.
I asked you a question, Avian.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I've been looking in the Tower of Babel And basically, what's being done here is a centralized authority treating the people like they're ants, but they're relying on stigmergy, and the stigmergy would basically be the cuneiform which the central authority was giving to everyone else to read. And of course, during this time period, most people were illiterate, meaning that only the privileged few who were trained in to read the cuneiform, which was basically technology, could actually understand it. And then these people would communicate whatever was on the decrees of the tablets written by the king to their subjects in the city-state, you know. So basically, the stigmergy was the cuneiform. So what would you say the stigmergy is now?
The stigmergy doesn't mean it's like indirect coordination where like agents modify their environments and those modifications guide the future actions of other agents, right? That's what stigmergy means. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's like a pheromone.
Indirect coordination. Isn't that like isn't that kind of like technique? Kind of, it's kind of like technique or something, because it guides the future actions of other agents. Like it's like niche construction. Have you heard of niche construction? I mean, it's like, when you can even bias mutations. Like you see, there are leaf cutter ants. They get the leaves. They go in a single line, and then they feed the fungi in their mounds. And by feeding the fungi the leaves, they're able to get food and other stuff. So they're constructing their niche, and by doing so, they're creating their own habitat. And in a sense, by doing that, you are there's a kind of stigmergy there. And you see, what I'm saying is that by creating our own urban sprawl or urban environment that kind of guides our actions. If your Tower of Babel example could be linked to it semiotically. I mean, you could even link it to that. Maybe Mumford does that a little bit to some extent, I think. So he was talking about ancient Egypt and linking it to the modern technique, or what he calls mega machine, kind of semiotic way and stuff, like a semiotic channeling. You see what I mean? That's what it seems like you're saying. Could you did I answer the question or not really? Because what it seems like you're telling me is that the state, I would argue, is in service of technique. The state is in service of technique now. The imperative of efficiency. I would argue that the state is not even in full control anymore. In some sense, in the sense that they're just in service of the technological growth in some sense.
And even during this time period, it was the same. Because if we look at the ziggurats, their function is basically to serve as a fixed astrological point within the city, so that they have something to align with the stars, so that they can, with precision, tell their subjects when and what to do regarding planning food, building projects, going to war, whatever.
Yeah, that prefigures what we're experiencing now, but I don't think they had stuff like Internet of Bodies or Internet of Things. I don't think they had that. But what you're saying prefigures it, yeah.
One thing that they had the belief that the ziggurat was like this channeling force, or this
monolith.
It channeled the force of the god, and I can't remember the scholar who said this, but this is a recognized scholarly thing, that this is what they believed. So personally, I think that they were doing something more advanced than we fully understand it at this time.
I don't agree that they had advanced technology, but what I would agree with is that the way they interpret signs, and the signs, they map onto objects via interpretation, and there's a chain of signification where the interpretant becomes the new signer, blah blah. But the point I'm making is all cultures are symbolic. They all rely on signs, and that, in a way, can prefigure what we're experiencing now. The way you look at the way signs develop over time and stuff, it culminated in what we're experiencing now. But even if we look at the signs and we see that, the way people interpreted like a centralized authority that they saw as a sign from up above or a sign of God or whatever, it does not necessarily mean they had advanced technology. Because think about it, the technicians in modern time are the new prophets, right? People like, the technicians. And so that's like a perversion of the ancient order in some way. But in a sense, it did kind of develop from those views, but it kind of twisted or became corrupt or something. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, it's like a semiotic channeling and stuff. That's what I would say.
It's not. I would say today we're more advanced, and more importantly, I would say that advanced technology is more distributed than ever before. But in regards to the ziggurats, you can think of it like thousands of years in the future. If someone came along, something like a power grid, they might look at it and say, well, this didn't actually do anything, or this doesn't demonstrate that humans in the past were advanced. If something happened where we lost our history. But the only reason they would be saying that is because, number one, they don't really know how it works, and number two, because it's inactive. But if it was connected to something and they knew that they could turn on a light switch because this power grid powered it, then they would recognize that their first assumptions were wrong. So my point is that when we're looking at these ziggurats today, they're inactive. They're past their prime. So we don't really know what they might have been channeling.
The thing is, sometimes buildings are made like stupas in ancient India, and they hold symbolic significance. They're not necessarily, like powered devices. So, like, how do we know the ziggurats were powered devices? I don't think
here's one thing. The Tower of Babel, which I'm going to say is Borsippa, is vitrified glass, and it was made of mud bricks. So they don't know how it vitrified, but I would think that maybe like if a server farm caught fire, that would burn pretty dang hot. But I don't know. It really is just speculation. But they don't know how it burned at the temperatures they say it did, because the temperatures I read was like 1100 to 1300 degrees Celsius, which I think is about 25 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, the thing though is this would kind of make, I don't want to sound racist, but it would kind of make Europeans, all their intellectuals and royals involved in a big conspiracy, because that means they have like all these like texts they got from that, and I don't think the ancient I don't think the ziggurats were data for servers or data farms. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because you see, you need like large scale coordination from lots of people to do that. You need lots of time to do that. Where is the advanced math? Where's the linear algebra? Where's the like circuit board diagrams on their tablets? Where's the, what I'm trying to say? You see the amount of conspiracy that go into that. It would have to be a very big conspiracy that they're hiding. I don't think so. I don't think it's I think it's more parsimonious to say like, I don't know, Leibniz or all these thinkers throughout time. They just did math and then it continually led to what we're experiencing now, because it does not make sense that ziggurats had big data servers. You know how much goes into like make a data server and stuff. There's a lot of stuff.
I'm just using this as an example. Like all I'm saying is that they believed that they literally housed the essence of their gods, like the god of the city state like Nippur, Enlil, they thought was literally in the ziggurat in Nippur.
Yeah, a lot of cultures did. You know, they also thought ancient trees were so like the ancient Greeks. They thought ancient trees were dwelling places of their gods too, and stuff. You know, some of the, and you know, other cultures thought that gods, you know, like the, you know, the kami of the ancient of the Japanese. You know, they think kami are in like inanimate objects or in the rocks or trees or whatever. And you know, the Greeks had similar views according to their own view. So the idea that, I don't know, a spirit or some, you know, higher, some god or whatever could inhabit like an object or whatever, or a sacred site is not unique to the Babylonians or the Mesopotamians. Yeah, Mesopotamians.
Exactly my point. I think that strengthens my point.
Yeah, and how? Because if it's not exclusive to them, then the idea that they had data servers in the Tower of Babel, it kind of loosens. They kind of
the Tower of Babel is just one instance, right? It came about after Hammurabi's rule, after Sargon, after these two had established this huge Mesopotamian empire. It wasn't global, but it was the largest thing that region had ever seen.
I mean, they had different empires. You had the Achaemenid Empire. You had, you need a global system to even make something like a complete, like semiconductors. Actually, you need. It's not easy as a regional power.
Well, we're applying our modern technology and assuming that they're going to be building the same thing is the problem, and we have no reason to think this. Now they're definitely going to be building something similar, but I don't necessarily think that we would find something like a circuit box exactly like we would find it, and that would discredit what we're saying just because we don't find that.
You said data server, though. How can you?
I use that as an example because I was trying to I was just trying to give an example of Borsippa was said, the ziggurat was said to burn very hot and is vitrified. So I don't know what could have caused that, but if something happened at a data farm, some sort of malfunction, you know, I imagine that would be very hot. So I imagine that it would be something similar, but not quite the same.
Yeah, it would. It's I'm trying to imagine what it could be, though. That's the thing. You know, maybe it was something. I'm not sure, but you know, maybe it's not as incredible as we think, or maybe it was more incredible. I don't know. Like, let me see here.
Well, all I'm doing is I'm taking this evidence that it was burned really hot, and I'm taking the other evidence that the ancients literally believed that the ziggurats housed entities. Okay, and so that makes me think that it's something like a computer channeling the internet, channeling frequencies.
You see, that's the area I have issues with. You see, because a lot of cultures, you know, like let's say you burn a cremate, you know, some cultures where you cremate a holy man, and sometimes, you know, they see crystals, and they thought that housed holy powers. You know, I think even, you know, some other cultures, you know, like they thought that some relics or some, you know, mountain or some building they create, they housed something divine or sacred. But then you're making the jump and saying that by it housing something like sacred or like a, I don't know, a demon or god or whatever, that it's a data server.
This is what they believed. So if we took it seriously and applied it a more modern lens with it, then they would be building technology channeling frequencies beyond their perception.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to necessarily be technology. It could just be
well, the ziggurat is technology because they took exactly what you said. Like the descriptions to build a ziggurat, like Nebuchadnezzar building one, he says he calls upon all the people from all the nearby lands to send as many materials as they can. And it was said that they had literal ovens mass producing millions of bricks to build the ziggurat.
Yeah, they probably had some kind of, technology, but it wasn't like, computers or like, like petroleum based. It was probably, anyway, aqueducts that ancient Rome had, aqueducts, they actually do take a lot of maintenance and they are kind of complex, aqueducts, but they're not like modern sewage systems. But, this kind of stuff prefigures what we're experiencing now. But it's not like they had anything like internet, is what I'm saying. Internet, or like.
Well, it's interesting because
digital stuff.
like many Native Americans and Aboriginals will say that the human vessel and the human mind was basically the internet, and that we could communicate telepathically. This is a widely held belief by many oral traditions around the world.
That's true.
So,
yes, that's true. Yeah, telepathy.
So what I'm saying is that there would be multiple ways to access the internet that are just basically varying degrees of in advancement.
Yeah, the Flower Garland Sutra talks about that stuff. The Flower Garland Sutra stuff kind of gets into it like a multiverse, but it's not. It's not. Yeah, the issue is, I think, I think, the digital, technology. That's when things, got really bizarre and really started getting weird. Like, iPhones, computers, like even I think even the power grids might have some digital technology in them, that you can open, even that's when things got weird. Do you think digital technology exists in the ziggurats or something? That's what I want to know. Digital technology, because even the ancient Greeks, they had a very advanced analog technology. I forgot what it's called. I can look it up again, but it was analog. It wasn't digital.
I don't think so. I don't think they did. But there is a theory that the cuneiform tablets are based off of tablets that are similar to what we have today. That was
Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah.
I don't know how accurate this is. But there is I will say there is the story of the tablets of destiny. And those things seem to function just like a tablet that can literally control the weather and things like that. And the dude, Zu, even takes these tablets and fortifies himself in a mountain that all the gods are afraid to assault, even though they know they need to.
Yeah. Yeah, let me see if I can find that one Greek technology that was like analog and it looked very complex.
The Antikythera.
Yeah, that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't really know how old that is. They say I think it's 2,500 years old, but they found it on a ship that was sunk. So for all we know, it could be older. But for my knowledge, I think that was just used to predict eclipses.
There was another one, I think, that was like Antikythera. I forgot what it was called.
I don't know.
Yeah, got it. Maybe it was. Let me double check.
Well, you guys may be interested in a book by Dr. Joseph P. Farrell. It's called The Philosopher's Stone, Alchemy and the Secret Research for Exotic Matter. And he talks a lot in the book about a lot of the tie-ins between, medieval esotericism, occultism, and, modern physics, chemistry, nuclear physics. Definitely check that book out. He's got some other books sort of in the similar vein of topics as well.
Put his name in the chat.
Yeah.
the point I'm trying to make is as I always do, is that technology is ancient, and it's always been used by the ruling class to basically provide a false sense of security so that they can justify their rulership over everyone else. Because it comes down to they don't want to do work, is what it really comes down to. I don't think the ruling class actually wants to do any hard work, but at the same time, they have all these grandiose ideas about the way they think the world should be that literally requires the work and labor of millions and billions of people to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, but the issue is with the technology complexifying, I think so, because now we're living in a much more massively interconnected network, which leads to stuff like biodiversity decline, even more loss of human autonomy. And I agree with technological determinism. It's called there's like epochs, like you had like the mechanical clock, then you had steam engine. There's a lot we can go into there. Then we had like digital computers and DARPANET, stuff like that. Each time there's a new epoch in the technological development, it leads to more intense problems and loss of human autonomy, stuff like that. So I think human beings, it's hard to say. I think they will always naturally form hierarchies. There's no way to avoid that and stuff. I mean, on average, the ones that didn't, like Minoans, those guys were, they got stomped over and stuff because they were like matriarchal, and they got stomped over by, the Proto-Indo-European Aryans and stuff. So you had like different cultures and groups, but I think in general, hierarchy is unavoidable, and it's I think it's kind of necessary. I mean, not necessary, but I think it's better to have hierarchy personally, because without the hierarchy, you can't really have
So what is your version of hierarchy then? What is your ideal hierarchy?
The farmers, and you had knights or warriors, you had craftsmen, and you had kings and royalty. I mean, that's the way it was for Proto-Indo-European societies, and so even I think Mesopotamians. I think maybe I have to double check. So, but there's like a kind of fourfold or threefold.
There is a hierarchy, but there is no hierarchy based in the domination of other human beings over other human beings. You see, the thing about hierarchy is it needs to end somewhere. There needs to be some point where individuals can go and say, okay, I'm going to do this because this is what I want to do, because I know it's not going to interfere with anyone else's ability to live their lives. And we don't have that. We haven't had that. We have a coercive system that basically says your goal in life is to be a productive member of society. Expectations placed upon you. This is the false hierarchy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think the issue is with the servicing, the technological growth, because even if you live in a village, you have expectations on you. You have to work and till the fields. You have to contribute to your neighbors. You have to be, contributing something to the village. Otherwise, you're just consuming the resources. You're not helping the village. You're not working to survive and other stuff. So expectations. I would say, this is getting into a lot of complicated stuff. Like I think human beings will always dominate each other. Becoming awakening to Buddhahood is rare. It's not something that mankind at large will do and stuff. All sentient beings have Buddha nature, but not all sentient beings are going to awaken to their Buddha nature, achieving Buddhahood. They're going to be dominating. They're going to be aggressive. So you have to plan accordingly. You have to anticipate that. So it's not good to be really idealizing stuff.
This is what this is what Rene Girard, the philosopher, talked about. Like there has to be sacred limits, some kind of spiritual limits to technology. Otherwise, there'll be the mimetic conflict, which will lead to catastrophic violence. In a world of advanced technology, free advanced technology in the hands of everyone.
Yeah, I want to read Gerard. I haven't read any of his books. I just looked briefly at his ideas of scapegoating. It's very interesting and stuff like that. And what you said about the sacred limits are very interesting. I would say that the most realistic or feasible, I think, is just scaling back technology to either like 1400 AD or like before the steam engine, because I think it was after the steam engine that things really started accelerating and getting very bad or something. So just, if possible, we just need to scale back and stuff. So I don't think it's possible, but I do think we should at least attempt it. And it is better. Like relatively speaking, it's better to scale back than to push for more and more growth, because the system creates the very complications it claims it can solve. No one is in full control, and yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah.
Peter Thiel talks a lot about Rene Girard's theories. He talks about human ethics, the development of technology. But Peter Thiel, he's of this position that somehow technology, like human beings, can be connected to God, whoever God is. As long as we can establish that connection, that technology will have some sort of higher sense of agency, like moral or spiritual agency, then essentially there's nothing wrong with transhumanism. There's nothing wrong with techno-utopia. But obviously that's very questionable. You can't really explain the human intelligence and the substance of the human power of knowledge and the power of the mind. Something that's kind of ineffable. Whereas with technology, it's by and large just purely material, metaphysical.
Yeah, I would say that I generally agree with what you're saying. I'm against techno-utopianism. I personally, I know this was kind of controversial to say, but I don't accept human exceptionalism. I do, in a more temporary sense. I think humans are exceptional right now, but I think all sentient beings are, can have Buddha nature, but only human beings can reach Buddhahood. I mean, you're free to believe what you want. I'm just making my views clear, because you never know. Maybe if hypothetically speaking, if mankind were to vanish, you never know. Maybe millions of years from now, some other organism can have symbolic culture. I just hope it's not machines. I don't want machines to.
Well, it's very similar to the Christian tradition with theosis. The whole concept of Buddhahood. It's something that's particular, special to the human species, and not to animals, not to any kind of thing that man can create. It's only theosis or deification is only something that human beings have been given the power to attain to.
How do you know that? Power. I read this book. It's by this one manga artist. His name is Tezuka. He's actually very famous, because he was also pretty intelligent, but he wrote this manga called Tomorrow the Birds. And you never know, like maybe that power that's unique to humans, it won't always be unique to them. Maybe hypothetically, like some other organism online, like I don't know, elephants or I don't know, some raccoons or some corvids or something, they could develop symbolic culture if, like, let's say mankind accidentally wiped itself out or something. I'm just saying that because you see, yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, I think it could happen. Yeah. I mean, why not? I mean,
well, I mean, you've got a lot of the technocrats that, like Klaus Schwab and those kind of technocrats, they pretty much believe, AI is on the way to that, and they want, they want all the religions of the world to unite and basically prepare for that time. They got like a spiritual dimension to this whole agenda. It's not just purely technological or economic. They're getting the religions involved because they believe we're automatically going under the governance of AI. It's going to be superior to us, but not just that. The AI is conducive to something more. The AI is conducive to it's going to evolve to basically into a god or gods, and essentially we have to put away our tradition, our dogmas, have like a one world religion, so that when that time comes, we don't basically we're not left behind in the evolution of things, like perish or whatever. So it gets very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I have an issue with creating machines that could have symbolic culture. I don't think we're close to it though. Maybe DARPA and stuff. Not based on what I see, but maybe DARPA has maybe if they fuse like organic matter into the machine, they could do that. But the point is, it depends on one's traditional belief. I agree that this uniting disparate traditions together in some what would be called I think globalist nightmare, globalist tradition, like you see that happening a lot, especially with some shady occult figures. They go and they take Eastern and Western stuff, put them in a hodgepodge, and then they create some weird, I don't know, eschatology that the elites also seem to subscribe to, with Kabbalistic stuff, with the Kabbalah and stuff like, the first transhumanists in some sense was not the first, but one of the major ones was a rabbi named Vilna Gaon. He talked about how we need to unite the higher transcendent wisdom with the lower scientific stuff, and he thought that would help usher in, the Messianic age, like Ben Yosef Moshiach or some crap like that. And so a lot of Jays are into Kabbalah, and they think by pushing for more and more technological growth, they can bring about their Messiah or something. So they kind of goes to Vilna Gaon. There's a book about that. I could tell you that book if you're interested. Trying to tie Kabbalah into, it's like the intellectual foundation to that crap. But
just put the name of it in the chat. I'll look it up.
Yeah, so so maybe we'll take a little break here.
Cool.
And I appreciate the discussions, and that book by Vilna Gaon, pretty shocking stuff. So also the Gerardian sort of Christianization of Nietzsche, and so on and so forth. So pretty crazy stuff, wild stuff we're living in. I appreciate you guys, and so we'll bring more of Guanan right in a second here after we take this break. And yeah, here's some music for you guys. Yeah, there's a lot of scratchiness coming from your mic, Machine Soul. Yeah.
Sorry. Rolling with the
yeah. But yeah, if you're not talking, make sure you mute up. But yeah. So we'll play some music and we'll get into that stuff. I appreciate you guys. Here's a thing I recorded earlier with Lorp and Buddha talking. So yeah. So I'll play this first and then I'll play a video for you guys. So we'll be back in about 7 minutes, I think, right? So yeah.
Thoughtified, which they're making fun of Scientology and other people with this epsilon shit, but the theory is that like a time traveler went back in time to Red Dead Redemption 2 time and left evidence of the future, because like on that mural it's got like I'll try to find the cabin eventually and share a screenshot, but I'm sure you can look up the mural of the picture from it and go and take a look at it, and it has nuclear weapons, UFOs and stuff. What I'm getting at is that like it does seem like what you said about around the 16th, 17th century, like with what happened with Nuremberg in Germany with that alleged, airspace battle that happened. It does seem strange that, like, I'm going to put it this way, because I was born in a technological time, like, looking at a computer and a cell phone, that's natural to me. I've grown up with them, so to me, they're just a part of my life, part of the technique. But, like, I have to admit, it is strange how people just like accepted technology for like from the point where we literally lived out in the woods and everything we did was based off of nature. I mean, like, except for like your fishing line or the net you made or like a grinding wheel, like your technology was very primitive. You didn't have, even something, as simple as a cart was advanced technology back then, or a bow and arrow before even pistols and, flintlocks and stuff like that came along. I'm just saying, like, how even back then people accepted technology, like, how people claim how the natives acted over, boomsticks and stuff. These are the gods of the weapons. I'm just saying,
Yeah, basically, modern man is remade in the image of the machine. The technique doesn't ask whether it should be applied. Once something can be done efficiently, society treats its application as necessary. So, the point is the state has become the main instrument of technique. Political systems may call themselves capitalist, communist, democratic, or fascist, but technique pushes them toward the same methods of administration, surveillance, production, and control. The state becomes the main instrument of technique, because only centralized power can organize society according to technical efficiency. This produces a deep uniformity beneath ideological differences. Rival regimes may speak different languages, but they express power in the same technical form. And Ellul's view, in my view too, the real issue is not which ideology controls technique, but that every ideology eventually becomes a servant of technique. So yeah, it's just, you can see the pattern here, because you see.
Is that why Indians put down their bows and arrows and tomahawks and started using the boom boom sticks of the white man? I'm sorry.
But the centralized power, they want to organize society according to technical efficiency. So by having our mind connect to the cloud or whatever, they control us even more efficiently, but that destroys our autonomy more. It destroys our freedoms more and stuff.
What up?
What up?
What's my name?
My name is Isaac Frank.
Say Sean P.
Sean P.
That's how we do it, yo. Hey, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sean P.
Sean P.
Act along.
Act along.
The song Royale straight music.
Great music.
Yo. Yeah, we all cool, Paul, anybody can get it. Winchesters, Remingtons, any shot it, I hit it, yo. Dress sloppy, but my rap is dapper. Watch Rosewood go outside and slap a cracker. Yo, various styles and various hot shit. Killed a nigga on the train with Barry Slotnick, Duke. Bottom line, you ain't ready for ruck. With your girl, Duke, I'm ready to fuck. Due to knowledge, I'm ill, especially when the guard swallowing pills. Spaz out on your bitch while she gobble my deals. All my niggas with the drama for real. Rough Dread, Aguilar, body armor and steel. Suave in the field, untouchable. Sean Connor's got killed. Y'all niggas chill for your mama get killed. Yo, what? Untouchable. Sean Connor got killed. Y'all niggas chill for your mama get killed. Yeah.
And we gon' give this all that we got.
Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. All my niggas keep rising to the top.
And we gon' give this all that we got.
Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. All my niggas keep rising to the top. All my
Everyone, welcome to the gangster world of Aguilar, where it's me and my niggas, my bitches, my guns, and my cars. My dogs don't kill, they'll kill these rap stars. I like riding around with a gangster broad. I'm a gangster dog. Go with the shot of y'all, I'm shaking y'all. Wind up in prison, no thanks to y'all. Come back to the block, then I break your balls. Get murked right on the spot so we don't have to brawl. Listen up, Paul, don't fuck with Aguilar. None of these niggas can never see the catalog. I don't give a fuck if it's digital or analog. I flip to any style, Paul, press record. Give me a million, that's how you bless the Lord. Bullshit me, I won't even step to y'all. Consider this shit, this is what I left with y'all. Look at all the hot shit that I kept from y'all.
We gon' give this all that we got.
Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. All my niggas keep rising to the top.
And we gon' give this all that we got.
Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. All my niggas keep rising to the top. All my niggas.
There's music in the air, lots of loving everywhere. Everybody get it right. Everybody get it right. There's smoke all in the air. Everybody wanna share. Niggas is getting high. Niggas is getting high.
I love spitting raps and flows. I love getting stacks of dough. Like I love hitting raps and hoes. I'm in the club with a stash of yo. While you bumping me, guard, acting up in front of company, guard. Got some shit up in the trunk of my car. We can fight right now. You get left in the bar. Bottom line, Duke, fucking you all. Spit 2 gym stars out my mouth, give you a couple of scars.
The flame from rockin' Aguilar and lending your spitly. We come through like this from Brooklyn, my niggas open shitly. My niggas like Blick Street that be reppin' with me. My nigga Ike guys, yo, I call him Ike Italy. It's Agalitly, featuring Sean Pritley. We don't waste no time, we take care of this quickly. For real, my nigga, it's about to get off the Hitley. For Sidley, you know where I'm at, my nigga hit me. They God be with me, through the streets I move swiftly. You want war with a nigga paw, then come and get me.
And we gon' give this all that we got.
Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. All my niggas keep rising to the top.
And we gon' give this all that we got.
Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. All my niggas keep rising to the top. All my niggas.
There's music in the air, lots of loving everywhere. Everybody get it right. Everybody get it right. There's smoke all in the air. Everybody wanna share. Everybody get it high. Everybody get it high. There's music in the air, lots of loving everywhere. Everybody get it right. Everybody get it right. There's smoke all in the air. Everybody wanna share. Niggas is getting high. Niggas is getting high.
by the Greeks was to lead to in the modern world. The tendencies that found expression among the Greeks had to be pushed to the extreme. The undue importance given to rational thought had to grow even greater before men could arrive at rationalism, a specifically modern attitude that consists in not merely ignoring but expressly denying everything of a supra-rational order. But let us not anticipate further, for we shall have to return to these consequences and to trace their development in a later part of this book. In what has been said above, there is one thing that has particular bearing on the point of view with which we are concerned. It is that some of the origins of the modern world may be sought in classical antiquity. The modern world is therefore not altogether wrong in claiming to base itself on the Greco-Latin civilization.
Okay, so there is another yet another insight, right? First of all, there is an insight that technology is driving science, right? This is not altogether clear to people in the 1900s, right? But still, you know, very early on, right? Like Guinan is noticing this type of stuff, right? And also, I guess I'll have to say that it seems like this idea that he's pointing out that the roots of, you know, the modern technological malaise are actually in the ancient world, right? This is also what Mumford noticed, right? That the mega machine is actually something that's as old as the ancient world, right? Ancient civilizations, right? So a state where sort of the technological organization was sort of the whole point of the thing, right? Okay, that type of organization or capacity for organizing, you know, existed in the ancient world, right? Because they were able to organize humans to, you know, complete, you know, incredible feats, right? Of, you know, so apparently, right? So on what level they did that, right? Obviously, any thing like a pyramid or something has to have a corresponding form of organization to go behind it, right? So whether that was human organization or technological capacity, right? So so we're noticing that, you know, ancient civilizations obviously possess this, right? So something about the ideological basis for the great civilizations of the world. Now, one of the things that they seem to prize, right, is obviously mechanical efficiency, but on another end, they seem to prize rational and abstract thought, right? So he's noticing that these are qualities when they start to dominate human society, right? Then it creates the sort of problems that we were referring to earlier, right? That he talks about later in this book, right? Of course, what we were reading earlier is just a later part of the same book, right? Yeah.
And to be a continuation of it. At the same time, it must be remarked that the continuation is rather remote from and unfaithful to the original. For classical antiquity still possessed many things pertaining to the intellectual and spiritual order, to which no equivalent is to be found in the modern world. In any case, the two civilizations mark two quite different degrees in the progressive obscuration of true knowledge. One could indeed conceive of the decadence of the civilization of antiquity leading gradually, and without any breach of continuity, to a state more or less similar to that which we see today. But in fact, this did not occur, and in the meanwhile there intervened another critical period for the West, a period that was at the same time one of those readjustments to which we have already referred. This was the epoch that witnessed the rise and spread of Christianity, which coincided on the one hand with the dispersion of the Jews, and on the other with the last phase of Greco-Latin civilization. We can pass over these events more rapidly despite their importance because they are more generally known than those we have previously spoken of, and also because their coincidence has received more attention, even by historians with the most superficial views. Attention has also frequently been drawn to certain features common to the decadence of the classical world and to the present time. And without wishing to push the parallel too far, it must be recognized that there are in reality striking resemblances. Purely profane philosophy had gained ground. The appearance of skepticism on the one hand, and of Stoic and Epicurean moralism on the other, are sufficient to show to what point intellectuality had declined. At the same time, the ancient sacred doctrines, scarcely understood any longer by anyone, had degenerated through this lack of understanding into paganism in the true sense of the word. That is to say, they had become no more than superstitions, things which, having lost their profound meaning, survived for their own sake as merely outward manifestations. There were attempts to react against this decadence. Hellenism itself strove to acquire new vigor by the help of elements borrowed from those Eastern doctrines with which it was able to come in touch. But such means were no longer adequate. The Greco-Latin civilization had to end, and the readjustment had to come from outside and be realized in a totally different form. It was Christianity that accomplished this transformation. And it may be noted in this connection that the comparison that can be established in certain respects between that time and our own is perhaps one of the factors responsible for the disordered messianism to be met with today. After the troubled period of the barbarian invasions, necessary to complete the destruction of the old order of things, a normal order was re-established for a period of some centuries. This period was that of the Middle Ages, of which the moderns, unable to understand its intellectuality, have so false an idea that it certainly appears to them far more alien and distant than classical antiquity.
Yeah, so now you have the appearance of Christianity, right? Now Christianity, on the one end, he says that there is huge excesses in Greco-Latin civilization. For example, Hellenism, right? So he said the correcting measure had to be brought from outside of that civilization, right? So, Christianity was an attempt to bring in that sort of foreign idea in order to supplant Hellenism, right? Because Hellenism had gone way too far, right? In its decadence, right, is what he's saying. So, in terms of Christianity, obviously, right, ellul points out that the opposite thing also happened, right? Then the Greco-Roman ideals seem to have then went into the Christian message, right? And he thought that was a negative thing, right? That sort of, that the Roman civilization, sort of the decadence of Rome had corrupted certain Christian ideas from the inside out, right? Or to a certain extent, or at least this is what he felt. Or he wrote a book called "The Subversion of Christianity," right? Where obviously he was a Protestant, right? Calvinist, right? Or of sorts, I think. But yeah, Guanan, he's a weird, like, occultist, right? I think he like combined his occultism with like Sufi Islam or something like that. But yeah.
For us, the real Middle Ages extend from the reign of Charlemagne to the opening of the 14th century, at which date a new decadence set in that has continued through various phases and with gathering impetus up to the present time. This date is the real starting point of the modern crisis. It is the beginning of the disruption of Christendom. with which the Western civilization of the Middle Ages was essentially identified. At the same time, it marks the origin of the formation of nations and the end of the feudal system, which was very closely linked with the existence of Christendom. The origin of the modern period must therefore be placed almost 2 centuries further back than is usual with historians. The Renaissance and Reformation were primarily results, made possible only by the preceding decadence. But far from being a readjustment, they marked an even deeper falling off, consummating as they did the definitive rupture with the traditional spirit, the former in the domain of the arts and sciences, and the latter in that of religion itself, although this was the domain in which it might have seemed the most difficult to conceive of such a rupture. As we have said on previous occasions, what is called the Renaissance was in reality not a rebirth, but the death of many things. On the pretext of being a return to the Greco-Latin civilization, it merely took over the most outward part of it.
So I think maybe he has in mind that the Carolingians and the Merovingians, perhaps they brought in all of the Greco-Latin philosophy and expanded upon that, right? And so they were a early starting point for the Renaissance, right? And the Enlightenment philosophy that, you know, so he's saying that it's much earlier. Now, obviously, it's interesting to note that while Guinan puts this whole thing in like the 13th and 14th century, so does Mumford, right? Because they are aligning it with the invention of the mechanical clock. So there's lots of ideas and sort of dates that seem to link up in terms of Guinan and also in terms of ellul, right? And also Mumford, right? So
this was the only part that could be expressed clearly in written texts. And in any case, this incomplete restoration was bound to have a very artificial character, as it meant a re-establishment of forms whose real life had gone out of them centuries before. As for the traditional sciences of the Middle Ages, after a few final manifestations around this time, they disappeared as completely as those of distant civilizations long since destroyed by some cataclysm. And this time nothing was to arise in their place. Henceforth there was only profane philosophy and profane science. In other words, the negation of true intellectuality, the limitation of knowledge to its lowest order, namely the empirical and analytical study of facts divorced from principles, a dispersion in an indefinite multitude of insignificant details, and the accumulation of unfounded and mutually destructive hypotheses, and of fragmentary views leading to nothing other than those practical applications that constitute the sole real superiority of modern civilization. A scarcely enviable superiority, moreover, which by stifling every other preoccupation has given the present civilization the purely material character that makes of it a veritable monstrosity. An altogether extraordinary fact is the rapidity with which medieval civilization was completely forgotten. Already in the 17th century, men had lost all idea of what it had been, and its surviving monuments no longer had any meaning for them, either intellectually or even aesthetically. All this is proof enough of how far the general mentality had changed. We shall not here investigate the factors, and they are certainly complex, that contributed to bringing about a change so radical that it seems difficult to admit that it can have occurred spontaneously without the intervention of some directing will whose exact nature must remain rather enigmatic. In this connection, one may note some very strange circumstances, such as the popularization at a certain moment, under the form of new discoveries, of things that had in reality been known for a very long time, but not generally disclosed, since the disadvantages of so doing ran the risk of outweighing the advantages. It is also improbable that the legend alleging that the Middle Ages were a time of gloom, ignorance, and barbarism could have arisen and become accepted, or that the veritable falsification of history in which the moderns have indulged could have been accomplished in the absence of some preconceived idea. But we shall pursue this question no further, for in whatever manner these processes may have taken place, our main concern for the moment is to make clear their results. A word that rose to honor at the time of the Renaissance and that summarized in advance the whole program of modern civilization is humanism. Men were indeed concerned to reduce everything to purely human proportions, to eliminate every principle of a higher order, and one might say symbolically to turn away from the heavens under pretext of conquering the earth. The Greeks, whose example they claimed to follow, had never gone as far in this direction, even at the time of their greatest intellectual decadence. And with them, utilitarian considerations had at least never claimed the first place, as they were very soon to do with the moderns.
Okay, so remember, I explained this conception of man earlier with three main stages of movement. Right. First is this notion, right, that sort of man is the measure of all things. Okay, and this means that man is sort of microcosm of the macrocosm. So he's sort of in a one-to-one relationship with nature. The second idea is this notion that in order for man to become like God, God had to become like man. Right? So now, right, man is sort of aligning himself, right, with God, right? In a way. So it's not just nature, but God. Right. And then in the third stage, right, you have this idea of Marx, where he says the root of man is man himself. Right now, it's neither nature nor God that helps us understand who we are, but it's our ability to define ourselves. That's the most pivotal concept. Right. So we went from being a mirror reflection of nature, right, to then becoming like God, to then defining ourselves, right? And in each stage, even though man is taking greater bounds in order to understand his capacity, he's sort of diminishing himself in terms of his outward stance, right? Of what he can conquer, right? Right. We were going to conquer and be the divinities of nature. Then we were to transcend nature, and now we are just to transcend man, right? Right. As Nietzsche said, man is a bridge that must be overcome, right? It's like kind of like, it's like humanism led to like, a sort of depreciation of man's possibilities in a way, right? And I think that is a fundamental lesson that is being taught here as well, right? That we're no longer cosmic, right? We're just worldly, right?
Humanism was the first form of what has subsequently become contemporary secularism. And owing to its desire to reduce everything to the measure of man as an end in himself, modern civilization has sunk stage by stage until it has reached the level of the lowest elements in man and aims at little more than satisfying the needs inherent in the material side of his nature, an aim that is in any case quite illusory since it constantly creates more artificial needs than it can satisfy. Will the modern world follow this fatal course right to the end?
Okay, there's a huge conception right there, right? Artificial needs and surrogate activities, right? Huge things, right? That really help us see the psychological effects, right, of this materialism, right?
Or will a new readjustment intervene once more, as it did in the case of the Greco-Latin decadence, before it reaches the bottom of the abyss into which it is being drawn? It would seem that a halt midway is no longer possible since, according to all the indications furnished by the traditional doctrines, we have in fact entered upon the last phase of the Kali Yuga, the darkest period of this dark age, the state of dissolution from which it is impossible to emerge otherwise than by a cataclysm, since it is not a mere readjustment that is necessary at such a stage, but a complete renovation. Disorder and confusion prevail in every domain and have been carried to a point far surpassing all that has been known previously, so that issuing from the West, they now threaten to invade the whole world. We know full well that their triumph can never be other than apparent and transitory, but such are the proportions which it has reached, that it would appear to be the sign of the gravest of all the crises through which mankind has passed in the course.
Okay, so this is a huge insight, right? And one that we've discussed continuously on this show, right? Is that although the system of thought and ideology that threatens, basically all of mankind issued from Western civilization, right? As he said, it now threatens all mankind, right? So it's sort of inconsequential to dwell on obviously you have to dwell on its ideological configuration, and so you have to understand its historical sort of origins, right? But now you have to understand that it's not something that the West is uniquely dealing with, right? It threatens the entire world, right? So yeah. So it's important to understand that, right?
Of its present cycle. Have we not arrived at that terrible age announced in the sacred books of India, when the castes shall be mingled, when even the family shall no longer exist? It is only necessary to look around in order to be convinced that this state is truly that of the world of today, and to see on all sides that profound degeneracy which the gospel terms the abomination of desolation. The gravity of the situation cannot be minimized. It should be envisaged such as it is, without optimism, but also without pessimism. For as we have already said, the end of the old world will be also the beginning of a new one. This gives rise to the question, what is the reason for a period such as the one in which we now live? Indeed.
And so I think he's trying to replace, the idea of progress with the cyclical view, right? But I think this is just as futuristic as the view of progress, right? So I don't know if he understands that, right? But he's looking towards the new epoch, right? So I don't know if he understands that he's actually, with his occult theology, actually prefiguring himself into the futuristic ideal of the humanists, right? So and there's a lot of thinkers today that don't understand stuff like that, right? Like for example, Alexander Dugin and others, right? They're throwing themselves into the same idealism, right? By believing that there's these epochal phases, right? That there's going to be this great change and so on and so forth, right? They're simply reverting to a sort of quasi-futurism, right? In their cyclical view, right? That their think is supplanting the view of progress. I don't think it is, right? They're still holding out for something, right?
However abnormal present conditions may be when considered in themselves, they must nevertheless enter into the general order of things, that order which, according to a Far Eastern formula, is made up of the sum of all disorders. The present age, however painful and troubled it may be, must also, like all the others, have its allotted place in the complete course of human development. And indeed, the very fact of its being predicted by the traditional doctrines is indication enough that this is so. What we have already said regarding the general trend of a cycle of manifestation toward progressive materialization gives a direct explanation of such a state, and shows that what is abnormal and disordered from a particular point of view is nevertheless but the consequence of a law implied in a higher and more extensive point of view. We will add, without dwelling upon the question, that like every change of state, the passage from one cycle to another can take place only in darkness. This is another law of great importance and with numerous applications, but for that very reason, a detailed exposition of it would carry us too far from our subject. Nor is this all. The modern period must necessarily correspond with the development of certain possibilities that have lain within the potentiality of the present cycle ever since its origin. And however low the rank of these possibilities in the hierarchy of the whole, they, like the others, were bound to manifest themselves at their appointed time. In this connection, it might be said that what, according to tradition, characterizes the ultimate phase of a cycle is the realization of all that has been neglected or rejected during the preceding phases, And indeed, this is exactly the case with modern civilization, which lives, as it were, only by that for which previous civilizations had no use. To confirm this fact, it is enough to observe how the genuine and traditional representatives of such of the more ancient civilizations as have endured in the East up to the present appraise Western sciences and their industrial applications. These lower forms of knowledge, so worthless to anyone possessing knowledge of a different and higher order, had nevertheless to be realized, but this could not occur except at a stage where true intellectuality had disappeared.
Okay, so there's this other thing he mentioned, which is the disappearance of true intellectuality with the appearance of the, you know, basically brute physicalism and the material, the materialistic and mechanistic sciences. Right?
Boy, baby.
So yeah, so add that to the pile, of critiques. We've had dozens of them here. I think some of the most foundational critiques of the world technological system, and and of technoliberalism, which are basically its ideological foundations, right? As I said, there's things that liberalism and humanism seem to prize, right? Like democracy, like capitalism, okay, like scientific enterprise, and all these things seem to be dominated by technological progress, right? So that's certainly not what they envisioned when they, wanted to proliferate human freedom through science and liberalism. So the fact that technology is driving liberalism, even though liberalism gave birth to the world technological system. Now, this is a huge, I think, a huge mystery for sociologists, anthropologists, right, politicians, right, and people who still identify with the sort of humanistic impulse, right? Because there's plenty of people that, notice the collective depersonalization, right, of the human, and the sort of the modern sort of technical malaise, right, and the sort of spiritual malaise that is the counterpart to it. But yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. So spiritual malaise and all the problems. Most people here agree that the primary cause of the world's modern issues is technological growth. I just want to hear what people have to say to that. The primary cause. Everything else would be like secondary. I want to hear people's views on that, what they think and stuff. If they want to respond. I think so.
Primary cause for what again exactly?
For most of the major issues we're experiencing, like spiritual malaise, or like lost human autonomy, stuff like that.
Down to, I'm going to cite the Enuma Elish, which in the Enuma Elish, the gods establish dominion over the earth. And this is highlighted in Genesis 1:2-6, where the God of the Bible commands his servants to be fruitful and multiply and establish dominion over the earth and the land creatures and the water creatures and the air creatures. And the reason for this is because whoever this God is, whether it's even real or not, it's not important. It's just used to justify the ruling class's domination over the earth so that they can justify their means of providing resources and surplus to the people they rule over. So this is the source. It is false mythology people believe based in slavery.
See, I think that I see. So you wouldn't like monotheism personally. I would actually kind of agree with that. You don't like monotheism, or I want to hear your opinion on monotheism.
Well, if we take the monotheism as of like Aten and Yahweh, all these are gods who exist within polytheistic pantheons who are attempting to exert themselves as the supreme deity within that pantheon. So, from this perspective, I think monotheism is a bunch of nonsense. But if we look at it from a more pantheistic perspective, then that's what I would lean more towards.
See, yeah, what you were saying, I mean, it sounded like either henotheism or monolatry. That's what it sounded like. Even henotheism is like there's a pantheon of gods, but there's one supreme god. Monolatry is that there are many gods, but one chooses to worship one solely. And so, you know, those are fancy words. I just wanted to say. So does anyone else here have? Would you agree? Yeah, I think you see like a semiotic channeling to this very interesting idea. Does anyone else here think that the primary cause to all these social issues stems from industrial growth, like technological growth, stuff like that, or what do you think? What do you think is the primary cause to spiritual malaise and loss of human autonomy?
I don't know if it would be the primary cause, but like we were talking about earlier with the mechanistic worldview, if you don't believe in anything being spiritual, then of course you're going to have a heavily materialistic, physicalist worldview that only focuses on the brain rather than the mind, and the body rather than soul or spirit. So eventually you end up with, I guess, a lot of the problems we do face today.
Yeah, mechanistic worldview. Yeah, I reject the idea that mind is a mere epiphenomenon of brain activity. Yeah, I think I accept a kind of non-substantialist idealism where there's a kind of non-abiding awareness that is the true nature of mind, and that leads to neither one nor two. It leads to a kind of non-duality. Personally, I think panpsychism is pretty good too. Yeah, I like your answer. Thank you. I guess no one else wants to answer. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, but yeah, I reject mechanistic philosophy like Hobbes and stuff like that. I reject that. And not a mechanist. As if you are quite.
I don't think I have anything to add to what Lone Wolf said. That's pretty much majorly speaking, the substance of the problem. We can argue different spiritual points of view, but there's we more or less already agree on most of those principles. So.
Thank you. I appreciate your response. I agree. Gwyneth's analysis of the decay of society is very good. It's decline. I did read Crisis in the Modern World and some other books. It's an anti-modernist text. That's what I call it. Anti-modernist. Stuff like that. Yep.
I have an answer for you, but it's kind of long, so I can make it part of what I say later, or I can answer you now. You know, I don't want to steal your show. It's still your time.
I can barely hear you, but
You're
I
asking
can.
what's the root of the problem, and I wanna shine a light on something that's.
Let's hear it now.
You can hear him? I can barely hear him.
Yeah, I can hear him. Let's hear it now, Mega Man.
You need more gain first in the mic?
Yes, if you can add more gain, that would be great. Yes.
Yeah, I tried to turn you up too.
How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, much better. Yeah.
Okay, now before I talk, let me put my headphones on.
Yeah. So thank you for the questions, Buddha. Honestly,
Okay, you ready for the answer?
Hell yeah.
Okay. The root of disorder in the human mind lies in fragmentation. Thought dividing experience into opposing parts. What is and what should be, pleasure and fear, me and you, past and future. This division's not only conceptual, becomes psychological reality. The mind lives in contradiction. At the center of this fragmentation is the self-image, constructed of memory, belief, experience, and identification. This me is always trying to preserve, improve, or defend itself. From this center arise desire, fear, comparison, ambition, and avoidance. Each movement pulls perception in a different direction, so the mind is never whole. Conflict emerges because these movements are inherently inconsistent. Desire pulls toward pleasure, fear pulls away from pain. Ideals demand change, reality resists them. Memory defines identity, present experience challenges it. The mind is constantly negotiating between these inner forces, and that negotiation is disorder. Another layer of disorder is psychological time, the constant movement between what was and what will be. Instead of meeting life directly, the mind is always interpreting it through past conditioning or future projection. This creates a gap between reality and perception, and that gap is confusion. So disorder is not something external imposed on the mind. It is the natural outcome of internal division sustained by thought identifying with itself. Thought creates fragmentation and then tries to solve fragmentation using the same movement that created it. Because of this, no system, belief, or method can permanently resolve disorder. They operate within the same fragmented field. They may temporarily organize or suppress conflict, but they do not end its source. The source is this: a mind that does not see itself as a unified movement, but as separate parts struggling with each other. When this structure is observed directly without justification, escape, or alteration, there is the possibility of seeing the whole movement at once. And in that seeing, the basis of conflict begins to lose its continuity because it depends on unconscious fragmentation to sustain itself. So that's my answer, and I have more to say, but that's my answer to your question, because you're looking for a response. And I want to say that where my perspective, the root is more deep than what you're looking at, and I want to show you deeper than at the root that you're looking at, to a deeper root.
It sounded like Mega Man was talking about being and becoming a little bit, or maybe a whole lot, with regards to the fragmentation and forgetting that you are a part of one grand motion, and thinking that you're part of these divided pieces that are competing with each other. This is exactly what becoming is. Forgetting the static nature of existence.
Yeah. Say the everything is a projection, that our perceptions of our own mind, the projectionless is without duration. I don't like saying static, but without duration, and that it's like a signless awareness. That's what I lean towards, but that is kind of non-substantialist idealism or something. But yeah, there's a lot to think about it. So what is the awareness like prior to thinking, or prior to interpretation, prior to it was like a signless awareness, signless awareness. Yeah.
I have something I'd like to read. It won't take long if you guys like to hear it. It's just an introduction from a book by Father Seraphim Rose. He's an modern Orthodox figure. He's got a book called Nihilism, The Root of the Revolution of the Modern Age. I just wanted to read a bit of the introduction. It's very pertinent to what we were talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the introduction is called The Question of Truth. So he says, what is the nihilism in which we have seen the root of the revolution of the modern age? The answer at first thought does not seem difficult. Several obvious examples of it spring immediately to mind. There is Hitler's fantastic program of destruction, the Bolshevik Revolution, the Dadaist attack on art. There's the background from which these movements sprang, most notably represented by several possessed individuals of the late 19th century. Poets like Rimbaud and Baudelaire, revolutionaries like Bakunin and Nechayev, prophets like Nietzsche. There is, on a humbler level among our contemporaries, the vague unrest that leads some to flock to magicians like Hitler, and others to find escape in drugs or false religions, or to perpetrate those senseless crimes that become ever more characteristic of these times. But these represent no more than the spectacular surface of the problem of nihilism. To account even for these, once one probes beneath the surface, is by no means an easy task. But the task we have set for ourselves in this chapter is broader. To understand the nature of the whole movement, of which these phenomena are but extreme examples. To do this, it will be necessary to avoid two great pitfalls lying on either side of the path we have chosen, into one or the other of which most commentators of the nihilist spirit of our age have fallen: apology and diatribe. Anyone aware of these two obvious imperfections and evils of modern civilization that have been the more immediate occasion and cause of the nihilist reaction, though we shall see that these two have been the fruit of an incipient nihilism, cannot but feel a measure of sympathy with some, at least, of the men who have participated in that reaction. Such sympathy may take the form of pity for men who may, from one point of view, be seen as innocent victims of the conditions against which their effort has been directed. Or again, it may be expressed in the common opinion that certain types of nihilist phenomena have actually a positive significance, have a role to play in some new development of history or of man. The latter attitude, again, is itself one of the more obvious fruits of the very nihilism in question here. But the former attitude, at least, is not entirely devoid of truth or justice. For that very reason, however, we must be all the more careful not to give it undue importance. It is all too easy in the atmosphere of intellectual fog that pervades liberal and humanist circles today to allow sympathy for an unfortunate person to pass over into receptivity to his ideas. The nihilist, to be sure, is in some sense sick, and his sickness is a testimony to the sickness of an age whose best as well as worst elements turn to nihilism. But sickness is not cured nor even properly diagnosed by sympathy. In any case, there is no such thing as an entirely innocent victim. The nihilist is all too obviously involved in the very sins and guilt of mankind that have produced the evils of our age. And in taking arms, as do all nihilists, not only against real or imagined abuses or injustices in the social and religious order, but also against order itself and truth that underlies that order, the nihilist takes an active part in the work of Satan, for such it is, that can by no means be explained away by the mythology of the, quote, innocent victim. No one in the last analysis serves Satan against his will. But if apology is far from our intention in these pages, neither is our aim mere diatribe. It is not sufficient, for example, to condemn Nazism or Bolshevism for their barbarism, gangsterism or anti-intellectualism, and the artistic or literary avant-garde for their pessimism or exhibitionism. Nor is it enough to defend the democracies in the name of civilization, progress, or humanism, or for their advocacy of private property or civil liberties. Such arguments, while some of them possess a certain justice, are really quite beside the point. The blows of nihilism strike too deep. Its program is far too radical to be effectively countered by them. Nihilism has error for its root, and error can be conquered only by truth. Most of the criticism of nihilism is not directed to this root at all, and the reason for this, as we shall see, is that nihilism has become in our time so widespread and pervasive, has entered so thoroughly and so deeply into the minds and hearts of all men living today, that there is no longer any front on which it may be fought. And those who think they are fighting it are most often using its own weapons, which they, in effect, turn against themselves. Some will perhaps object, once they have seen the scope of our project, that we have set our net too wide, that we have exaggerated the prevalence of nihilism, or if not, then that the phenomenon is so universal as to defy handling at all. We must admit that our task is an ambitious one, all the more so because of the ambiguity of many nihilist phenomena. And indeed, if we were to attempt a thorough examination of the question, our work would never end. It is possible, however, to set our net wide and still catch the fish we are after, because it is, after all, a single fish and a large one. A complete documentation of nihilist phenomena is out of the question, but an examination of the unique nihilist mentality that underlies them, and of its indisputable effects and its role in contemporary history, is surely possible. There's more to the introduction. I just wanted to read that first bit of it. I thought you guys might want to check that book out. It's called Nihilism, the Root of the Revolution of the Modern Age by Father Seraphim Rose. And it's pretty much an Orthodox Christian perspective on all the stuff we're talking about. And yeah, in that book, he talks about, transhumanism and all, the future direction of the future that we're going in. It's very, very interesting author, Father Seraphim Rose. So.
Yeah, someone else here is deep into Seraphim Rose. Yeah, I do plan to read him in the future. So the nihilism books, I like reading books from different perspectives. Yeah, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, we're familiar with Rose when TML delved into Christ the Eternal Tao, where we compared Rose's interpretation edition of the Tao versus the Crowley edition interpretation.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a very, very interesting contrast.
And like one of his main things that he repeats often is, you know, most of philosophers in the recent times are basically idiots. You know, they're very technical, very technical in their analysis and that sort of thing. But their ultimate presuppositions are all, yeah, pretty much nihilistic. They lack, you know, like a spiritual or metaphysical constitution. Especially Nietzsche. He writes a lot about Nietzsche, his reductionism.
You say nihilistic, you mean moral nihilism, right? Moral nihilism.
Yeah, you could talk about it from the point of view of, you know, liberalism, humanism, you know, that sort of thing. Or you could, you know, go deeper and look at it from a spiritual point of view.
Yeah, I think I'm against moral nihilism. I'm against moral nihilism. Yeah, I'm against moral nihilism. I think I accept a kind of moral realism. Yeah, that's right. And moral nihilism is not good. It leads to Marcus de Sades and stuff like that. And it leads to transgressive people and stuff like that. I mean, it leads to enabling transgression. Yeah. I don't think the physicalist worldview or the scientific worldview is sufficient in deriving a normative ethics or a meta ethics. You know, meta ethics means the study of the justification of the moral claims or whatever, and normative ethics is like trying to, you know, ground, you know, what we ought to do or so, and that gets into like questions of deontology and virtue ethics and some others. Utility. I don't like utilitarianism. I don't like utilitarianism. Like, what was the name of that one utilitarian? I read him. I forgot his name. Yeah, but yeah, I think. Yeah,
Not Stuart Mill.
Yeah, I read Thomas Ligotti. I read these nihilistic writers like Emil Cherian. I read about, you know, those guys are nihilists. I read, and there are a lot of nihilists, philosophers out there. They're growing in popularity, or writers and stuff like that. It just leads to people
Yeah, I
getting
noticed. In like intellectual, like Gen Z sort of realm, Nietzsche is very popular. Nietzsche, it says here in this book, it talks about Nietzsche at one point. Nietzsche proclaimed himself Antichrist. And this other philosopher, Bakunin, says Bakunin found himself on the side of Satan, the eternal rebel, the first freethinker and emancipator of worlds.
Right.
Nietzsche, he begins with a kind of, at least from what I read about, I'm not sure, you know, TML has read more Nietzsche than me. I want to ask him, doesn't Nietzsche begin with a kind of moral nihilism, but then he tries to overcome it with like transvaluation of ideals and stuff like Amor Fati, but he doesn't.
Right.
Am I correct? Like in the sense that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm correct. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, he flip flops a lot.
But, yeah, he's not a systematic philosopher.
Yeah, G.K. Chesterton has some pretty good critiques of Nietzsche as well.
Right.
You know, the Catholic writer. I heard some of the book Orthodoxy by G.K. Chesterton. He wrote 2 books, Orthodoxy and Heretics. And I think some of those critiques are pretty good. So there are valuable critiques against Nietzsche's philosophy. Obviously, we discussed Girard, who sort of Christianized Nietzsche, right? So there's a merger of Christianity with Nietzsche as well, right? That people should understand, right? Because obviously Nietzsche's philosophy did not dethrone Christianity, right? Christianity just sort of absorbed it, right? So that is historically what happened. And it's the same thing with a lot of different philosophies, right? They just simply like weren't really as big as sort of Christianity or Islam, so they were sort of absorbed, right? Because something that has like 1,500 years of philosophical development and a huge tradition, and basically talked about all those ideas, before you were a thought in somebody's mind, right? Is probably going to beat you to the punch, right? So there's that aspect of things. It's hard to supplant ideologies, right? And it's even harder to supplant sort of these religious outlooks, right? So, but they have been transformed, right? And obviously, the transformation is key to understanding, sort of the modern plight. So let's move here to Evola. And you know what? Before I do that, let me actually just play another song here. And I believe I'm. Yeah, I'll be right back. Yeah, blessings.
Well, I'm gonna get off. But it was good talking.
Yeah, thank you, Dom. Yeah, blessings.
Easy.
Brother. Yeah, it's been a swell. Yeah, been a swell time. Yeah, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Dom.
Yeah.
Yeah, agape. Blessings, brother. Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, he says that. I'm not sure what that means, but agape. I think it's something to do with love or something like that. But yeah.
Agape, yeah, it's a Greek word for love.
Yeah. So
I think it's a universal kind of love.
Yeah, it's kind of like universal love. It's like some type of Bob Marley type of stuff, So I can dig it. Blessings. But yeah. All right. So here is a song called Underground Rap Star. So yeah, I don't know if you guys ever heard of Cage. I think Cage might be like one of the top rappers ever. He definitely had a battle back and forth with Eminem. And yeah, some of those verses are pretty intense. Right. But yeah, anyways,
bring it on.
Bring it on.
Every rapper in the house, shut the fuck up. Every rapper in the house, shut the fuck up. Every rapper in the house, shut the fuck up. Don't go against no other man, you gonna get fucked up. And I ain't fucked up now, bluffing the basics. Let stuff in the A6 from that kid, huffing the matrix. I let my brain cells fight it out until the light are out. You ain't even got hands to hold the guns you write about. Ain't got a heater in one cage, need more than 4 fists. I stay putting it down and don't come off this. Call bliss, not need a spray dolo with more letter combinations in my blood decay. Solo, LSD, THC, PCP. The only 3 left on is GED. You know you can't stand the manic, even if you don't get the picture. The point of use, the panoramic, chemical, organic. Leaf is clouding, get your contact cracking in 3 plus 2,000. This is federal hate, the dead of awake. The medical's great. This is the life of an underground rap star. Get lots of brain, but the birds are vain and peck at any man. This is the life of an underground rap star. You spit it, you bit it, ain't even got your car kitted, you get it. This is the life of an underground rap star. Travel on somebody else's dime, they can still pull out the 9. This is the life of an underground rap. This is my brain on drugs, these are the drugs in my brain. I stab this shit out of Clyde, it's like the blood in his dame. After I fucked her insane, Sax pistol got a chest to spray. The fuck you think my identity was born yesterday? Been the Prince Elite since the purple rain was in the street. I parted the projects for that CS silver you see. And the beam on my gun, match the drink in my glass. That's incredible hope, they're on their incredible ass. Liquid kids, Snake Plissken drifting and tear off. Escape New York and come back when the sheesh wear off. Personality pair off, till my skin phrase. Been gone for 10 days, feel like 2, still like blue. The blast Ferrari red, ain't forgiving the hope for giving up, sorry head. Vintage electronic, Atari wet. Labels try to hype you up like you gon' fight Roy. Like that Jeff fucked around and signed the wrong white boy. This is federal hate, the general weight, the medical's great. This is the life of an underground rap star. Get lots of brain, but the birds are vain and peck at any man. This is the life of an underground rap star. You spit it, you bit it, ain't even got your car kitted, you get it. This is the life of an underground rap star. Travel on somebody else's dime, man can still pull out the nine. This is the life of an underground rap star. This is the life of an underground rap star. This is the life of an underground rap star. This is the life of an underground rap star. This is the life of an underground rap star.
Yeah, there's no way these numbers are making any sense here. Yeah, these numbers don't make any sense. So either we're hugely shadow banned or they're consistently fucking with the numbers the entire time I'm doing the live stream. But yeah, it is what it is. I appreciate the people that are watching. It says we have 17 people watching now somehow, even though there's not that many a few minutes ago. So I'm not sure what's going on, but that's the number we started out with for sure. So I'm not really sure what's going on here tonight. But nonetheless, I appreciate everybody for watching. But yeah, we're gonna move forward here to Evola, who is a student of Guanan, right? And this is kind of the last thing we'll look at by him for a while, right? But obviously there's not that much there. They do have a interesting audiobook by him called Ride the Tiger. You usually find that on YouTube. But yeah, I've not like I said, I've not really read that much by Guanan and Evola. Right? I've not really, but I have looked into them, obviously. I've looked into what they're about, looked into traditionalism and all that type of stuff. So obviously I've looked into their philosophy. I read a book by Syed Hussein Nasser, and he's kind of in the tradition of Guanan and Evola, and he's pretty interesting. I think he's pretty nefarious in my mind, right? He's connected to the Muriamia cult, and his son is connected to the alt-right movement. So I don't know. He's a pretty weird dude, for sure. But yeah, anyways, here's this.
And the masses in the cadres proper to a socialist civilization of labor, all these bear witness to the third collapse, in which power tends to pass into the hands of the lowest of the traditional castes, the caste of the beasts of burden and the standardized individuals. The result of this transfer of power was a reduction of horizon and value to the plane of matter, the machine, and the reign of quantity. The prelude to this was the Russian Revolution. Thus, the new ideal became the proletarian ideal of a universal and communist civilization. We may compare the above-mentioned phenomenon of the awakening and gushing forth of elemental subhuman forces within.
So look, look at how he put that, right? The reign of quantity and the machine brought forth this sort of technical civilization that's basically communistic, right? And it's enterprise, right? It has to be because large-scale technologies increasingly centralized, right? And also the technical procedures themselves, right, sort of depersonalize, right? They sort of take away a significant aspect of the decision-making processes, right? So yeah. But yeah, let's hear that again.
Is a reduction of horizon and value to the plane of matter, the machine, and the reign of quantity. The prelude to this was the Russian Revolution. Thus, the new ideal became the proletarian ideal of a universal and communist civilization. We may compare the above-mentioned phenomenon of the awakening and gushing forth of elemental subhuman forces within the structures of the modern world to a person who can no longer endure the tension of the spirit, that of the first caste, and eventually not even the tension of the will as a free force that animates the body, that of the warrior caste, and who thus gives in to the subpersonal forces of the organic system and all of a sudden reacts almost magnetically under the impulse of another life that replaces his own. The ideas and the passions of the demos soon escape men's control and they begin to act as if they had acquired an autonomous and dreadful life of their own. These passions pit nations and collectivities against each other and result in unprecedented conflicts and crises. At the end of the process, once the total collapse has occurred, there awaits an international system under the brutal symbols of the hammer and the sickle.
Still inventing like a caveman? Get expert help at inventing.com. 60,000 square feet invention land factory. Over
Weird, dude. Do you guys notice the weird phrasing within the commercial? Right? It says still inventing like a caveman. And we're listening to Evola revolt against the modern world. It's pretty interesting, right? But yeah, pretty weird that they have a commercial in this like 20-minute video. Like what? Hopefully there's not another one, but
such are the horizons facing the contemporary world. Just as it is only by adhering to free activity that man can truly be free and realize his own self, likewise, by focusing on practical and utilitarian goals, economic achievements, and whatever was once the exclusive domain of the inferior castes, man abdicates, disintegrates, loses his center, and opens himself up to infernal forces of which he is destined to become the unwilling and unconscious instrument. Moreover, contemporary society looks like an organism that has shifted from a human to a subhuman type, in which every activity and reaction is determined by the needs and the dictates of purely physical life. Man's dominating principles are those typical of the material part of traditional hierarchies, gold and work. This is how things are today. These two elements, almost without exception, affect every possibility of existence and give shape to the ideologies and myths that clearly testify to the gravity of the modem perversion of all values. Not only does the quadripartite regression have a sociopolitical scope, but it also invests every domain of civilization. In architecture, the regression is symbolized by the shift from the temple, corresponding to the first caste, as the dominant building, to the fortress and castle, corresponding to the caste of the warriors, to the city-state surrounded by protecting walls, corresponding to the age of the merchants, to the factory, and finally to the rational and dull buildings that are the hives of mass man. The family, which in the origins had a sacred foundation, shifted to an authoritarian model, the patria potestas in a mere juridical sense, then to a bourgeois and conventional one, until it will finally dissolve when the party, the people, and society will supersede it in importance and dignity. The notion of war underwent analogous phases. From the doctrine of the sacred war and of the mors triumphalis, a shift occurred to war waged in the name of the right and of the honor of one's lord, corresponding to the warrior caste. In the third stage, conflicts are brought about by national ambitions that are contingent upon the plans and the interests of a supremacist economy and industry, corresponding to the caste of the merchants. Finally, there arose the communist theory according to which war among nations is just a bourgeois residue, since the only just war is the world revolution of the proletarian class waged against the capitalist and the so-called imperialist world, corresponding to the caste of the serfs. In the aesthetic dimension, a shift occurred from a symbolic, sacred art closely related to the possibilities of predicting future events and magic, corresponding to the first caste, to the predominance of epic art and poems, corresponding to the caste of the warriors. This was followed by a shift to a romantic, conventional, sentimentalist, erotic, and psychological art that is produced for the consumption of the bourgeois class, until finally, new social or socially involved views of art begin to emerge that advocate an art for the use and consumption of the masses. The traditional world knew the superindividual unity characterizing the orders. In the West first came ascetic, monastic orders. These were followed by knightly orders, corresponding to the caste of the warriors, which in turn were followed by the unity sworn to in Masonic lodges, which worked hard to prepare the revolution of the Third Estate and the advent of democracy. Finally, there came the network of revolutionary and activist cadres of the Communist International, corresponding to the last caste, bent on the destruction of the previous socio-political order. It is on the plane of ethics that the process of degradation is particularly visible. While the First Age was characterized by the ideal of spiritual virility, initiation, and an ethics aimed at overcoming all human bonds, and while the Age of the Warriors was characterized by the ideal of heroism, victory, and lordship, as well as by the aristocratic ethics of honor, faithfulness, and chivalry, during the Age of the Merchants the predominant ideals were of pure economics, profit, prosperity, and of science as an instrument of a technical and industrial progress that propels production and new profits in a consumer society. Finally, the advent of the serfs corresponds to the elevation of the slave's principle, work, to the status of a religion. It is the hatred harbored by the slave that sadistically proclaims, if anyone will not work, neither let him eat. 2 Thessalonians chapter 3:10. The slave's self-congratulating stupidity creates sacred incenses with the exhalations of human sweat, hence expressions such as work ennobles man, the religion of work, and work is a social and ethical duty. We have previously learned that the ancient world despised work only because it knew action. The opposition of action to work is an opposition between the spiritual, pure, and free pole, and the material, impure pole impregnated only with human possibilities, was at the basis of that contempt.
All right. So he's kind of talking about this inversion of the caste, right? This whole idea of, economics and, this whole idea of material labor, right? And also this proliferation of art becoming like sort of this mass-produced product that the masses partake in, right? Instead of it belonging to the priestly and warrior classes, right? And of course, all these are significations of decadence.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting that, I mentioned it before, but Clougate and Evola, they have opposite philosophies, kind of, but they both are anti-modernist. And, Evola and Nimrod de Rosario, they don't like the Pelasgians. I can't pronounce that. The Pelasgians, or sorry. Well, Clougate,
Pelasgians.
yeah. It's like there's a, Clougate was soul-oriented, while Evola and Nimrod are spirit-oriented. But I reject both soul and spirit, personally. I just say Buddha nature for me. That's good enough. It's neither soul nor spirit. Yeah. That's just my view. Let me see here.
All right. So, yeah, so thank you so much to Machine Soul for joining the discussion here. I greatly appreciate his time. If he doesn't come back in, thank you so much for your participation. Excellent conversations. So yeah, let me move to this here. We were looking at this last time, so let me play some of this documentary here, which is
Just
really
one quick,
Yeah.
maybe clarification or question is that Machine Soul was reading the excerpt from Rose's book on nihilism, but it sounded like he was making a point of it being like a war of like presuppositions or something, right?
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
I guess I'll just have to reread it. I have it on PDF form. So I guess that would be what my answer would be. Anyways.
Yeah, I think Evola is more onto that level too, because he's saying that there's a certain sort of metaphysical dualism at play. You know, that presupposes this societal sort of divide. Right. And then the loss of this hierarchy is a result of not taking into account that sort of metaphysical dimension, you know. So they've always said that.
And I think Pill Eater would probably bring up Plantinga at some point here.
No, you know, there were a lot of, you know, see, Buddha was close to Nepalese people, but the Kushan Empire did have like the Yusei, and those guys were kind of like whitish. They're kind of close to Northwest Europeans, but the Buddha, but anyone can become a Buddha, so it doesn't matter. Anyone can become a Buddha. I mean, anyone. I mean, you are already a Buddha. You just have to awaken to it. Of course, you have to. That's a lot of work. I'm Mahayana, but I do respect Theravada. Yeah, I don't like historical revisionist stuff that much, but personally, I got
Yeah, and it may sound like, you know, maybe some of the show is anti-European. There's nothing of the sort, right? Those are Evola and Amino and Guanan. They are talking not very swimmingly and lovingly about Western civilization, right? But of course, they're white people, right? So, you know, obviously,
Guanan, it takes a little bit farther than Evola. Evola, has a little bit more complicated views, but Guanan does seem kind of sometimes self-hating. I don't know why. It's kind of weird. It's worth looking into more. I don't know. But
So it is weird irony, right? Even though they're saying that there's a lot of critiques from the East of Western civilization, I don't think that's necessarily true, right? I think that you know, we take it for granted that a lot of these critiques came from within Western civilization, right? I think it's because people like Ellul, people like Guanan, they live in the, like, they understand the ideological, you know, as Red was saying, like, you know, the presuppositions too. You know? It's like there's ideological barriers, right? And of course, materialism is one of those, right? So so they've taken great care to define that. Yeah, blessings, Godheart. And yeah, so okay, so let's move to this documentary, very old documentary, right? And then we'll hear a reading from The Myth of the Machine.
Where I am standing now. All the office entrances and the shops will be at this level too. And in this way, the relatively slow-moving pedestrian will be taken well away from the hazards of intermingling and mixing with the fast-moving vehicle.
So this was one of the projects that you know, Mumford was trying to work on, was to separate the motorways from the residential areas and the shopping areas, right? So that the cars would have their own network and the life of the city would not be sort of revolving around the invention of the automobile, right? Because there's many city plans that were basically changing themselves. And of course, today, largely, right, the city is largely to save space, right? The elevators and the automobiles, right? They've been heavily incorporated into the city. And obviously, the life in the city has drastically changed, right? Obviously, huge amounts of noise pollution and I think just clutter, right? And just walking past the cars making all the noise and next to your businesses. I just think it's interesting that these sort of plans were not incorporated, right? And instead, cities and towns are built around these automobiles, right?
The residential zone, which balances the commercial one, and which will bring a permanent population back to the city, has yet to be started. When the office workers flock back to their suburban, the business centres of our cities become dead. To counteract this and to provide homes on the spot, there will be accommodation for several thousand people on the site. With any luck, you will be able to see its housing, school, theatre and restaurants in use by 1971. The Barbican scheme resolves one small area of a city centre. Let's look at two other schemes proposed as the answer to replanning the whole of two existing capital cities, Berlin and Tokyo. For political reasons, Berlin is not a whole, and its most publicized recent building makes it look as if it never will be. The scheme for Tokyo is so radical and critical that the Japanese government banned the issue of the magazine in which it appeared. But that's just part of the architect and planner's life. What matters is that the ideas are put forward and publicized, for the sooner they are known, the sooner they are applied. An idea for Paris can apply to Sheffield. For the first, Berlin, we have a scheme submitted for the competition of 1958 by Boissevin, Osmond, Johnson Marshall and Buchanan. It is based on the realistic attitude of practical redevelopment of an existing site, of making use of sites as they become available until finally every piece fits into the overall framework. Each new building, as at the Barbican, would have its own piece of pedestrian deck ready to link up with the eventual overall deck. The main ideas for the overall plan are as follows. Within the overall traffic grid, giving one-way continuous flow with no crossing, each municipal unit is self-contained like a medieval township. The level below the pedestrian deck is for traffic circulation and servicing the buildings. In this way, the pedestrian never meets a bus or car unless he wants to get in or out of it. The level below that is for car parking, and the underground system runs below that again. All these levels are connected vertically by one central shaft of lifts and escalators fed by travelators at the lower levels. All services, heating, lighting, water, and so on, are provided centrally by the municipality, cutting out the waste and inefficiency of duplicating these services, supplying and maintaining them all. Each area has its own core of shopping, restaurants, a theatre or cinema, and again, as at Barbican, there will be housing to give continuous life to a predominantly business community. These core areas are linked to each other by pedestrian bridges over the traffic routes, giving a whole city of individual but related communities set around the other famous special areas of government, entertainment, and learning. In this way, there is a highly social human landscape for the inhabitants as they live and work in the city, while the roads, bordered by parkway, have their own landscape, acting as a green belt around each area of building. Tokyo, like London, has grown fantastically, particularly in the 20th century, radiating out along its roads and railways. It was this size in 1880, and this in 1953. It now has a population of 10 million. In the year 2000, it will be 25 million. Traffic problems for 10 million are immense. The problems for 25 on the same outdated traffic structure would be insoluble. Kenzo Tange, a leading Japanese architect, has put forward this extraordinary scheme to solve the problems of moving people between work and home. His solution is a radically simple one. He escapes the suffocation of the existing city by building his new town like a bridge out over the shallow waters of Tokyo Bay. The corresponding industrial areas develop along the existing shore. The form of the new development is like a spine. A series of civic vertebrae make up this spine, each encircled by the multi-level communication system. Off this are ribs of residential areas. This model gives a closer look at 3 of these civic centers. Let's look at the communications first. The outermost road here is for 70-mile-an-hour traffic. Underneath it is another for 30-mile-an-hour traffic with monorail services, and the lowest level here inside is for 5-mile-an-hour traffic. In this way, through traffic, local traffic, and domestic traffic are separately channeled. Each can get on with its own function without impeding the others. A series of frequent interchanges makes a step up or down from one type to another a controlled and easy maneuver. These 3 civic centers contain central entertainment facilities, cinemas, theaters, and shopping, business and commercial enterprises in these offices, and educational facilities here, schools and colleges. These centers are continuous at ground level, making one common pedestrian park, bordered by water around the buildings and below the overhead roadways. The pedestrian is at the lowest level and the road at the top, a reversal of the Berlin scheme. A city with one center, like London or New York, can only build upwards to increase its accommodation. And as you get nearer the center, there are more and more vehicles on less and less road. Kenzo Tange's scheme, being a linear development of interconnected centers, can always add another, with the road to go with it. So Corbusier's ideas of 40 years ago have been taken up and developed by Tange. An idea for Paris can be applied to Tokyo. Tange's scheme for Tokyo anticipates a population of 25 million in the year 2000. The present total world population of 3,000 million is expected to reach 4,000 million by 1980. After food, their major problem will be housing. Since the 1920s, an American engineer, Buckminster Fuller, has been developing a series of houses that could be industrially mass-produced like the motor car. The Wichita house of 1946 used materials so light that it could be delivered by air and assembled anywhere in the world. The whole shell of the house fits into the canister on the left. Each house has its own portable power unit and sewage disposal unit. The interior is arranged in this way: the hall, the living room, 2 bedrooms, with bathroom and kitchen in the center. He next developed a way of putting the house unit under a geodesic dome of steel and plastic. Complete prefabricated domes can be placed by helicopter. Recently, thousands of paperboard geodesic domes were used for emergency housing of flood victims in Puerto Rico. With whole cities under domes, man could add artificial climate to artificial life. Take the whole city into space, and all the inconveniences of topography could be eliminated too. But let's put our feet back on the ground and see what Professor Mumford has to say about the future.
What kind of communities and homes do you hope to see created for tomorrow's living? Bearing in mind not only the possibilities created by new means of getting about, such as motor cars, helicopters, hovercraft, escalators, lifts, and moving walkways, but also the difficulties presented by the muddled state of our cities and towns today.
Well, the muddled state of our towns today isn't anything that we need to worry about if we have sufficient will to change them. The problem of getting through this muddle is an easy one. The will to get through it is another problem. We haven't yet developed sufficient understanding of the possibilities of city life to create the popular desire for a different kind of cities and that people are.
All right. Yeah, maybe we'll just watch the last 5 minutes of this later. But I'll move to this other reading here. Which I believe we were right here. And then after we look at this for maybe 10 minutes, I'm just going to read ellul. And then I'm going to replay a gigantic review I did with Neurojack, which was a huge contributor to my not sleeping last week, right? And so I will cash out on that review we did, because now everybody's sort of not talking about this review anymore. So I'll kind of quietly replay the review of Wilson versus Owen Benjamin, right? Because everybody's done reviewing it, and it was seemed like there was tens of review videos, right? So I mean, obviously we're not in a popularity contest or anything, but you know, before that becomes forgotten history, which it will in possibly less than a month, right? We'll go ahead and replay that.
That's hell of a memory hole.
Oh yeah, and hopefully we don't get you know, actually I won't even say it because it'd be bad luck, but yeah. But I think you guys know. But oh yeah, let's move to this here, and you know, we'll be back with ellul.
In our own time. For he records that, quote, some physicians are for the eyes, others for the head, others for the teeth, others for the belly, and others for internal disorders, end of quote. But note that the difference between the ancient human machine and its more efficiently dehumanized modern rivals in both its method and its underlying purpose. Whatever the actual results of their employment.
So he's saying compare the you know, the ancient human machine, right, the mega machine, with the dehumanized modern, right, mechanization. Right, and of course, you know, what we get to is, right, you know, well, obviously a lot of the stuff that you know, Guanan and Evola were talking about, right? But also you know, there's sort of not a well, yeah, well, obviously a lack of symbolic expression, right? but obviously the technical is like a version of the symbolic, right? But it's like almost like a very pale version of it in terms of religious symbolism, I guess, right? So that it's more abstract but less, you know, I guess you could say you know, like metaphorical in a sense, right? So because I guess what technique deals with is like numbers and stuff that man is pretty much estranged from. Right. Those religious symbols, they incorporate elements from the natural life. Right, but they seem to do so in a way that, you know, sets them apart from everyday existence. So, you know, so this is like, you know, so technique is, it makes things abstract, but it also makes them sort of mundane. Right, and that's the exchange that it has sort of with the symbolic, right? Architecture. And obviously the end result is sort of this pretty much a lack of ability to sort of like, I think like daydream. It's like the invasion of technical symbols into the mind space, and then you know, in terms of psychologically, it's like the total loss of the sacred. So I mean, if we had to investigate, right, again, going back to the main issue, what differs between the ancient human machine, right, and the dehumanized, you know, machine of today, right? And obviously Ellul answers that, right, with this idea of how technique sort of differs from the machine, even though it relates to it, right? So in the same sense, you know, the symbolic relates to the mechanical, right? Anyways.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, the symbolic is instrumentalized for instrumental reason.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, yeah, yeah. So that video from Munford, you know, we don't have walkable cities as much anymore. You know, it's not like a memory-filled community. And you look at the Austrian Alps. You see nice villages. They're full of flowers and walkability. You know, and yeah, but modern mechanized city, it's all organized around cars, offices, efficiency, stuff like that. You know, abstract systems. You know, so it goes like compartmentalization and massification. And but what's weird about the machine is that you can like play a simulation or a video game that is like you know, set back to the more harmonious time, the more sacred time. Like I could go play Harvest Moon, Friends of Mineral Town, or Animal Parade. And that's like going to the Austrian Alps, kind of, you know, going to a more of a local community that treats nature as sacred, and there's a more of a free flowing stuff. So it's in a way, it's like it's weird. Yeah. What's your opinion of that? So it's kind of strange. Yeah. And we can watch videos right now of like a more harmonious society, a more harmonious community, from the demon, the demonic system. Like it's weird.
Yeah, and there's a sense in which Mumford's ideas can be used to build like a smart city. And they may be being used for such projects, right? So yeah, we can almost invert, these things, and of course there's the capacity of people to idealize all sorts of low tech lifestyles, right, within a basically digital dream and whatnot, right? So
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I wonder what that is. But yeah.
All modern machines are conceived as labor-saving devices. They attempt to perform the maximum amount of work with the least immediate expenditure of human effort. Labor-saving had no part in the institution of the earliest machines. Just the contrary, they were labor-using devices, and their inventors had reason to exult over the increased numbers of workers that they could, by efficient design and organization, bring to bear on any given task, provided the job itself were big enough. The total effect of both types of machine was the same. They were designed to perform with efficiency and undeviating exactitude, and with copious power. Tasks that could never be performed by individual tool users, more loosely organized. Both types of machine achieved a hitherto unattainable level of efficiency. But instead of freeing labor, the royal megamachine boasted of imprisoning and enslaving it. If purely humane modes of work, which men would undertake voluntarily to fulfill immediate needs, had prevailed, the colossal achievements of early civilization would probably have remained inconceivable. This must be granted. And it is even possible that the modern non-human machine, powered by extraneous energies, meant to economize labor, might never have been invented, for the mechanical agents had first to be socialized before the machine itself could be fully mechanized. But at the same time, if the collective machine had not been able to utilize forced labor, either by periodic conscription or slavery, the colossal miscarriages, perversions, and wastages that so constantly accompanied the machine might not have taken place. Two, mechanical standards of performance. Let us now examine the human machine in its archetypal form. As so often happens, there was a certain clarity in this first demonstration that was lost when the machine was diffused and worked into the more complex patterns of later societies, mingling with familiar, humbler survivals. And if the megamachine never achieved a higher peak of performance than in the Pyramid Age, this is perhaps not only because of the singular engineering talents that designed and operated these early machines, but also because the myth that held the human parts of the machine together could never again exert such a massive attractive power, unstained as it was until the 6th dynasty by any serious letdowns and failures. Until then, its triumphs were indisputable, its chronic perversities still unexposed. Among all the feats of construction in which the megamachine excelled, the pyramid stands forth as an archetypal model. In its elemental geometric form, in the exquisite accuracy of its measurements, in the organization of the entire workforce, in the sheer mass of construction involved, the final pyramids demonstrate the perfection of the unique properties of this new technical complex. To exhibit the properties of this system, I shall concentrate upon the pyramid alone, in particular the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Egyptian pyramid was conceived as a tomb to hold the embalmed body of the pharaoh and secure his safe passage into the afterlife. The king alone, at first, had the prospect of such godlike extension of his existence. In mummy and pyramid, time symbolically stood still forever. This heavenly destination of the king altered every earthly prospect. But as with the consequence of space today, the common man played no part in it, except to pay the bill in taxes and forced labor. Between the first stone pyramid, built in the step form we find later in Mesoamerica, and the mighty pyramids of Cheops, 4th dynasty, the first and the most enduring of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, lies less than a century and a half, a change comparable in speed to the development of steel frame building construction in our own age. On the ancient timescale for inventions, the most primitive form and the final one, never again to be equaled, were practically contemporary. The swiftness of this development indicates a concentration of physical power and technical imagination. That transformation is all the more striking because the pharaoh's tombs did not stand alone. They were part of a whole city of the dead, a complex structure with buildings that housed the priests who conducted the elaborate rituals deemed necessary to ensure a happy future existence for the departed divinity. The Great Pyramid is one of the most colossal and perfect examples of the engineer's art at any period or in any culture. Even without allowing for the primitive character of the tools available in the 3rd millennium BC, no construction of our own day surpasses this in either technical virtuosity or audacity. And yet this great enterprise was undertaken by a culture that was just emerging from the Stone Age, and was long to continue using stone tools, though copper was available for the chisels and saws that shaped the massive building stones for the new monuments. All the operations were performed by hand. National conscription, if not serfdom or slavery, was an essential part of the system, essential as a source of sufficient energy. Even the priesthood, Ehrman tells us, was not absolved from forced labor. The actual operations were performed by specialized handicraft workers, aided by an army of unskilled or semi-skilled laborers, drafted at quarterly intervals from agriculture. The whole job was done with no other mechanical aids than 2 simple machines of classic mechanics, the inclined plane and the lever, for as yet neither wheel nor pulley nor screw had been invented. We know from graphic representations that large stones were hauled on sledges by battalions of men across the desert sands. But note, the single stone slab that covers the inner chamber of the Great Pyramid, where the pharaoh lay, weighted 50 tons. An architect today would think twice before calling for such a mechanical exploit. Now the Great Pyramid is more than a formidable mountain of stone, 755 feet square at the base, rising to a height of 481.5 feet. It is a structure with a complex interior, consisting of a series of passages at different levels that lead into the final burial chamber. Yet every part of it was built with the kind of precision that, as Breasted properly emphasized, belongs to the watchmaker's art rather than that of a modern bridge builder or skyscraper constructor. Blocks of stone were set together with seams of considerable length, showing joints of 1/10,000th of an inch, while the dimensions of the sides at the base differ by only 7.9 inches, in a structure that covers acres. In short, fine measurements, undeviating mechanical precision, and flawless perfection are no monopolies of the present age. The pharaonic social organization had leaped ahead 5,000 years to create the first large-scale power machine, a machine whose total output was from 25,000 to 100,000 manpower, at the very minimum, the equivalent of 2,500 horsepower. Obviously, no ordinary human hands, no ordinary human effort, no ordinary kind of human collaboration, such as was available in the building of village huts and the planting of fields, could have mustered this superhuman force, or have achieved this almost supernatural result. Only a divine king could demand such a massive act of the collective human will and effect such a large-scale material transformation. Was it possible to accomplish such massive engineering feats without the aid of a machine? Emphatically not. Only a complex power machine could fabricate these immense constructions.
So interesting idea, right? That the corresponding human force of organization, right, and also the symbolic capacity that's necessary in order to organize the corresponding human organization, right? And basically, that dictates that there is technical activities in play, right? So much so that they constitute basically, as he said, something that leaps years and years and years ahead of its time to construct a sort of something of a great big machine, right? Turning into human society and the symbolic capacity of humans, ordered goals that, can organize human will and human skill into a monolithic enterprise of basically meteoric proportions. But that goes to say that, is that there's a machine there in ancient Egypt that built the pyramids, right? Whether you think it's an actual machine, right, or it's a machine made of humans, right? It's a machine, right? Meaning that it is a giant structure composed of many parts that accomplishes a single goal, right? And so on and so forth. And of course, the entire necropolis is part of an entire enterprise that matches, both symbolic complexity and technical advancement, right? Okay, so obviously these ideas of, that talk about human organization and, our technical capacity, right, hugely influenced ellul, right? And probably his word techniques is coming from the word technics, right? Of Mumford. So, anyways, let's take a look at this. Ellul, he says, traditional societies were centered upon human needs and instincts. Right. For example, in family, clan, Sagnori, modern societies, on the other hand, are centered on technical necessity and derivatively, of course, on the human adherence. Man in modern societies is not situated in relation to other men, but in relation to technique.
For this reason, the sociological structure of these societies is completely altered. There is no longer any question of autonomous collectivities or groups with specific values and orientations. Modern collectivities and groups have no existence beyond technique. They are representative of the major tendency of our time. And here is a key idea in the in the transition from individualist to collectivist society. And I sort of talked about this in the introduction, right? There's a huge dialectic in our time between individualism and collectivism, which I'll go on to explain next time too. Sort of 7 or 8 people joined the panel right when I started, and which I was sort of thinking to not drop the link. I'll next time sort of hold off on the link, but Tuesday, we sort of start with the link, but I'm talking about Wednesday, right? Wednesday, I'll sort of hold off on the link. I'll invite like Reddington and Buddha, and I'll sort of go off on a expansion of those ideas. So, but yeah, the transition from individualist to collectivist society, there are then 2 stages of evolution, both of which are favorable to technique, not 2 different attitudes of society towards technique. Comparably, it is clear that collectivist society cannot be established or even conceived of except as growing out of extreme technical development. This might not be true in a communal society, although the communities that exist today are markedly dependent on technique. But we do not seem to be moving in the direction of such societies. Hence, we must conclude that our social structures, viewed in any light whatsoever, are unanimously favorable to technique and could hardly act as a check upon it. Only the state remains then as a possible break upon technique. But we have already seen that the state has abdicated this function, renouncing its directive role in favor of technique. Indeed, since the 19th century, every social element which traditionally acted as a restraint on innovating forces has been overthrown as far as technique is concerned. Inverted might be a better term. The factors which formerly acted as hindrances have today become powerful auxiliaries to technique. We have only to reflect on public opinion and the expansion of the economy to realize this. Technique, therefore, encounters no possible obstacles or checks to its progress. It can advance as it will, since it encounters no limiting factors other than its own powers, which seem unlimited and inexhaustible. A technique without limits is not in itself disquieting. If we look at our technical society without our idealist spectacles, what seems most disquieting is that the character of technique renders it independent of man himself. We do not mean by this that the machine tends to replace the human being. That fact is already well known. The important thing is that man, practically speaking, no longer possesses any means of bringing action to bear upon technique. He is unable to limit it, even to orient it. I am well acquainted with the claims of those who think that society has technique under firm control because man is always inventing it anew. I know too of the hopes of those who are always prescribing remedies for this sorcerer's apprentice, whom they feel free to invoke without discernment. But these claims and hopes are mere words. The reality is that man no longer has any means with which to subjugate technique, which is not an intellectual or even, as some would have it, a spiritual phenomenon. It is above all a sociological phenomenon. And in order to cure or to change it, one would have to oppose to it checks and barriers of a sociological character. By such means alone, man might possibly bring action to bear upon it. But everything of a sociological character has had its character changed by technique. There is therefore nothing of a sociological character available to restrain technique because everything in society is its servant. Technique is essentially independent of the human being who finds himself naked and disarmed before it. Modern man divines that there is only one reasonable way out: to submit and take what profit he can from what technique otherwise so richly bestows upon him. If he is of a mind to oppose it, he finds himself really alone. It has been said that modern man surrounded by techniques is in the same situation as prehistoric man in the midst of nature. That's a pretty important point, right? And I think it goes to sort of this obviously it goes to sort of like a neo-primitivism of the concrete jungle, right? And how man has reverted to a sort of neo-primitivism because there is lack of a spiritual element. There's the brute physicalism has been imposed on him, right? So he reverts to his animal instincts. Right? We see that with a lot of people. So he's the same situation as prehistoric man in the midst of nature. Right, that is a keen insight, right? Because most people are sort of grabbing this or that technological application as if they would sort of use the various parts of a jungle to survive, right? So it's sort of a game of survival, right? But with but with technical application, right?
Let's say the brain. Let's just give this example. And you have vision. You need a circuit that's firing. It needs to do that well. Like there's something called Broca's aphasia, or maybe it's Wernicke's aphasia. One of those deals with speech comprehension. The other one with speaking. If you have that aphasia, it's like a specific area of your part of your brain, and Wernicke's or Broca's area. You can look it up. And it leads to speech or learning comprehension. So I would say the way technique differs in a more instrumental sense is it has a kind of predetermined end that the technique itself in the social context, the social milieu brings about. The ends become the means. It's about maximizing efficiency. But the brain, though, the wiring around Broca's or Wernicke's area, it has a kind of more fluid intelligence or something. You see what I'm trying to say? How would you describe the differences between those two? What I'm trying to describe. So, or am I not clear?
Um, are you trying to say there's different ways in which we get information or learn things, or technique is part of a different system, or
Yeah, I'm saying that the way the what am I saying? Yeah. Let me see. I need to think more. The way the information, I want to say information, but the way channeling of semiotic content in the body or brain works differently than the way one is society channels for in service of technique of maximizing efficiency. One of them has more of a a rigid quality. The other one has more of a creative and tree-like aspect to it, or something. Am I making sense? Let me see if I can write it down better.
yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. It's like it's like a different way of filtering the information, and so on and so forth. And I think he's trying to say here that sort of that if man was going to oppose technique, it would be on a sociological level. But that's the level that's sort of most taken away, and then he interprets things through his environment, but the environment has been replaced, so on and so forth. So he says that it cannot be carried very far away, even though it is exact as a metaphor can be. Both environments give life, right? But both place him in utter peril. What the hell? Okay, so Red's gone, but Neurojack is here. What a weird.
I
So I don't
guess
know if
we're trading places over here.
I don't know if Red fell out there, or if he's gone. Oh yeah, he said easy. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
So
that's
good
not.
night to Red. Yeah. Thank you for joining. But yeah, we're just ending up the show here. But yeah, I'm kind of like on a last little sentence here.
Yeah, I figure my timing is bad, but I was just super busy. But yeah, but I was
no, it's fine.
I didn't know if it was gonna like open up into a panel. Like last time I was looking in, there was like a bunch of people, and then everybody disappeared. So I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, I want to replay that Owen Benjamin thing that we did. So that's before that gets too old and stale. So
Which one?
The review we did. So yeah,
yeah.
but anyways, it says both environments give life, but both place him in utter peril. Both represent terrifying powers. Worlds in which man is a participant, but which are closed against him. In the joy of conquest, he has not perceived that what he has created takes from him the possibility of being himself. He is like a rich man of many possessions who finds himself a non-entity in his own household. The state, man's last protector, has made common cause with alien powers. Yeah, so yeah. So I'll read that part again next time. Because I think it's like it's pretty like I think this is page 306 and 307 from Technological Society. It's pretty from the Wilkinson
translation is pretty dark stuff, honestly. Pretty spooky stuff, right? That the state is the thing that man looks to for protection from nature, right? From, and of course, the natural environment has been replaced, and the state has made common cause with the new sort of replacement for the natural environment, which is even more depersonalizing, right, than nature itself. But yeah, let me read that part again. He
That's
said, he has not perceived that what he has created takes from him the possibility of being himself. Yeah, sorry. Was somebody going to say something?
Yeah, you can finish and sorry.
Oh yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Or is it, I was going to talk about, let me see here. Organic pathways of meaning, kind of like how I was talking about, depending on damage to like Wernicke's or Broca's area, person can lose fluent speech, or they can lose speech comprehension. It's like there's a bridge between thought and expression, but the technique, as ellul discusses it, is a social pathway that channels whole societies toward efficiency, calculation, and control. Right. So, there seems to be a channeling in both of them. Though a channel, channeling through both. The technique of nature. Do you think the technique or the organic pathway of nature is qualitatively different than the technique of the social pathway of society that we're living in? Like there's a kind of qualitative difference. I mean, how do you see it? Just see it.
Well, I think nature, obviously it's not as ordered, right? So nature has more spontaneity in how it organizes information, right? But in sort of this uneven way in which it organizes information, it gives a plethora of ends, right? So it simplifies means to a plethora of ends, right? Whereas I believe technique, is a complexification of means to a particular end, right? So technique is inherently utilitarian, right? Whereas nature's technique, if you will,
Yeah,
sort of maximizes. Yeah, it maximizes and
there's a fancy word for it. And multivalent. I would say nature is multivalent. Yeah, that's right. Technique is univalent. Yeah, one function, one measurable purpose, one efficient outcome is univalent. Yeah. Nature is multivalent. Makes sense. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. There's technique then. And then technique is still like a part of nature, but it's limiting nature. It's kind of like, yeah.
Well, I think it's an extension of human society that replaces nature, whereas human society, sort of parasitizes on nature. Technique parasitizes on human society and replaces nature. So that's why, when man tries to, like as he said, right, man is reduced to like an animal in a natural environment in relation to technique, right?
Yeah, I appreciate the response. That was a very lucid response to the deep topic.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We're gonna continue on this road for multiple streams for sure. But I think there's something like that in the introduction that's
The
written by
man
the
in
other.
Neural Jacks, the avatar looks like a man I can trust.
Right.
Yeah, so that's the intent is to put everybody at ease with this picture, soothe everybody.
Yeah.
The silence afterward.
Yeah, but I made this earlier, you know. I made this when I started the show, right? So technology is creating processes external to ourselves and framing of goals and the complexification of means. Then I reverse that, you know, with the the complexification of means to a particular end. It reverses the simplification of means to a plethora of ends. So on and so forth. Say, uh, yeah, and the means are also the mediation. Right, more means, more mediation. You know, any you know process that increases in arbitration, you know, loses in accuracy, you know. Sorry.
Arbitrate yourself, fool.
Yeah, arbitration, complexification. That's how we get. That's how you get caught up. Pimp.
Arbitrate thyself before thy wrecketh thyself, right? Is that the one?
Exactly.
Or if thou wrecketh thyself, it most likely will be through arbitration.
Yeah, thou shalt arbitrate where thou hast no control.
Where's the DK accent when you need it?
Yeah.
Don't you tell me not to arbitrate myself now.
Pointless nothing.
Whisper not pointless nothings into my ear. Yeah, I'm feeling very joker pilled after that stream today. And then after listening to this one off and on, it was very it's kind of weird how like the Rene Guénon and all this stuff like keeps circling back into the same topics like outside of what we're talking about.
Right. Yeah, but that dude really laid out a lot of this, you know, from the mechanistic thing, the mechanistic worldview to, the being versus becoming stuff to the whole idea of the sort of collective devolution and his response to the myth of progress and obviously how the scientific worldview played its role in that. So, and he was not the only one, obviously. Right? There was huge critiques from tons of people. Right? Whether they were sort of occultists or, philosophers or, different types of thinkers. Right? You had obviously tons of people who were like, sort of like religious rebels, sort of pious rebels throughout history.
Pious Rebels is a good title.
Yeah, I mean, it's like historically it was a thing, right? Now it's like degeneracy is rebellion because it's like that's a thing from the French Revolution, right? But they never had that before.
Them Sabbath, them daggone Sabbateans done took over through the Jacobeans.
Oh yeah, the Jacobeans.
Well, it's like that song we watched earlier. It's time for guillotines.
Oh no.
It's a song, everybody. It's a song by Trevor Moore, which I had to go edit out of my stream because that's the only thing. Like they did block my video for that. Isn't that weird? Like they made me block out the whole 10 minutes of reviewing that one thing.
Yeah. If you'd like to give the world any message, there's not that many people watching this stream. If you want to tell the few people that are here what you'd whatever you want to say, go ahead and hop up here and tell us what you think. We're about to get up out of here.
Yeah. Well, talking to me, right?
Oh no. I'm talking to the people that are in the chat. I'm not the people on the stage, Mega Man.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, you have
Well, just to let you know, I've got some stuff to say. Is there going to be
cool,
time
man.
for that?
Oh yeah, of course, man. Yeah, just
Just let me know when it's my turn. I'm waiting. Just let me know.
Yeah, just so you know, whenever you like to interject, just interject whenever here. You're all good.
I know that. Thank you, but basically, like my response to everything, I put it into all at once into like a sort of presentation.
Awesome.
I'm gonna show my screen and then talk.
Awesome.
So my responses are all coming at all at one time. So that's why I've been listening and then I have a response. But it's not. Anyways, that's my responses all at once. So just let me know when.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Mega Man.
Right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We also have this guy. I believe we know him. Hey, what's going on, man? Blessings. Welcome back. Yeah, Mega Man's gonna give a presentation, and then we're gonna hear from God knows shortly. The homie calling back in.
Question: how can I share a just one
You
window?
got to hit that little see how down there there's like a microphone, then a camera, then there's like a box with a plus sign.
Yeah.
Right. So hit the box with the plus sign, and there should be an option that says share screen, and then as long as the screen is in your like a tab, right? You could share your entire screen, but you could also just share a tab.
That's it lets me do that after I click share screen.
Yeah.
Okay, window or screen. That's window.
Yeah, you see that, right? Yeah, man. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, make sure you don't have any sensitive info or on the screen. But yeah.
Yeah, it's just one file that I'm showing. So.
Oh, okay. Is this it? Great. So yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, cool, man. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you so much, Mega Man. Yeah, go ahead. Proceed.
Thank you. Appreciate the time and everything.
Yeah, of course, man.
So I want to look at all the stuff that we're talking about is fine, but what I want to look at is something that I consider to be closer to reality. In other words, I don't need any of that stuff. Not to be disrespectful, I don't need any of that stuff. If I could see from a better point of view, maybe I wouldn't need all that stuff, and I could simplify all that stuff down to something more simple and not have to be like talking endlessly on that stuff. You understand what I'm saying? So there's a way to simplify it, and that's what I like to do, simplify it. Otherwise, I don't want to see. Buddha said, it's going to take 1,000,000 years for us to go through all this stuff, and I don't want to wait 1,000,000 years, so I want to simplify it right now. So that's what I'm here for.
Awesome. Yeah, cool.
So my question for you all is, why are each of us here tonight? What are your reasons and your intentions for being here? Are we here tonight to point each other toward truth so the mind can be freed? Or are we here for personal gain, comfort, or pleasure? Because that's very important. Our reasons can distort our perception. That's the very first thing. So if I have a goal, already I'm setting myself for a distorted perception. If I have a goal, other than seeing clearly, right? So I mean, that's not really a goal. That's just, I consider that is just living. It's just, but if I have a goal, if I have personal gain, if I have comfort or pleasure mixed in with my perception, that I'm not going to see what's real, but it's all happening so fast, and it's happening in a subtle way. It'll feel like it's real. What I see will feel like it's real, but it's not, because there are illusions at play. So I'm going along and I feel as though it's real, but because I have these motives, I'm not seeing what's real. Can I accept that? Can I accept that I have such a sense of certainty, over everything? It's this way, it's that way, all beings are this way. Can I accept that, maybe I don't see what's real? Because if I don't see what's real, why am I going on and on doing this analysis on a distorted picture? I can't even see what's happening. So how can I interpret and analyze what's happening if I can't even see what's happening? Because my interpretation has now become more important to me than the actual thing that I'm supposed to be looking at. Now that I have motives, and the motives are personal gain, comfort or pleasure. They happen. They're more so than what you just think on the surface level of your conscious awareness. We have deep motives that we don't look at, that they're deep down, they're buried, and if they make us look bad, if those motives make us look bad, if they make me look selfish, I'm not going to want to look at that. I'm not going to want to face that, because the image I have of myself is that I'm not selfish. I'm a good person. I have Buddha nature. And then whoops, 2 seconds later, I flip a switch and now I'm Skull Crusher. So if I was really Buddha nature, how did that happen, right? I wasn't really Buddha nature. I was imagining what it might be like, to be Buddha nature. And then I was telling myself, oh, I'm Buddha nature. That's absurd. I'm not Buddha nature. I'm not able to even see what's going on inside myself. So that's the problem. I can't see what's going on. I can't see what's real because I can't see past what's going on inside my own self. So my only goal here is absolute clarity for myself and for everyone, which, like I said, I don't consider that a goal. That's my responsibility. That's me living. That's just me being myself and seeing that that's what's necessary and required to live, to be truly alive. It's required that I have absolute clarity for myself, and so I want that for myself, and then if I can get that, if I can have that for myself, then I can maybe share that with others, and hopefully that's my goal, is to spread clarity, not to spread knowledge. And there's a big difference. I'm going to show you. So my question, I just kind of went into that. Can there be any goal pursued without sacrificing clarity? Or does the pursuit of an outcome inevitably distort perception of what is? So freedom of the mind must come first. I'm convinced that I can see what's real, but I can't, and I don't want to admit it. So why am I speculating and doing all this analysis when I don't want to admit that I can't see what's real? And that's a problem. That's confusion. I have confusion, and I'm not looking at it. I'm not addressing it. I'm not dealing with it. I'm just making a bunch of conclusions to escape from the confusion. I don't know what's going on. I don't know who I am. I don't know what happened aeons ago and all this stuff. I don't know. But I tell myself I know, and that I can know all these things to escape from my confusion, which is what's actually happening right now, which is the truth. The truth is what's happening right now. It's the state that I'm in right now. And the question is, can I see the whole picture of the state that I'm in right now? And unfortunately, the answer is no, I can't. I can't see the whole state of what that I'm in right now, and that stops me from seeing what's real. So that's a big difference than what I'm hearing from a lot of people, which is, I can see what's real. This is what's happening. I think this, I think that, my opinion this, my opinion that. But we're not addressing what's actually happening right now. That all that stuff is to me, in my mind, it's a leap and it's like a leap and a jump and a journey away from the truth, which is the state we're in right now. And the state we're in right now is what's going to change our circumstances in the future. Not more knowledge, not more repeating to each other the same stuff over and over that we like to hear and like to say. That's not going to change the way things are. What changes the way things are is the quality of our perception. So if the quality of our perception is low, and we look around and the world is a chaotic shithole, then I propose that if we can increase the quality of our perception, that will, by itself, on its own, make the world a nicer place to live in, a better place, more integrity, and so on, less wickedness and corruption and so on, less of it. In other words, go in the right direction, because more knowledge, passing around more and more knowledge, secondhand knowledge. Oh, so-and-so said this. So-and-so wrote this. Okay, I heard this in a stream, and on that stream, they were quoting somebody else on their stream, who was quoting somebody else on their stream, and we don't know the intentions of the original person, and so on, and you can't transmit the understanding that we all need. You cannot transmit it in the way that we're all trying to do it. You understand what I'm saying? So we're all trying to sort of kid ourselves. We're trying to do something that can't be done in the way we're doing it. And until we see that that's a limitation that we're up against, we need to, so in other words, we need to see the futility in the way we're acting in order to change directions. And we don't see it yet. So that's, like I said, that's why I'm here. Accept as true only what you can directly observe and understand for yourself, not merely what is repeated, believed, or accepted by others. So, I can count the number of things I know, on one hand. What I hear all day long is, I know this, I know that, I know this, I know that, I know this, I know that. And I'm thinking to myself, well, gee, maybe I'm having more self-honesty, but, I can count the number of things I know for sure. There's not that many. There's not that many things that I really know for sure. Okay. So I'm seeing that humility is a real requirement. We need to look at that. We need to look at humility and ask ourselves, are we being humble enough to admit that unless we can see it directly for ourselves and understand for ourselves, it doesn't mean anything. It has no value at all. So why am I going to fill my mind with all this secondhand information that may or may not have any value at all? I mean, am I looking at so when I'm accepting things into my mind and saying, okay, I'll take that. Am I really checking it in the way that I'm saying? Am I really checking it to make sure that it's true? Am I checking it to make sure that I understand for myself? Or am I just like one of my friends said over here, am I just jumping on a bandwagon? Because sometimes the bandwagon's easy to see, and then other times it's like it's not easy to see. It's like a subtle thing. So and that's the importance of seeing the whole picture of what's going on inside of us, because there can't be any. If there's any hidden activity going on in our minds, then we might as well just stop blaming our problems on everything else and everyone else. And the world's this, world's that. This piece, this group is this group's that. We're not even doing our own part right yet. We don't have a right yet to say anything or complain about anything yet, because we're not fulfilling our responsibility to see clearly for ourselves and understand for ourselves. And we're not taking care on what we accept in our mind. We're just taking it. We're not saying no. I mean, for me, it's like all day long, it's like I'm saying no. And then once in a while, I'll see something and I'll say, you know what? Yeah, that's true. I see that. I understand that. And that's an insight. And that's useful, and that's what I'm looking for. But are all of us doing that? Are all of us able to tell a real insight that came from directly observing for myself, and something that such and such person said? They've got all these subscribers. Oh, they must know what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? There's a big difference. And if I have in my mind, if I have a mixture of both, because usually it's like a mixture. Okay, I know some things, but then I've got other things in there that are wrong. Oh, okay, well, what happens if you take all this trouble and time and you make yourself a delicious dinner, and then you don't wash the plate, You just throw it on the plate and it's a dirty plate from yesterday. What's going to happen? You're not going to want to eat it. It's going to be disgusting. It's no longer pure. It's no longer beautiful. It's no longer true. It's now corrupted with the false that I've wrongly accepted as true. So I'm looking at my responsibility on what I allow in my mind. I'm not coming up with all these conclusions on life. What I'm doing is looking at my responsibility to keep my mind clear. And what I'm seeing is that it's not easy to keep my mind clear, and that most people don't have a clear mind. And I'll show you why it's not that difficult to see. It's very difficult to have a clear mind, okay? It's not that difficult to see when someone does not have a clear mind, because there are signs. There are signs that can be easily seen and talked about and looked at that are real. And if we look at those signs and we look at those reactions in ourselves and in each other, rather than trying to accumulate more knowledge, then what we can do is sharpen our perceptions, because sharpening our perceptions is what's going to clear up our problems, not accumulating more knowledge. And we need to understand that. If what I'm saying isn't directly clear or doesn't stand up to your own observation, then you don't accept it. Don't accept it, but don't make a belief. I hear sometimes people look at belief like a romantic kind of thing, like just believe. No, don't believe. Believe is when I don't see it, I don't directly see it and understand for myself, but I really wish that it's true. Okay, so I'll accept it. That's a belief. And what's happening is I'm deceiving myself because I'm looking for that comfort. I'm looking for the comfort. I can't say I don't know, or even looking at maybe an ugly truth. I'm looking for comfort. So part of my responsibility in seeing clearly is that I'm watching for my mind constantly to be looking for comfort. Okay, so I'm not trying to make more analysis, more and more. I think this, I think that. What I'm doing is I'm looking at myself and my own tendency to move towards comfort, away from discomfort. Someone comes along and tells me something that calls into question the images I've built and called truth, and that's uncomfortable for me. So what do? What am I doing? I'm running away. I'm scared. And I may not even know I'm scared, but that's the point. I have to watch, because these reactions are actually, what's happening is that the truth is right there. We can all see it right now. But what's happening is our mind is escaping from reality without us seeing that happening within us. In other words, there are illusions taking the place of reality. Okay, so my perspective is to look at my mind with skepticism, and I'm saying, well, there are illusions mixed in here, and that creates a humility. It doesn't create a certainty. That's the opposite. It creates humility, which means I don't know. What if that's an illusion? Is that really true? Okay, so that right action arises from inner clarity, where perception is direct and undistorted by fear, desire, or conditioning. In that clarity, response is natural and appropriate. So, in other words, do you want to be a good person? Do you want to be someone who abuses your friends and family and then denies it afterwards? You know what I'm saying? Do you want to be someone who's truly a good person, or do you want to just, talk about what that might be like? Do you want to imagine what it might be like to be a good person, or do you want to truly be a good person? If I want to be a good person, I need to see what I'm doing at all times. I can't have half imagine driving a car and you have half control over it. You know, what's going to happen? You're going to be all over the road. You're going to run over people. I need complete, it's not that I need control of myself, but I need a complete attention of what's happening. I need to be able to look. It's just about looking. I don't have to do anything. I just need to be, I need to have the energy and the inclination to look at all times. The problem of human perception is not lack of knowledge, but the absence of clear perception. So it's again, what is it that we're looking for when we came here on the stream? Are we looking for a clear perception, or are we looking for more knowledge? And what are our, and if we are looking for knowledge and we're talking about knowledge and trading knowledge, why are we doing that? And do we understand that trading more knowledge may just deepen our confusion, not resolve it? So I'm not claiming to know what's inside all of you, but what I see in a lot of your hearts is that you want things to be better. And so do I. And, you know, the problem in my perspective is that we don't understand how to make things better. We want it, and that's great, but we don't know how to make it a reality. And I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to wait a million years. I want to do it right now. We often try to analyze what we see without questioning the limits of the observer itself. So it's back to looking at the quality of our perception. If our perception has a low quality, then everything that we think may be wrong, while at the same time it's gonna feel like it's right.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but like, doesn't all this apply to you and everything you're saying then?
Absolutely.
So everything you're saying could be from a place of deception and not watching what you're saying and not watching what you're doing and not looking before you cross the road and all that.
Yeah, it could be. And my goal here is to do this in such a way that's a low possibility. Okay, so I've tried to reduce that corruption, you know, but that's always a possibility, and that's why we have to not take each other's word for things, but have to kind of follow along and see if that agrees with what you see for yourself. And then if it doesn't, if you don't see if I'm making an assertion here, if I make an assertion and you don't see that to be true, then with respect, I think you should stop me and tell me what's on your mind so that we can, you know, get to what do you call it? Work through that and see what the truth is of that.
Can I just say 2 words real quick? He did stop you, and it's totally for all of us. Beautiful, and like what you're like, all this is beautiful, and I want you to continue. But it's definitely for you, foremost, and you should see that too. Even as we would see that it's for us the same. But continue, please.
Well, I mean, now that you've said that, you've kind of opened a can of worms, so to speak. So, I mean, do you want to look at that, what you just said?
Sure, yeah.
So when you say that's for me, what do you mean by that?
Well, first I said it's for all of us. And I said he did stop you. Even as you said before, if this is for me and I'm not seeing it, then you should stop me. And he did. But also I totally see that it's for all of it's for everyone. They're beautiful thoughts of reflection and like almost like a contemplate a self contemplation, an expression of that direction of self-reflection. And I do take it from me first and foremost. And I totally get where you're coming from, and I understand everything you're saying. And I've definitely taken all this stuff for myself, first and foremost. And that's why I can confidently state that it's for you first and foremost, the most of all of us, surely. And I do pray that you listen to it and reflect on it yourself the same, even as it is a self-reflection. Keep going that way for the same reason.
Okay. I just, can I understand? I still don't quite understand what it is that, so why did you stop me? And what is it about pointing out that it's for me? It's almost, that's not clear to me why you're saying that.
Well, he stopped you and he was saying maybe he was kind of pointing out maybe it's actually you who's not really taking these things, or you haven't grasped these things for yourself, though you're meditating on these things. You've expressed these sorts of where it's coming and going from, and he's the one who stopped you and said maybe it's it's really you who's not getting this. But also at the same time, that's what I'm saying, is it's totally for all of us the same. And
so
it's
what
totally, because it's totally universal in this respect, but it's like the reaching into the pool of self-reflection. But if you come from a place of it's not for you, then you're not actually self-reflecting on it.
Yeah, I'll be honest, like, yeah, I'll be honest, like, the way that you're saying all this, that it seems like you're accusing everybody here that we're a dumbass and that you're smart and that you're better than us. I mean, to be honest with you.
Well, let's
But
hear.
That's kind of where he stopped you. But that's why I'm.
Let me pause. Let me pause. Let you get all
like,
that out. I want to hear all that. Everything that's on your mind.
This, that it is coming from that place of you are self-reflecting on these things. But that's the point. Is you have to take that first and foremost for yourself.
If you want to see the way things truly are, at least for me, just sit and face the wall, preferably in half lotus, and don't grasp anything, don't try to attain anything, strive for anything, let it all go. Bring that awareness and don't attach to the signs or the thoughts coming in your mind, and just do that. When you do that, you will see you are empty. Empty means there is no intrinsic rigid identity. Things simply come and go. So the sharpening the perception, like you said, there's something deeper than that. And that is called neither perception nor non-perception.
There's truth to that. Like meditation, obviously, just presence is the point. The presence is like the philosopher's stone. Presence is like the truth itself, right? You're present. But I would totally disagree at the same time with the follower of Buddha or whatever, in that the real truth is that you're totally full. You're not empty. You're not empty at all. You're completely
actually,
full.
the emptiness doesn't. Emptiness.
It's paradoxical. Like I agree with you.
Yeah.
But when you empty yourself of all the, you empty yourself of any. Like I get what you're saying. You empty yourself of that. That's where you find you're completely, utterly full. Like there's nothing but the totally fullness of you in that way. This stuff is totally paradoxical stuff, and I love you. That's why I said I want you to continue. I'm totally with you, following you. But I think the other gentleman is kind of seeing, or we kind of see that a sort of thing there where it's like, are you reflect? Like, is this you taking this uttermost for yourself? Because it does kind of sound like it's the way you're speaking. It is like, I wouldn't say what he said from his perspective of like, you're making us, you sound like you think you're totally know-it-all and we're totally idiots or whatever, because you are reflecting on these things. And that's why I want you to continue. But at the same time, like, it is kind of coming from a place of, it sounds like, like,
I haven't accused anyone of anything.
No, of course not.
Like
and that's, I don't think he means it in that way.
I mean, I'm not so sure. I think you are accusing people of that. You're very clearly saying, well, like, I have done the work and you haven't done the work. But paradoxically, like, when you're saying this, you're not sitting and reflecting. You're pointing your finger at somebody else and saying, oh, see,
Right.
you are not as good as me because I've done the work. But it's
And I
like,
totally get why he's saying that. At the same
yeah, and I
time.
mean, I'm not trying to be a dick about it, but I mean, it's
No,
kind
and I
of
totally
like
get, and
you've
like,
heavily
you know, it's
implied
good
for
that
like
you would
15
say
minutes that we're all idiots, essentially.
and that is good that you would say that and everything. And that's kind of how in the chat, like we were kind of talking, you know, like when you're telling me like I see that there's this unseeable thing, it's like, well, how can you say that? You know, because you're telling me I don't see it, but I'm telling you in word what that is. I do see the unseeable thing, and I see it always, sort of thing. But so you got to go there where you're like, do I really see it? You know, because you're questioning. It's like, do we really see it? Do you really see it? Is the point. And nobody sees it, but at the same time, when you see it, that's all you can see. And there's even in the unseeing, even not seeing it, that's the whole thing. You can't see it because it's just the presence itself. It's like all you could possibly see. It's a very trippy thing. I was just trying to kind of bridge the gap between both of your thoughts. I want you to continue. I mean, I'm loving this, like, because I take, you know, I really reflect on all this stuff. And I can truly say, you know, am I here for pleasure or any kind of gain or anything? Why am I here, for instance? I'll answer the question. Why am I here? Because I was sent of God. You know, just period. For nothing of myself. And you couldn't possibly point to anything of, am I trying to gain knowledge? No, not at all. Like, and I'm not even here to convince anyone of anything, obviously nothing like that. And I don't even, that's the whole point. And that's what I'm talking about in the word of God. It's just God. So.
Well, thank you for that. And like I said in the beginning, I don't want anyone to accept anything that they don't see for themselves to be true. And it's not about accusing anyone. It's about you know, it's about how I question myself. So I do question myself. It's about how I question myself, and it's asking everyone to question themselves. So it's not an accusation.
Right.
It's
totally
a call
agree.
it's a call to question yourself, and even that's, you know, up to you, really. Deep. I mean, you know it is, but I'm just saying it.
Right.
I know that it's up to
And
you.
I
But
totally
but here's the thing.
and I
But
see
here's the
that
thing,
in
though.
you.
Like, hold
And
on.
that's
But here's the thing:
like
is
the only
like,
thing you could start at the very fundamental foundation of anything. Am I? I am.
Yeah,
Period.
but here's the
You
thing,
can
though.
never
Like, why
answer
aren't you
I am
say?
not.
Would you say this to a Haitian voodoo priest who's like, you know, cutting the heart out of a chicken and eating it or something? I mean, would you ask that same question, or would you just
Probably
kind of
not.
like move on?
He'd just be like, "You're insane. You don't know anything. Like that's insanity." Which I'd probably say the same, obviously. But at the same time, you know, that's what I'm saying. The question is, have you questioned that for yourself? Do you know the answer to that? Do I know anything, right? If you don't start with, you don't know anything, right? I don't know anything. So then you ask yourself, well, what could I possibly know? Do I even, like,
Right.
am I even? Am
Well,
I?
but yeah, but the question is,
You know?
why is he specifically bringing this to us specifically? Like, he could go anywhere in the world right now and say this to anybody.
Right.
Like, he could
I
go
know,
to the
and he
Haitian
would,
voodoo
but it's
guy and
because
say,
it's
like,
because God sent him. That's my
have you
answer.
thought
It's
about
because
why
God
you're
chose
throwing
him
the
to
chicken
speak.
bones and drinking the chicken blood and talking to Papa, whatever his name is, and you know what I mean? Like, you
He
could
just
say
say
this to
they're
anybody,
insane.
right?
It's insanity. And I'd
So you're
totally
saying
agree. And he wouldn't want to, but he's comfortable here. God has sent us all here for this moment. Is the point.
Why did I choose this place? You're asking.
Yeah, why didn't you
I
go to
don't
the
believe you
Haitian
chose
voodoo
this
guy
place.
and talk and say that to him?
Because I got the feeling that, you know, if anybody's going to listen, it'd probably be you guys. And
I'm totally listening. And I
that's my best
freaking
shot.
love it.
That's my best shot for
So
someone listening.
so do your feelings deceive you, or or are your feelings always correct?
And that's where it just doesn't even matter. It's just
Sometimes
God.
they
Why did
are.
God do this? You know?
Sometimes they are. Sometimes they're not. So I go into it without any kind of expectation. You know.
It's like free form thought, but that's the thing. It's from and I can see both sides where you're really reaching deep into it because you're coming from a place of like you feel like you've really, you know, and even the Buddhist guy, right? You've really meditated, you've really emptied yourself of everything, and you're kind of seeing it as like there's an emptiness here. But then at the same time, it does kind of from me and Mr. Neurojack, I believe is the other one speaking, like it does seem like it's like I want, like I mentioned in the comments, like I want you to reflect back on this, see it for yourself, ask yourself the same question, and be like, you know, why am I here? What do I know anything?
Of course.
Do you know the answer? Do you exist? Are you alive?
So I'm asking you, and you're asking me,
and that's why I want you to just continue reading.
And we're on even on that. So should I continue?
Yeah, just to be totally fair, I'm way over time right now. So yeah, please continue. You know what I mean?
I'm
so
not
that
not familiar with all the like how much time we have. And
right. Yeah. Like I basically said, like I'm wrapping it up like a bunch of times. But yeah, please go on though. You know.
And I'll be here. I'm not leaving if you want to connect or whatever.
What are the consequences if I finish? What are the consequences of that?
I'm here all the time. If you ever want to connect, be real, let me know, whatever.
I mean, so we got to cut it off, huh? That's what it is.
Well, no. Well, how much is left? Is like an hour left, or you know? I mean,
well, he might have to cut it off. But if you want to continue,
I'm a third into it. I'm a third into it. So
you're a third into it, and it's taken.
It's a lot.
Certain amount of time. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, you said it's going to be like a simple, like one-liner, like fix everything.
Yeah, I wasn't prepared.
Don't be like,
okay, all right, well,
I'll stay up all night.
Appreciate it. I appreciate you.
Like, just stop for now, then. Yeah.
But if you're gonna not want to talk, then it's
What do you mean?
But yeah, this is great stuff, though.
It's the balls in your
Mega Man.
Please continue. I want him to continue.
No, he's asking me that he doesn't have any more time on the stream, is what I'm understanding.
Well, I'm saying like I did have an extra long recording that I wanted to play, and we're already over time to play that. So so I want to like kind of like go so that I can get as much of that in. You know what I mean? Because I said I had to go earlier. I mean, I said that dozens of times, right?
Yeah,
you did. We're gonna wrap it up.
It's his show. So, he's got his own schedule.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, just to be fair. Just to be fair. But just to let you know. Yeah, but just to let you know, we can continue this soon. I mean, also, God knows surely also joined, so I want to hear him too. So go ahead for a little while, and then we'll hear God knows surely, and then we'll sort of wrap it up as I said. But yeah, you're welcome to continue this anytime. You know what I mean? Of course.
At a later time.
I'm telling you, anyway you want to reach me.
I come on.
Forever, dude.
Yeah, just real quick, gotcha. Yeah, just real quick. God knows. Yeah, real quick, homie. Yeah, I'm on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday night, right? 9:15 p.m. Eastern, right? So I'm always on at that time. So anybody can come up and talk. So anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Awesome.
Go ahead, Mega Man.
Okay, just tell me when to stop, okay?
I mean, I'm saying you can go on for a little while if you want. If you want to get some more of this in, yeah.
Yeah, just tell me when I have to stop so that I'll know.
Yeah, let's go on for like, like maybe 10 more minutes. I thought it was gonna be like a 10-minute thing. Let's go on for like 10 more minutes, and then we'll save the rest for next time. You know, if you don't mind. You know.
Yeah. I realized that now that I told some people what I was planning to do, but I forgot to talk to you about it, so that's my fault, sir.
It's okay. No, I just noticed that if we're only like 1/3 away, then I won't get my recording in. So yeah.
Yeah, I want you to put it's your show, and I want you to put that first. So I'm gonna keep going until we have to stop. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, just go for like 10 more minutes. Yeah, the floor is yours. Yeah.
10 minutes. Okay. We often try to analyze what we see without questioning the limits of the observer itself, our conditioning, memory, and bias. In doing so, we miss that the observer is not separate from what is observed. It is shaped by the same movement of thought and experience. Our biggest problem is a lack of inner clarity. Without clear, direct perception of ourselves, we're guided by confusion, conditioning, and fragmented thought rather than understanding what is actually happening. There's too much secondhand, conflicting knowledge accepted without question. These inherited ideas contradict each other and create inner confusion, blocking direct seeing. Instead of perceiving reality clearly, the mind filters it through memory, belief, and authority. In this way, knowledge replaces observation and confusion becomes the natural result. We often cannot see what is real because perceptions filter through memory, belief, fear, and expectation instead of direct seeing. We interpret reality through these inner images, which distort what is actually present. Our minds are shaped by conditioning, culture, experience, memory, fear, and belief, and much of this operates unconsciously. Without awareness of this conditioning, we mistake it for free choice and clear perception. Thought is mechanical because it's based on memory, repetition, and past experience. It can organize and describe, but it's always limited to what has already been known. Truth, however, is not a product of memory or repetition. It's immediate and living, and therefore cannot be fully captured or contained by thought. Thought can carry its own momentum, shaped by memory, fear, and desire, so it moves with an agenda that is not consciously chosen or clearly seen. Until the mind's fully free and aware, thought can quietly direct our actions and reactions while we remain unconscious of its influence and momentum. Thought can be anticipated. Wisdom does not operate from memory or strategy. It responds directly in the present moment, so it cannot be planned, controlled, or manipulated. Secondhand knowledge can become an escape when it replaces direct observation. The mind leans on borrowed ideas instead of becoming fully aware, fresh, and free in its own perception. Without inner freedom of the mind, freedom from fear, conditioning, and psychological dependence, outer freedoms lose their meaning because perception and action remain constrained internally. Secondhand knowledge is information borrowed from others, books, opinions, traditions, or authority, without direct personal observation or understanding. It can inform, but it doesn't bring clarity because it's not seen firsthand, only repeated. Mostly people rarely face life directly. The mind escapes through distraction, belief, entertainment, ambition, memory, and endless thought. Direct perception begins when escape ends and we observe reality. Here's a simple list of common psychological escapes from direct seeing. Blame, justification, denial, suppression, distraction, escape into belief or ideology, seeking comfort or pleasure to avoid discomfort, clinging to identity or self-image, comparison with others, fear-driven avoidance, overthinking and analysis instead of observation, reliance on authority or external validation, projection into the future, becoming, we talked about earlier, attachment to the past, regret, nostalgia, but also romantic ideas. Romantic ideas give us a sense of comfort. So the real issue is not the presence of escape itself, but the lack of awareness of it. When escape is unconscious, when escape is unconscious, it becomes the background controller of thought and behavior, giving the illusion of control while actually sustaining confusion and conflict. Only when these movements are seen as they arise does their influence begin to lose authority. Perception is distorted when the mind's caught in becoming in psychological time. Then the present's filtered through the past and future, and reality is replaced by interpretation instead of direct seeing. We often avoid fear and discomfort through distraction, thought, or activity instead of staying with them directly. This escape prevents real understanding and keeps the fear active underneath. We often rush to conclusions because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. Instead of staying with I don't know, the mind creates certainty to escape fear and regain a sense of security. Human beings escape self-observation through distraction, belief, entertainment, ambition, blame, and constant mental activity to avoid facing what they truly are inwardly. Suppressing feelings is a form of escape from what actually is present within us. Instead of directly feeling and understanding them, the mind pushes them away, which keeps them active beneath the surface. Our feelings can point toward truth when there is inner clarity to observe them without distortion. Seen directly, they reveal patterns of fear, desire, conditioning, rather than being blindly followed or suppressed. Psychological knowledge is the accumulation of beliefs, memories, conclusions, identities, hurts, and experiences that shape how we see ourselves and others inwardly. We often accumulate psychological knowledge, beliefs, conclusions, and past conclusions, rather than refining direct perception. Knowledge can become a substitute for seeing clearly, while freedom comes from accurate, immediate observation. The accumulation of psychological knowledge strengthens identity and self-image, so the search for knowledge often becomes a subtle way of gratifying and protecting the ego. Accumulating psychological knowledge can become a prison of thought when it replaces direct perception. The more fixed ideas and conclusions we collect about ourselves, others, and life, the more we begin to see only through those layers. Instead of fresh observation, experience is filtered through memory and belief, making it harder to see clearly or respond freely in the present moment. Internal conflict splits attention between opposing thoughts, fears, and desires. This division consumes energy, weakens clarity, and leaves the mind exhausted instead of whole and alert. This constant inner friction prevents the mind from being fresh and naturally leads to mental fatigue and exhaustion. We tend to protect the psychological knowledge we accumulate because it's part of our identity. It becomes part of our identity and sense of security. When it's questioned, we often defend it instead of examining it directly. Knowledge can become an escape from truth when it replaces direct observation. The mind clings to stored ideas instead of meeting reality freshly in the present. Our perception becomes distorted when we mistake mental images, beliefs, and projections for reality itself. Without awareness, we often respond to our ideas rather than to what is actually present. Thinking constantly about the past or future can become an escape from reality because it pulls attention away from what is actually happening now. The present is the only direct contact with what is real. We often escape the unknown through belief, distraction, or certainty rather than meeting it directly. This prevents clear perception of what actually is in the present moment. We often avoid uncertainty because it feels unsafe, and we escape fear and discomfort by seeking certainty or distraction. At the same time, we try to avoid repeating past pain, so the mind moves away from direct contact with what is happening now. All of these movements of thought away from direct perception, all of these are movements of thought away from direct perception of what is actually happening now. To live is to meet each moment fresh without relying on escape or repeating the past. The unknown is always present, and only direct attention can meet it without distortion. Love is not produced through discipline or forced choice. It appears naturally when fear, control, and self-centered conflict no longer dominate the mind. Thoughts are words, so they can be described and expressed to others. Truth is beyond words because words are only symbols. It cannot be fully described or transferred to another. It must be directly perceived and understood firsthand. Truth is always present in the now, but we often turn to knowledge, memory, and ideas to avoid directly facing the present moment as it is. By observing ourselves in relationship and conversation, we see our reactions, motives, and conditioning in real time. This direct awareness reveals truth more clearly than ideas or theories ever can. You don't force thought to slow down. You observe it without following or judging it. Over time, this quiet observation can bring a kind of natural stillness where thought becomes less compulsive and more transparent. This non-reactive attention reduces its momentum and reveals it clearly in motion. When the mind is absorbed in thought, it begins to treat images, interpretations, and assumptions as if they are reality itself. Because those mental constructions feel continuous and familiar, they can replace direct observation without being noticed. In this state, what is real is no longer seen clearly. Instead, it's filtered through ideas about it. The mind reacts to its own projections rather than to the fact itself. This creates confusion because imagination and actuality become mixed. So thinking does not only describe reality, it often replaces it. And when that happens, the ability to distinguish what is actually present from what is mentally constructed becomes unclear. Clarity returns when action comes back from imagination to direct observation, where there is no interference of thought between the observer and what is. Perception is the way we meet and respond to the world. I'm almost done, guys. Perception is the way we meet and respond to the world. It's not separate from action. How we see determines how we relate, think, and act in every situation. When perception's unclear, it's filtered through fear, memory, assumptions, and psychological distortion. In that state, responses are often reactive, fragmented, and shaped by conditioning rather than direct understanding. As perception becomes sharper and clearer, those filters lose influence. There's less interpretation between what is happening and the seeing of it. The mind is not constantly projecting the past or future onto the present. In that clarity, interaction becomes more direct and accurate. Action is no longer driven by confusion or inner conflict, but by an immediate understanding of what is actually needed in the moment. Responses become simpler, more precise, and less burdened by psychological noise. So the sharper perception is, the less distortion there is in relationship with life. And in that reduced distortion, action tends to be more intelligent, not because it's planned better, but because it's less obstructed by thought that is unrelated to what is actually happening. And that's all, guys. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, for sure. Deep thoughts. We're coming back on Tuesday night, so if you want to continue this, definitely come back through.
Can I just say one last thing?
Yeah.
I wrote all this while we were on stream. Okay.
Nice. Yeah.
So
excellent.
So it's like I'm here listening, and I'm looking at and I'm writing from
That's
that.
great. Yeah.
So I'll have
Yeah,
something
we could
to
do
say.
that.
I'll have something to say all the time, but it'll be different. It won't be the same repeating thing. It'll be whatever's
Excellent.
comes
Yeah.
in that moment. That's how I work. Just saying about myself.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're right about having somebody hear you out. That's definitely me. So yeah, I really appreciate the entire line about about how knowledge, seeking knowledge is not the answer, but clearing our perceptions, fixing our perceptions. That's the correct path to go about things. And I wholeheartedly agree with that assessment of the situation.
Thank you, sir.
For sure. Yeah, definitely. I got a lot out of that. So I appreciate your reflections. Yeah. So we also have this gentleman here. Blessings.
Glory, hallelujah.
Glory, hallelujah.
Hallelujah. My connection sucks and everything, so I keep cutting out and everything. I love to listen to it. I'm gonna listen back. And I really do mean anyone who wants to speak, please do, or anything, whatever. Speak with me in spirit. I'm with everybody in spirit the same. But this, like, all I care about is things that you mentioned, right? Having a clarity, approaching clarity,
right?
Dwelling in clarity, being present in clarity, sound mind, coming to a knowledge of the truth, but also leaving that behind as knowing, beyond knowing in the way. And it's just, I really, not only do I believe, obviously, I know, and I testify and speak towards the exiting of the stratosphere of these sorts of things. And so I really just mean, God is all and in all. We all have one Father. We all have one God. He's a spirit, Holy Spirit, the Word, God, and that's seen through Christ Jesus, our Lord. That's who he is in identity. He's our life. Our life is hid with Christ in God. And that's in name. If you want to put a name to it, reality, truth, right? I totally agree with like the truth of what he's saying and everything. And we do need to reflect on these things even yet. And so I appreciate being present in that way and everything. And I really do, like, I don't know, obviously I don't have any reason to be here. And that's why I just testify, like, just God sent me here, whatever, for whatever reason, whether I'm here or there, I'm in different places. To speak the truth, you don't get benefit of this world. Like, you get nailed to a tree, you get stoned, you get cast out of everywhere. You're seen as insane, all kinds of different things and stuff. And it sounds like craziness. Like, it's totally crazy talk. People it's like I'm just babbling, right? But to me, a lot of the stuff that's going on in the world, it's all just babbling and everything, even though I can understand it and I appreciate it and love it for what it is. And that's what you guys, kind of recognize the same. And that's why you're reflecting on it and everything. And you do see through that in that way. And I understand the layer that you're at there. And, this is beyond word. Like, the reality itself is beyond perception. It's like of this world. It's beyond words. It's all that stuff. But that's what I testify towards. That's what the scripture was for, is to testify of Christ, the Lord, like of the true God in the flesh, of our Father and everything, of the Spirit that is within us all, of the life that is endless, that cannot be touched by this world. And that that everyone in the world is grasping for by the Spirit, in the Spirit. And that is truly unseen and unknown because of our illusion, because of the illusion of this world, because of the deceptions of mind, because of our clinging on to knowledge, claims, and identifications. Our identity. We need to find an identity in this world to ground ourselves in. And so, that's where you get all the isms and the cults and all the nationalizations and all the different whatevers. It's I am an atheist, right? Or I am a theist, or I am a vegan, or I am a meat eater, I am whatever, whether it's flesh or ideological things of mind, or whether it's, I'm a scientist and I'm a philosopher, whatever, and all these things. But I truly have seen of God that it's the truth is in God. It's hidden in Jesus Christ. Like, that's the name, and that's our true identity, given to all and everything. He gave himself for us all. So you can't lose your identity, and that's I've experienced it where it's like drowning, like in this world, like you're drowning and you're just looking to catch a breath. And so people, and you latch on to, okay, I can breathe in this ideology or whatever, and I can understand things. Now I can picture the world. Okay, it's evolution. It's, it's whatever. We came from aliens. It's whatever it is. And it's, in some way, the truth is always present in all of it. The truth of it, deeper than, and it beyond the words. And all of our explanations fail to explain it. They fail to get us to see. They always blind us. They always box us. They always create a boundary. And I've breathed past. I was just pulled out of the freaking entire world and everything. And I really believe that, and I really know it, and I've really experienced it and everything. But it's also you don't go anywhere, and it's through the word that is given to us, the gift of God in Christ, which and it's just Christ is all and is in all, and that's my message, obviously, always, and that's what I testify of. And I don't care if you believe me. I'm not here to sell anything. I don't gain anything from anything. I don't get paid. I don't get anything. In fact, I just get shit on always by basically everywhere. And I'm glad, like, I just don't care and everything. And it's just, yeah. And so that's, I'm just here because God sent me, but like, I just go anywhere, wherever I am. And I just speak about the gospel, what I believe to be like the most important thing for everybody. and I've experienced it, you know, so I know it. But so like, I don't know, it's just a bigger thing there where I can totally understand, and I have reflected on these things, and of course, like I'm no different than anyone else and everything. Where even to the deepest level of, you can get there where it's, oh, you know, you think you know everything, you don't know anything, and then you got to go back to I don't know anything, and you're at you don't know anything, and then you climb all the way up and you're like I know everything, and then you're I don't know anything still, and that's kind of where that's where it's all going down in the mind. But so I just testify these things, you know, because I love God, I love you all, everybody. Like, it's just what I have. I don't know anything else. I can't give anything else. I don't have any other power or treasure or anything like that, but it's all free. It's all in the spirit. It's just not physical things. And I'm always here for anyone to talk. And I always learn, you know, I can still even, you know, I'll testify, you know, I am as the master, and yet I'm always learning the same. Like, and that's the point, is Christ learned in being made unto a man, like in the flesh, learned obedience, learned, you know, the humility of being a man and everything. From us the same, and we learn always from each other, but also we always teach each other, but also we never learn anything in that way, always being taught of God and being gifted all knowledge from the very beginning. And yet, you know, it's all just paradoxical. It's super trippy, but and I believe like why are we all here? Why is this even, why is it, you know? I really believe like a decent saying towards that is that it's a conversation, that we're all talking it out. Like, we're literally here to engage with one another, to discuss, to come together through the, like, and then there through our spirit, you know, becoming one in the unity of the faith and everything. And there comes a point, of course, where it's just beyond all these words. And that's what I speak to, is like, that's how it works. It's just through the Son, through the name Christ. Like, Christ is all and is in all. The anointing, the anointed, right? If we're all anointed, if we all have the Holy Spirit, if we all have life in us, the breath, we all have the Spirit, we're all animated, and we're made as one body, we're all mankind, we're all humanity and everything. That's where you get these words, and you just, at some point, we just stare at each other and just giggle, and we can't even speak, because it's just like, what? It's totally alien, you know, like, it's insane. And that's like what I live for. It's just like to share in that. And, you know, and we see it, and we're all coming up different ways. You know, people say we're all walking each other home or whatever. You know, we're having a conversation, and we're, at the end of the day, it's just a party. I mean, I truly believe that. We just live forever. Boom, at the end of the day, no matter what, it is written that everyone will receive praise of God. Like, everyone is just, God is like, you know, behold my amazing creation. And he's clapping, he's cheering, he's freaking like, this is the greatest thing ever. And we just can't see it for ourselves and everything yet, in this flesh and everything. And so seeing through that, when you see it, we glimpse it and stuff. And that's the battle, is against the forces of darkness, of like, you know, where you can be made to feel like you're nothing. And we do that to each other, where when we don't recognize in each other, we just, you know, we exalt ourselves over each other, and we also destroy ourselves. We put ourselves under each other and everything. And so it's very paradoxical and everything. Where, yeah, like, I am not above or beneath anyone. Absolutely. Like, we all got to remember that there's nobody better than anyone else here and everything. But at the same time, like, undoubtedly the humanity in this world, we make ourselves above and we make ourselves beneath, and we feel that way. And when it all happens, you can even feel at the same time that you're above and beneath. And it's all of that stuff is the condition. And that's through conversation and through experience of life. Like, it just blasts us into God, where it's that kind of thing. But so, yeah, it's he who exalts himself will be humbled. He who humbles himself will be exalted. And like, I truly understand where you're coming from. And I did go to those ground basics of like, am I even alive? I really felt at some point, I am just dead. Like, I don't know anything. I can't possibly, this is insane. Does this even exist? This is insane. You know, like, it felt that way. But at the same time, like, I had never felt that way. You understand? And through that's where I find Christ and everything. And it's just all of that, where this is all that exists, right? You said the present, all we can know is the present, all that exists is the present, the presence. And that's, you know, deeply like the guys, who are into the Buddha nature and everything. It's the same sort of idea, and that is the spirit of Christ in them. And it's just crazy. But so I just testify, like I said, I love to speak all the time with anybody because everyone's coming from different angles, and I've been there. I've run the maze. I've mapped the labyrinth. I've experienced it from my own level of experience, from top to bottom, from the peak of the mountain, from the bottom of the valley, whatever. And I know I have tools, and so does everybody. We're equipped. We have everything we need, and we're here. We got to be here for each other, of course. But that's why I testify. Like, it's just God is all, you know. And okay, you don't see that, you don't believe that. Well, it's Christ is all. How do we get there, right? It's Christ is all. You know, we are the children of God. Boom. And so you just ask God and everything. It's God in you revealed. And you know, in the present, like how fundamentally, where do we ground ourselves? Start with what you know. What do we even know? Okay, we don't know anything. Okay, but are you? Are you? Like, do you exist? Whatever. Are you? Of course I am. You could never answer anything but I am. I just am. You know, so by the grace of God, I am what I am, that is written and everything. And that's the whole point, is we are as God is, his image and likeness. And then from that, you're literally instantly exalted to the highest pinnacle of the throne of God and everything, because you believe it, you know. And it's just insane and everything. But that's why, like, to me, like, the level of, it's beyond words. We can't speak about it. I'm speaking about it all the time. And I believe that, you know, that's what they saw. That's what they spoke about. That's what they're preaching. The prophets, the saints, everybody, you know, Jesus Christ himself. Like, it's just that fundamentally. And that is so unbelievably profound that it blows away everything else, you know. And it takes time. There's process to these things. But yes, ultimately, it all is phased out. Like, all the words, like I said, all the titles, when you see, you get all the friggin' titles. Like, you get everything because he'll just give it to you. He just gives you everything freely. It's all is yours. And the only response is, dude, all is God's. Like, is you just give everything back to God. And nothing ever moved hands in that way, because it'd be like the right hand giving the left hand something. It's like the mind giving your body something. It's just all one. And so, and I believe that that's the great secret of life, and that's the whole purpose. That's the most important thing in reality, is the gospel of Jesus Christ. Like, is the just simple message, you know, it is God in us all, period. And all there is to, like, in terms of advice, trust God. Like, it's literally just trust God, just walk by faith. So you say, don't believe anything and everything. And you know, there's a level of course I would agree with that. Like, in this world, you can't believe anything. It's all illusion, it's all lies, etc. But at the same time, there's no such thing. Like, the illusion is so paper thin, it's not even funny. Like, you just overcome the entire world by just, oh, Christ is all. You know, it's just God in us all. Boom. God is always with me. That's what the Son of God always trusted in. It's just God is with us. You trust God, you'll overcome everything, period. You can't not. He already did it for us. Stuff like that. It's really paradoxical, but it goes the highway. You know, it's the highway. It's way up there. It's not going the down way, where it's like, oh, we're just empty and we're nothing and we can't know anything and we got to stay there in the dirt. No, I'm going the other way. We know we're given all everything. You're the highest. You can't not be. Just trust it. Everything is perfect. Like, I really believe that, and everything, and it is written in the Holy Scripture and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. I started rambling a little bit there, but I hope you kind of understand where I'm coming from. That's all. It's just, to me, it's just God is all there is. It's all God. All's of God. God is all, and it is in all. I know that God is in us all. Like, I just know it for a fact, beyond the words. But it is beyond words. Where you can see it. You know it. It's insane. But at the same time, never lose that curiosity, never lose that sight of, like, I don't know anything, you know, at the same time. But you do know it, everything. It's just, of course, love. Like, love is all there is. Love is the highest. Love is the way. So since I speak on a lot of stuff, and at points I didn't speak for a very long time, like, and most people still obviously would never listen to me or hear me. If I go into any, like, so-called church, you just get kicked out immediately, whatever. Even though I'm coming in the name of the Lord, I'm coming, you know, I come in my Father's name, whatever. And you guys are like that too. Like, this is a very special place where, like, somehow we can all be chilling here. It's amazing. I mean, it's crazy. And it's because it's like mystical. You guys are mystics and everything, and you have a deep, profound connection with love, and you want to know, and at the same time, you want to not know, you know, like, which is insane. But and I encourage you to go anywhere, you know, be in anything. Like, you know, obviously, I'm gonna always be speaking the name of Jesus, whatever. And to some, that's stupid, like, and it's okay. I totally get it, but you know, that's why that's why we're here. Like, I just believe that God has this here, and it's a conversation, and we can really change everything for anybody in any given moment in beautiful, like, profound ways, you know. And we're just sort of fleshing out each other. We're experiencing this together. So I might speak a lot and everything because you guys let me speak. Like, I haven't spoken for a decade of seeing this very thing, but it's at the end of the day, all I really have to say is Christ is all and is in all. You know, it's Jesus Christ in you all, not a separate being. Like, it's just, he is our life. So just trust in him, ground yourself in him, right? Empty yourself of everything in meditation, whatever, and see that you're totally full of everything. You have the fullness of God in you, dwelling bodily, like, and you're just spirit, Holy Spirit, and you're the word, dude. We're here speaking the word and everything. It's crazy. I mean, it's God in us all. And so just trust God. And that's it. Like, and that's the cosmic handoff, you know. So, and yeah, that's enough. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, blessings, bro. Definitely great sermon. I appreciate that, you know. And you know, definitely gonna be a lot of people, a lot of devils afraid after that type of sermon, you know what I mean?
King Stephen, bow down to Dolphin Jesus.
So yeah, I appreciate
Do you
you guys.
want? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna ask, does he want questions?
I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, I think, yeah, he'd be fine with that.
You want questions, sir?
Do I want questions? Sorry,
Yes.
My internet's was cutting out, dude. I'll take any questions. Anything, dude. I'm here. Okay. This is all I care about.
So let's say
I'll speak about
let's say
anything
I'm
with anyone.
Let's say I'm someone that's suffering greatly in my life. How can I take what you just said and make that my reality so that I'm actually, you know, I'm living that, what you're saying? It's not just like, to me, it's just words. How can I get that for myself, what you're saying?
That cut out. What I understood was okay, let's have someone you know that you love that's suffering greatly in their life. And to me, just speak in like,
You guys get anything
so
from it?
how can you see that? It's for the good of God. And so, I mean, literally, what is there to do in suffering? It's just to be present with each other, like, you know, cry, like, and comfort one another with words and with presence and prayers of healing in the spirit and everything. But at the same time, just know that it's God has purposed it this way. Like, that's the whole thing with Christ, is, you know, obedient unto death, is he just understood that whatever suffering is going on, which we're all suffering, of course, all people suffer. We could say some suffer more, some suffer less, but at the same time, we can't really say that because it's just a universal condition. And
can we
through the spirit? I mean, really, you know what I'm saying? How can you see it's just words? It's literally reality. It's our lives itself. Is God's doing something here? God is really doing something always. He's doing good work in us all. He's really working. And
Sir,
a
can we
big part of that is
pause
suffering,
for just a moment?
and it's sorrow, but it's also victory, you know?
I'd like to say, I don't want to get too far because I'd like to look at the points that you said before we get too far away from it. So what you said, something that implied God has set it up that way for us to be suffering. And my question for you is that suffering supposed to be endless, or can that come to an end so that we could maybe have a different kind of life that's no longer endless suffering? Because I mean, when I look at human beings, it's like we're endlessly suffering. That's the reality. So that's what I'm wondering.
I don't know if he completely cut out there.
Death, pain.
Yeah, you cut.
All right,
Yeah, you were cutting out there.
I know it's cutting out. So the suffering.
Yeah, you're a little bit.
So it's what the
Yeah,
whole
the
thing.
first part of what you said was totally inaudible. So you got to start all over.
Right. So suffering and all of these things, they end. That's what the cross is about. Man, I hate about to that where that's everything. The suffering ends, you know, and death it's insane and everything, but it comes to an end. Pain, suffering, tears, all the things, fear, shame, whatever. It's not endless, and it's a short thing, or it's a very long thing from our perspective, but for God, it's in the blink of an eye and everything, and it's billions. I understand that, and it's insane. I mean, the immensity of it. If you were to beat the unconscious conscience of it all, you would just become a vegetable. Like it would rip apart the fabric of any man's mind and everything. But that's what's going on with the cross.
Can I ask you to pause for just a moment?
It's long suffering to us, and you can have joys. This is for a bigger purpose, which is eternal life, ultimately through it in the spirit. Like, it's because of our mortality, like these bodies, that we do, but we grow in love through it. Was the point? You know, it's the man could only grow in his nature, in love, in his purpose, in his ultimate manifest creative reason. The purpose of being made is for love. And so, yes, it's not endless is the point at all. And that's what's so devastating about the lies of Babylon, of hell and all those things. It's totally opposite, inversion, satanic, totally lies.
I want to wait.
But so
hold
it's
on,
all
sir.
in it.
Just let's pause for just a moment, sir. I want to make sure I understand you correctly. So are you saying when you say death, when we die or when there's death, that's when the suffering ends? Are you talking about the death of our body at the end of our life?
The body and the soul died. That's not the end of your life. The life is in the blood. That constitutes the soul. Your life.
But wait. Stop. I'm sorry. I want to make sure we look at this specific point, though. So I asked you a question. You made an answer. I need to understand the answer. So before we go further, sir. So you said, I asked you, are we supposed to suffer endlessly, or can there be an end to suffering? And what you said is there is an end to suffering and death. And I'm questioning you. Are you saying at the end of our, when I'm 90 years old, or let's say I'm 90 years old and I die of old age, okay, now my suffering can end and that's it, I'm good? But I have to wait till then, right? I can't do it now.
You don't have to suffer in the way of humanity's suffering, what's really going on in
in the spirit of God.
I am suffering. That's my
Where-
life. You know, I have a job that I hate.
Christ on the cross, of course, he's experiencing pain.
My friends and family don't listen.
Then quit it.
There's
Take
wicked
that,
corruption and crimes happening everywhere.
Okay, we cannot judge any man after the flesh. We can judge nobody else after the flesh. Like, we have to self-reflect and everything, and you know, empty, right? Decrease that Christ will be increased. You know, I understand the world doesn't look pretty, but
I need money to survive. Just to live in this world, I need money.
Don't need money to. You don't need
food. I need money.
You have God.
I need rent. I need. I'm gonna. You know. I need all these things.
You don't need
and
anything.
If I have,
you have God.
And the whole time I'm thinking about the pain that I've been traumatized this whole time, and I'm thinking about the pain. So scared to repeat everything. Feeling compulsion. I'm compelled to do this. Compelled to do that. Can't listen to this. Can't listen to that. Are you saying that's healthy and that's the way things should be?
It's all things of this world, man, that are temporary and they pass. You know, and it's not unique to you. We all have experienced and do feel the same and everything. And I'm just saying, when you dwell into that, what do you need money for? I have no money, like, at all. I never do. But at the same time, I always have money to be provided for whatever that's what I'm saying. I eat, but I'm just saying, like, I don't have any money in my bank account.
Where do you
and I
get
never
the food
do.
from? Do you grow it?
And I work, and I don't like the job, you know, so much. I don't like it like that. I like this job. This is what I make my primary job always, and I don't get paid for this, you know, whether I'm here or there, anywhere. It's just speaking about.
Would you say you're suffering at work? You
But
have to go to
you can
work.
see
You
through
don't
that,
want to
dude.
go.
It's God always provides.
But wait,
Yeah.
you don't want to go, but you're forced to go, and the whole time you feel like shit, right? I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I'm questioning. How do you feel being forced to have to go do something you don't want to do? And is that not suffering?
It's all temporary experience. What about if you just recognize the presence of God and you realize that, you know, God has made me, God has sent me here for some reason, and I'm feeling some type of way in the body. You know, I feel my back hurts. You know, I'm broke. I would love to have a working car right now, you know, but I can't. But, you know, my friend's going to drive me.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I really gotta
and we
you know,
can do that
basically wrap
forever.
this up.
And I
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, blessings,
appreciate you
guys.
having me too.
Yeah, let's get
And
into
I'd love
some
to continue.
yeah, let's get into some closing statements. I mean, I'll come back on Tuesday, guys. Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, as I said. You guys are welcome to discuss anything you like. Obviously, I open up with some presentations and stuff. So we'll get going with that. I really gotta basically sign off here today, right? We might bring you guys a much longer show on Wednesday. So far, no promises. We're trying to avoid super long shows because of the recent censorship, right? So until we clear some of the censorship, we're trying to be more careful for now, right? So will you guys give a little bit of a closing statement, and we'll sort of proceed with the recording, very important recording that I want to play at this juncture of the show. So I really appreciate you guys.
Very short closing statement.
Yeah.
I want to, forget all the philosophical stuff. I want to just say this straight up. Sonic, Kirby, all those, they're vibrant, life affirming, but Mega Man is mechanized. It's mechanized, and Mega Man is not vibrant or life affirming. So you gotta learn your place. That Sonic is better than Mega Man, and that's what I'm saying here. That's my closing statement, and that's the present.
Did you say I'm better than Mega Man? My stuff is cutting out all the time. I don't know. I'm not better than anyone. My closing statement: Christ is all and is in all. Jesus Christ is in us all. Is our very life. It's not separate. just used that you see as in all. It's a kingdom of love. That's the directive. That's the primary directive. What it is, just love all, speak truth, do what's right, of course. But understand that there's no wrong in the same sense. Yeah, trust God. And I love you all so much. I'm thankful to be present, being able to share in your presence and everything.
Yeah, blessings, bro.
And yeah, whatever.
Yeah, you've been a little
I
bit.
just love you guys. That's all I ever want to say.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. But you've been like a little bit cutting out. So next time, try to like improve that if you can. But if not, I appreciate you anyways, man. But yeah, we'd love to hear you a little bit better because at parts you were cutting out a little bit. But blessings, brother. Thank you so much for joining it. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
there
blessings,
is a
brother,
wrong.
man. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, this will be fast. My closing. So there is a wrong. Wrong is false. Truth is true. So there is a wrong, and I need to sharpen my perception so that I can see which is which. And that's it. Thank you all. I love you all, and I'm here for the right reasons. I respect all of you. And
Thank you so much.
I know that it's hard to hear some of the things I say, and I want to let you know that I'm not trying to like act like I'm above anyone, because I think we're all at the same level in that way. So that's how I feel about all of us. So we're in this boat together, in the same boat, at the same level. And so when our feelings come up, like you don't like what you heard, so our feelings come up, let's talk about it. I'm happy to talk about it, and that's it.
Yeah, excellent stuff, Mega Man. I greatly appreciate your time, and yeah, man, yeah, I hope you'll join us next time, and yeah, for the people out there, right? Thank you for joining us on the Machine Lies, right? Where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies, right? It's pretty much, I think it's like dawn where I'm at, so it's gonna be time to move into the next day, right? And yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys. Yeah, so we will basically proceed with what we've uncovered here, right? About technoliberalism. We're taking into account radical historical takes, right? By Nick Bostrom, right? Rene Guénon, right? Henryk Skolimowski and Jacques Ellul. Those are some of the thinkers that we're working with, right? So, a lot of them, their sort of ideas seem to parallel, right? So that's why we're bringing a wide selection of sort of conceptual frameworks in which to look at modernism, in which to look at technoliberalism, right? And of course, it's free form discussions that we're having. So please participate and share the discussions out, and we can sort of build on the material here, and of course, we're showing the primary sources and giving our commentary based on that, and so anyways, thank you for joining us. They say that the first step to brainwashing is forced introspection, and the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes, and you can't kill what you can't see, and the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, right? And what most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen, right? Or just images of things that are not even real. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. And how do you know if something's true, right? Unless you know for yourself. You see, all truth really comes from within. So, blessings to all the people, and I greatly appreciate you joining us here on the Machine Lies, and yeah, we'll be back on, on Tuesday night, right? So join us Tuesday night, 9:15 p.m. Eastern time. And yeah, I think you guys will appreciate some of what we have to put forward. And here is a song called Kanon's Bracelet, right? By Camouflage Regime. If you guys have heard of that band, consists of Tragedy, Gaddafi, and Vinny Paz, two of my favorites. But yeah, anyways, I greatly appreciate you guys joining us here, and we will be back soon. And of course, there is a Discord and email you can probably reach me at, right? I will attempt to post the Discord link in the community post if I can, right? Anyways, blessings.
9mm, Trey 8, make them 8. That 38 revolver, it really hurts. I had 6 of them in me. It hurts real bad. Real bad. That's why right now I issue it out. Lord. It's receiving. I ships it. Guys don't fight anymore. They don't use the. We used to fight, but they don't do that anymore. Guns. All about shooting, taking them out, taking them off the game. When they come to the home front, that's when we use it. Yes. And when they come shoot us, we go back and shoot them.
Pistol grip, pump on my lap, it's an armed robbery. My Aki did 3 in the feds like he Ron Osley. You wanna go gun for gun, then come party. And if this gon' be a jihad, then bomb wisely. Baki my homie, you the walking definition. A law, no, I'd rather ask forgiveness and permission. I'm on my square, ain't no one can knock me out position. This ain't a rhyme, Aki, this a fucking demolition. I'm from Philly, homie, everywhere it's gunfire. Glock 40 cripple you, I'm out before the blood dry. Every living thing grow from a seed, and these bullets got your name on them, I hope you can read. See the semi-auto ugly, but it definitely jammed. So it's 2 revolvers on me like Yosemite Sam. Camouflage regime, what the fuck you expect? I ain't asking, homie, just give me my fucking respect. Throw my
5-star Oregon bars, elite Akbar, lines harder than penitentiary bars just to beat the odds. Splash you in bodily parts, your organs getting scarred. Young God, I've been a dawn, no rapper can hold him on. Any track I impact and spit my whole gorilla on. Do more than just kill a song. Physically, I murder the track till the beat soul is gone. Intense heat inside of my lines, hot as the sun core. Look what I'm riding for. Basically was born to score. Boss, you should honor more. Just a dominant force, clapping your whole squadron off. Yeah, whack rappers with cross. Mocky never endorsed. I just pay to knock them off and enforcing the Holocaust. QB the Philly inside the booth, tossing Molotovs. Black Mikhail Gorbachev, the hood Hyman Roth. Narcotic lines are raw. Watch how I just get them off. If I stepped away, the whole rap game be at a total loss. They said Iron Sheik hotter than hell, but the soul thirsty. The game over, you can hang it up like the old derbies. Blow perpy, hoes curvy like Nicole Murphy. The chrome herky, but the clip long like the old Slurpees. Flow murky, hoes slurp me on this gold journey. My heroin is medicine, who gone cold turkey? You'll die alone and buy a moan. Eating firestones and supply the bros, supply the bros. I buy the clothes for the flyers, hosts, a lot of dough. I supply the bros, I supply the bros, it's a lot of dope. I gotta go, pina colada floats, Prada coats, custom made Gabbana boats with a lot of dope. No tears dripping for beer sippers, ancient prayer scriptures, Gucci flare zippers with weird slippers. No abandoned nerves that dismantle hers, 50 banner bird, expand the splurge, really mammoth first. Oh no, no, that's my word, we ain't taking no L's. Let off the 5th, after that, I'ma pick up the shells. One of my verses get the whole team out on bail. Another verse that put the Colombian up on the scale. Put the hammer to the nail, I'm just setting the sail. Make me do time, but nah, man, the mind won't fail. Close to this lifestyle, you gotta follow the grail. Sloppy with your gun work, I see you leaving the trail. Past tragedy and Aguilar, hell of a combo, mafia type nigga.
niggas know Sammy Cavanos. Gambino shit, nigga. It's mono, we mono. Multiple gunshot wounds like Paul Castellano. Yeah, it's my niggas, they wanna kill, kill, kill. I still try to tell them niggas chill, chill, chill. Niggas thirsty, they wanna see the blood on spill. You a vampire, nigga, you should sharpen your grill. Cats for the 3D printer, man, we like Gamora. I can tell the killer by his looks and his aura. Lecoq Sportif, catch me in some Theodoras. I stand my ground like the whole state of Florida. What?
Liable to punch you in your fucking face. You can't contain this lyricist angry. My psychic beacon power goes off when people talk about me when I'm not in the vicinity. But it's highly understandable because I've seen half you motherfuckers trying to be me. I give a fuck about what you're going through. The images you're seeing depicted on TV. The pro words about his own self showcasing his own unique ability. Now what you know about referring to yourself in the third person, one thing's for certain. He's a whole tight rude boy, plots unfold when I deploy decoys reveal. But needless to say, I need to say more. And if you got in a battle with me, motherfucker, how much of this shit you think you can really endure? You didn't keep me with Mace Windu, chopping the heads on Django Fett. Step in the pros laboratory, guaranteed you no fucking threat. How you gonna succeed when your only goal is to achieve prestige and win it if that is ever attained? Pay the way to consume verbally.
Guard your targets, I'm an homophobia spitting marksman. Crush the tin man to tin, form the trash bin to throw whack cats in. Use your mind like pedals when I'm tracked bicycling. Rugged terrain I truck with hardcore lyricism. Inhale that purple stuff, realism creates criticism. Tell the majority they suck. Writing's another vision from all those that listen. Mind power's the authority of what most are missing. My click causes collisions, form a violent prism. I bring you down like you was in prison, strap down like you were psych admitted. Mental spitted when I spit this. I train with mental boxing fitness and uppercut, so don't forget it.
I like the smell of dead corpses, riding around with dead carcasses in a trunk. You see, I had this an addiction for pain infliction. I'll torture you, watch you suffer for days upon days. Not to mention days upon days upon days. I like the smell of flesh burning to kill you verbally.
You betrayed my respect, this rhyme displayed at your set. I'm a psych ward president that hasn't checked in yet. I spit the way a tsunami hits, vulgar bringing the palm fist. Get off my click stick, I stop rubbing your bitch's clit. What I spit is realness, Mike Slaughter, dialogue extremist. While your rubber tits giving diseases, I'll rip a mic to devour your thesis. An anthropologist can pull back the pieces, bring a psychologist in a priest in. They still could've blessed a mic then. I got the power of 40 men with a steroid addiction. Try to flip scripts, you'll be mic missing. And having visits of my words comatosing your system. My brain speaks wisdom, calling you a hammer smash victim. My vocab's a swing sword weapon. Horrify the room when I step in.
Ghost pirate rap, snap, flash, lock you in a mathematical burnout. Dark city chooser, I'm a rap roller coaster tycoon. From a dry tomb on the high side of the Asiatic spy moon. Claustropsychotic, dismal, baptismal speed package. He out on a Great Lake doing classic Daffy Duck backflips. Daffy Duck backflips. Group therapy, scarcity, very cheap similarity. Cherish the heresy. It perished me many moons ago in the night vision of King Pharisees. Told like a joke from Pilate in the divinity of an enemy. Harbinger, archer, sent to kill a team. Inventor of guillotine. Thug more loud noise. Slug your mug club. Drown. Pow. War cloud. Drugstore cowboy. Season fiend and shank vengeance. Steaming tank engine. Ill pageantry. Raggedy. Tragedy. Gravity. Cavity. Deadliness. Jailhouse. Pale mouse. Casper rail route. Interstellar liquor cellar. Sail south. Broken trail. Stale braille. Impale. Spale. Grail. Hard nails. Salute me. This Spiachi mail. Yo, hope for the postal. Freight car hobo, keep it red. Skeleton, reverend, benevolent, bad medicine. Like a down by the lake letterman. Clever, severed propeller, shredderman. A constable, chancellor, evaluating foot temple, soot memo, dazzlery, glossary, antlers, bastard, dastardly, zombie cross, autopsy, bachelor. Simple extortionist. Excursion, net light, restrict lock. The baseball, my horse racing. Fruitless candles are poised. My machines make animal noise. Haggle way of walking. Patient at the fortifications, wash basin. Alcatraz-o. Extended version horror, theatrical palaces, scripted vivid pictures of violence.
Extended version, horror, theatrical powers, descriptive, vivid pictures of violence. Extended version, horror, theatrical powers, descriptive, vivid pictures of violence. Extended version, horror, theatrical powers, descriptive, vivid pictures of violence.
Mind destructor, my voice is bored, causing constant brain ruptures, reconstruct vocal cords. The switch swords and rap voices, my brain that's corrupted, and causes scorched swords, you get the pain that's inflicted. The pounds of 1,000 horse dominating all districts. My lyrics are straight poor and swing heavy fisted. Too harsh to ignore when this hammer straight hits it. 714, massively shouting my critics. 1,000 metaphors showing you how my click reps it. Your life's pathetic, like having low life genetics. Scarecrows, drum kicks, other types of birth appendix. My crew's battle forensics are superior when this pen hit. Dosing by the bacteria, conspiracies, but fuck it. It's got me corrupted, ready to lose it. My lyrics are the most abusive, spitting with 2 lips. Can't give the most sense, I can explain it, rearrange it, make modes repent. Hardcore click amazing, rip your pecs out your chest.
Illusion in front of me melting, chased by entities, followed by eyes of pings of walls, dodgy falls, chandeliers, and candlelit corridor halls, even try to enter my body, fighting off flames, 3rd-degree burns, I can never be slain by the devil, don't undermine me, I'm too maniacal, instantly teleport for 3 iron doors, unaware of what's next, behind me, the portal closed, what door shall I choose? I sure don't want it to be the motherfucking one with a skeleton arm, because after you, and all I can think about is dead bloody bodies being strung up on the ceiling. But my mind is the key that opens all doors. But my mind is the key that opens all doors. But my mind is the key that opens all doors. Evil's got a grip on me, I'm barely breathing. Show the light to the army of darkness, I was sent here to destroy your fucking legion.
I plunge you through a planet, through an asteroid from my castle planet 10010110 Dynasty. Shiny moon platoon like 1001 red doctors. A wet metal of wild tiger lilies, vital collider force. Zaz bitch, Shatterstar, Escalade, Oceanic, Titanium, Everglade, Escapade, Bionicle, Chronicle, Chrome Syndrome, Tight, Cyber Roman, Hyperpoem, like Sidewinding, Shapeshifter, Escape Fixer, Laptic, Metallic, Elixir, like Cheyenne Indians from Montana, translating Mountain War Cloud like peacock feathers left after lectures, bite a large single-edged hunting knife down at the Alamo, multiple mechanical mosquitoes hatch from definitive innocent tranquil ankles, head mangler, flesh peddler, strange chainsaw, angry, angrier, deranged game, plane tangler, colossal fossil ox, hostile force.
The horrid bum, dirty stone park benches, trash can tops and old gum, twilight writing, I'm in the corner shadow rapping, the one I've been chosen, the Iceman, I leave mics frozen, a frostbite, cold holy light, black cross strike, burning X-blade, I'm hard towering redwood, you soft grass blade is up against a pro invisible fat snake, unseen slithering, slapping you rap fakes, I'm waiting like bear traps and trip wire stakes, spit fire quakes, dark water lakes, smut daughter tapes, dirty blotter bakes, clean liquid licks, triple slaughter kick, with knowledge of pressure points you'll die from fingertips, devilish incantation, the smooth throws from golden lips.
This ain't your regular scheduled program. Got them feeling like Romeo, Daddy Jojo, and your neighborhood dope man. Sound scan number runners and billboard rules. They use via Comcast to broadcast quicksand.
Choose the money switch hands, top commanders to media moguls is propaganda. Wanna run up and cock the hammer, rather act up on damn, rather drop the banner. Open your iris to airway pirates who inspire this radio free Dixie to the block from a banner.
Listen, these top 40 DJs keep spinning pre-K beats and rhymes, so repeat 3 hours slide a rack at least 3 times. Now I don't even touch the radio knob, I let the CD shine, but you are now in tune with 2 of the greatest commentators you find. Not even the crowd favor my flavor design. Shotty smooth operator, moderating your crime. Pine over me when I'm gone, it won't stop. With the music I make you wanna love hip hop. New dab, yeah, we off the wall. Hit them hard as a fist and face at a piston pace of raw. Who wanna spar with them no-car bars? I'm so raw. We in transit metropolis, watch a play mobster come up short like George Papadopoulos, speaking Greek to me like the area rhyme clocking you delusional silence, violence, amplify revolution. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, feel this truth right here. Hear the rocket send a shock to your system, detox, get rid of your addiction. Listen, won't change if I don't sound off. It's no movement if I don't move. People, we hear the rocket send a shock to your system, detox, get rid of your addiction. Listen, I would like to deliver this tape upstairs. How fast you gonna take nothing upstairs? We're gonna deliver that tape right now. Don't make a move and you won't get hurt. You hear me? Okay, punch up VCR 3. Do it, fucker! Ready on VCR 3.
We interrupting this message during the State of the Union addressing. You couldn't fix a picture on your antenna's reception with aluminum foil on it. Blood money broadcast, I'm assuming it's soil on it.
The call of a serpent, circumvention of a sermon, rattle off hate in urban landscapes. They worship inanimate, man-made. Poor people marketed brand names and aim to get the hand-to-hand exchange. They got them trained.
We the reversal of commercial breaks. Every recorded dress rehearsal takes murder rates rise for higher ratings. A hearse of weights take it to the opposite of the pearly gates. We moving at a turtle's pace. I'm trying to get the world away before the circuit breaks. Distortion, information out of proportion. Often misfortune, often somebody's making a fortune. Conquer the monster, not living under your bed skirt. Monopoly of mobsters, the sponsors and network. Shoes fitting, dress shirt, suits linen. Never experts, the truth's hidden. Behind the curtain, you can find it if you're searching. Still my mind is certain that they lying with a purpose. Never fair and balance, your bias, prepare to challenge. Don't believe the hype, listen to Harry Allen. All the reels lie on the editing room floor. All good, long as it get in your head to consume more. Stay tuned and ignore real life.
See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Feel this truth right here. Hear the rock and send a shock to your system. Detox, get rid of your addiction. Listen, won't change if I don't sound off. It's no movement if I don't move. We hear the rock and send a shock to your system. Detox, get rid of your addiction. Listen.
A dragon which escaped from the underground lab. Physical and historical evidence of one of the most notorious figures of hip-hop blast. The spider web helps to solve a killing. You try to find who killed the MCs or why their bodies are mummified in my building. For 200 years, blood was spilled in the name of God. Is that a critical statement? Bomb shelters, jungle hideaways, underground missile bases. Professors murdered in their homes, memoirs decimating victims. There is a majestic death when a computer virus penetrates the radio operating systems. Warships and submarines lurking around. Deep combat conditions, battlefield photography. At night, something unusual falls from the sky in the distance. A time traveler is sentenced to death for violating laws against technology. An ex-convict in a swamp, nobody follow me. There have been the remnants of 1,000 explosions. Ghostly descendants arise from the old down from the mountains. I leave you broken. The invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat. Far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft. A city fight night to set apart from the rest. The age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects. The invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat. Far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft. A city fight night to set apart from the rest. The age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects. Where archaeologists tell of dangers they face. The sole survivor of a parallel world dies in an earth place. A military tactician thrift stores Hawaiian objects. Listen, I'm the ghost of Christmas past. You die on Christmas. A whale attacks an 1820 whaling ship and inspires Moby Dick. Beware sport. I've infiltrated and isolated an airport. I might write 161 books. I am the night like the glowing eyes of a wolf. At the urging of a dying author, there is a redemption. Serial killers, both real and fictional, consume their victims. 18 enemy soldiers die on this mission. I will be heard throughout the future span, seen on the computer scan. Arise with newer fans. I'll take a swing at Superman. A microchip with red numbers like an inmate with a murder conviction who slumbers and re-risen. A sword cut your eye with precision. A giant ocean eel preys on your henchmen. Some believe Satan roams the earth in the quest to destroy mankind, detested by a bishop. I rip your vocal cord with my sentence. In the heart is true religion. I dance with a dead mistress. The invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat. Far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft. A city fight night to set apart from the rest. The age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects. The invention of death, the shrinking earth and threat. Far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft. A city fight night to set apart from the rest. The age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects. The sound of 6 large explosions, MCs bodies found in a helicopter crash. As I'm coasting, a series of bizarre deaths that coincide with strange astrological phenomena. Cherokee and Choctaw, you're poisoned to death by a tomahawk. Threat stories, the crowd treks through the Amazon rainforest. Night vision technology, the shot that started the Great War was probably seen. Thrown from a man in broken MC's collar and spleen. Tank destroyers, elephant gun, dive bomber scream. I initiate psychoanalysis, where the uninvited die this year, the longest Halloween. After your battleship sinks, because of me, hundreds of fans survive in shark-infested waters. The sky strikes lightning, race to locate a device that will obliterate this Viking. A military plane and its crew disappear while investigating a UFO sighting. You are an incompetent commander who costs lives in your destruction. Incomparable war machines, a man is brutally attacked at night in his living quarters above his bar for dealing with corruption. The crowd investigates death cases on this production. I will give a king into the hands of his enemy if he can't be trusted.
this shit without neuro. It is what it is. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Fuck it. All right, here we go.
Doesn't look like it's going that way either. And I'm just concerned.
Everybody's covering this nonsense. This debate is complete 100% trash. So we'll go ahead and cover it.
For tonight's format, we will have 5-minute openings followed by 5-minute rebuttals, a crossfire section of 40 minutes followed by audience Q&A for 30 minutes, and then 3-minute closings. With that, I have the timer set for you. The affirmative going first. Andrew, the floor is all yours.
First and foremost, thanks all of you for being here. And before we do anything else, we got the legend Owen Schroyer. Can we give him a good round of applause?
Legend. Dude, he's literally was the cringiest right-hand man of Alex Jones when Alex Jones was going around a protest in a armored vehicle. This shit looked stupid as fuck. It looked comical, cartoonish. And yeah, yeah, dude. I mean, how do you become a legend? By being a crony for a literal hoaxer, right? Like, what? And this dude, like, literally said that and then applauded it. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. It's off to just a horrible start. He called Owen Schroyer a legend, folks. It's blowing smoke up his ass.
That said, you're still going to get stomped. So, first and foremost,
what are you, 12? You're stomped.
Let me clear up any misrepresentation when it comes to my views. I am anti-Zionist and anti-Christian Zionist especially. I have done many debates on the topic, and I've won them all.
Are you sure about that? He's anti-Zionist and anti-Christian Zionist, but he said we shouldn't support the Jews, but we sure shouldn't support the people that they're fucking murdering and killing, right? And, you know, like who basically the land rightfully fucking belongs to, right? He said, no, it's okay to murder and kill those fucking people, right? And then he also said, oh, yeah, you know, we should send Christians to Israel to support the Jews. You know, so I mean, if they have enough Christian population, then the Christians will start supporting the Jews. So he's not exactly against. And also, as I pointed out earlier, he supports the Russian Orthodox Church, right? Which they don't have a problem supporting Jews. Actually, a huge portion of the fucking churches and shit, they actually exist within Israel. So they work with the Israeli government. The Israeli government has the power to shut down their fucking churches, shut down their fucking holidays.
And they have very recently like shut down major portions of what Christians are doing, including Orthodox Christians. So it is
Easter and shit.
odd.
They shut down the Easter and shit. Like they did all sorts of fucking egregious shit, you know, against their holidays, right? So they've not only eliminated a large percentage of the Christian population within Israel, not to mention the native Christian population of Israel. That's right, the Palestinian Christians, people you've probably never even fucking heard of. Right. So, I mean, it is incredible how they think that you should be totally ambivalent towards either supporting or not supporting Israel. Right. And they don't point out the actors within their own church that do it. Right. I mean, it's crazy. Right.
I'm also very anti.
Oh, yeah. And here's another thing. Owen Schroyer was not pointing out when he was working for Alex Jones complicit support for Zionism. So there's another fucking weird thing. Oh, Owen Schroyer just kind of forgot about all that, and now he's all of a sudden against Israel.
He's saying that he got kicked out because he kept calling it out, because Alex was like, well, he's always freaking out about the Jews, and then look, now 6 months later or whatever, he's leaving. Now the show's shutting down, and he's like, well, now that it's shutting down, it was the Jews. I was wrong. But it's like, okay, like 20 years later, you say that. So like, what's the point at this point? You know what I mean? Like, does that imply that you just couldn't speak on it because you were paid by them? And now that they took it away from you, you've changed your mind about it. So again, it's just a weird situation all the way around, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy. Like support for Palestinians has nothing to do with support for Muslims. Yeah, support for Israel is literally support for Jewish Zionism. It's fucking insane, right? So we've all been lied to. It's fucking outrageous.
Yeah, I mean, by definition, Israel's kind of defined by Zionism. So like, you know, you can't really. I mean, if there's a distinction you could make, I am open to hearing it. I just never heard a clear distinction of like, well, Israel doesn't have anything to do with Zionism. It's like, well, kind of by definition it does, but okay.
Yeah, it's crazy. Look up the history, folks. It's wild.
Islam and consider the ideology just as poisonous as the
Like,
ideology.
there is Islam. What the fuck does that have to do with anything, man? The whole thing's about Trump. It's like, oh, Islam is a poisonous ideology. Is that why you support Jews? Because of Islam? What the fuck, dude? So he doesn't support Jews, but he hates Muslims. That's for damn sure. But he doesn't hate the Jews. See, this is fucking crazy, bro. But yeah, man. I mean, it's obvious. They say it all the time. It's like you go line by line what this dude says. It's fucking obvious. It's fucking coward.
Ideology of Zionism, especially Christian Zionism. I am not a war supporter in Iran, and I never have been. I say this at the beginning of the debate, so when bad faith...
That you know, that's going to become extremely apparent that he 100% supports the war. 1,000,000% supports the war. It's fucking sad, dude, that he says he doesn't support the war. He doesn't support Zionism, but he supports killing basically Iranian children, right? He justifies it, right? And what are we accomplishing? All we've accomplished is defending Israel, right? So it's really weird. So he's playing this really strange game here. So this is why I think this has been one of his most unpopular performances. This was a horrible loss for him. You know, I'm talking about like just a terrible loss. He got demolished.
Trolls who are on foreign accounts try to influence American politics in the comments, claiming that I'm in some way a Zionist, pro-Israel, pro-Islam shill. You can shatter the lies by simply showing them the beginning of this debate, which they won't even watch. You and I can laugh at their stupidity together. That said, I also don't believe Jews or Arabs are on.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure millions of people will be calling you a pro-Zionist, pro-Islamic. What the fuck does that even mean, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Like, not one person will say that to you,
Logically evil just because they are Jewish or Arabic. I represent a worldview, and I believe there are stupid and evil ideologies in this world, and those are the things I debate against and resist on a political level. Today, we debate if Trump has been successful as a president. Usually, I would clearly...
Notice then it moved from Jews and Arabs. Right before, it was about Islam and Jews. Now it's about Jews and Arabs. See how that works? Right? It's fucking weird, right? And of course, Jews are always ethnic. They're never talking about a religious group. Right? You can't blame Judaism for what Jews are doing. You can 100% blame Muslims, right, and blame Islam along with them. It's 100% a fact, all right, in the fucking media, right? It's crazy. The double standard is fucking outrageous, right?
This up semantically and quickly with Owen. But we seem to have the same general notion about what success means and doesn't mean, so we will just get right to the heart of the debate. I'd like to begin by pointing out that Trump stopping two different left-wing women from becoming president and being the first president who is a woman should immediately default him to the position of a successful president. as just that alone saved the nation from years of torment. And suffering.
No, it wouldn't, you fucking moron. Because as you said thousands of times, if men vote in a woman leader, then it's still men who rule because it's men overwhelmingly who put them in power, so on and so forth. So even you can deduce how that's actually not a fact, right? And the president is a puppet. When did this fucking idiot not learn that the president is a puppet on a fucking string, dude? You never hear about any of this fucking shit. The shadow government, the international community, international pressures, fucking corporations in Israel owning the fucking government, the Rothschilds and all this shit, the fucking banking institutions. Grow up, motherfucker. Like, what are you talking about? That you're going to vote for somebody that's going to change things. How stupid are these fucking people? Like, this is literally a trap. It's an ideological trap. It's fucking limited hangout for shills that won't go to war to die for what they themselves support. They want other people to die for their fucking ideas while they sit there and get paid on YouTube.
From the most insufferable vocal fried women the world has ever seen. That alone, I feel like, wins me the debate, but there's so much more. Starting on the pro-Christian side, office of faith, though I don't like who's in it, I like there's an office for it. Affirm via executive order there are two genders and revoke the idea of gender being different from sex. He signed an executive order stopping trans-surgical chemical alterations of children. He made Christmas Eve and the day after Christmas federal holidays affirming Christian beliefs as the ones we celebrate. He signed an executive order to eradicate
Yeah, he also flew the pride flag at his campaigns and said he supports gay shit. Bro, when will you tell the truth about what this dude is like actually supported and not supported, you know, in history? There's nothing Christian about Trump. Right? You know, like, it's wild.
Christian bias in the government. He expanded school choice via executive order so we could remove our children from indoctrination center of atheists. He signed an executive order expanding Christian.
Here, let's go back a little bit because I missed a lot of it. He's speaking at a mile a minute. All right.
Eve and the day after Christmas federal holidays affirming Christian beliefs as the ones we celebrate. He signed an executive order to eradicate anti-Christian bias in the government.
The holidays. Yeah, that they totally changed because they changed their entire calendar for their entire church. So the holidays are all different days now. What a fucking moronic statement. But he doesn't care what days the fucking holidays are any more than anyone else.
Government. He expanded school choice via executive order so we could remove our children from indoctrination center of atheists. He signed an executive order expanding Christian participation in adoption. He reinstated the Mexico City policy blocking U.S. tax dollars from promoting abortions in other nations. He enforced the Hyde Amendment to stop federal funding of abortions. He strengthened the conscientious protection for doctors and nurses who are against abortion. He supported religious charter schools. He directed the State Department to...
Think of that statement. He strengthened the conscientious protection of doctors that are against abortion. What does that statement even mean? Conscientious protect. Like, what? Does anybody know what that means? Like, I don't think statement by statement these facts or points are even hitting at all. Like, it's weird.
Well, it's a bioethics argument he's sneaking in. Again, this is what's, I'm telling you, like, the bioethics of all this is very, very pertinent, in my opinion. Like, this is like Kevorkian shit, essentially.
Yeah, it's like pro-natalism, where it's like, you know, obviously, as we've discussed, you know, it's kind of like using the government to get more babies to be born. So, and of course, you want to control what types of babies are born. So it's kind of like saying, like, well, the government should take part in eugenics or whatnot instead of aborting all these babies. But it's like, I don't know if that's fucking better, dude. Like, maybe they should just stay the fuck away from people's families, right? Like,
prioritize against Christian persecution abroad, just to name some of his policy directives. And that's just the Christian side. Domestically, his most major victory is something incredible. Net migration negative, more immigrants leaving than coming. Both legal and illegal, which was his primary function in office from the standpoint of voters. And this is one of the few Western nations where that is the case currently, with limited exceptions. The Cato Institute, very pro-immigration, had to admit themselves that Trump has limited legal immigration even more than illegal immigration, negating the base fear from his own base that he would stop illegal immigration, ramp up legal immigration. He hasn't. Over 130,000 less per month just on the legal side. Real wage growth is up 1.3% under Trump. It was negative under Biden.
Yeah, because he got jackbooted thugs to patrol the streets and walk inside of the homes of American fucking citizens that were trained by the IDF. What's your fucking point? Like, what's your fucking point, dude? Like, great. It's like at the cost of like all of our fucking search and seizure fucking rights. Like, yeah, let's just fucking throw those in the garbage and let the fucking police into our fucking homes.
The federal workforce down 10%, which is excellent. Crime is down across the nation. Even Owen agrees with that. The Overton window has shifted right on most national conversations, including LGBTQ and transgender ideology. This isn't even getting into the historic court cases like Roe v. Wade and Chevron, which undid huge injustices in the United States. These are just some of Trump's accomplishments among many. I just can't list them all due to time. The idea of Owen Schroyer and many other anti-Trump right-wingers is accelerationism. The glaring logical hole, of course, in that is all that happens is Democrats get power, make life worse for everybody, and then they just run back to Republicans to fix everything the Democrats did, and the entire time is spent by Republicans cleaning up the mess.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. I think that's clearly a straw man. I don't know if I've ever heard Owen Schroyer take that position. He's just saying that they sold out conservatives, right? So there is a faction of people, like we pointed out years ago, that he was using talking points from Nick Fuentes, using the idea of Christian futurism, which is literally accelerationism. He was using accelerationist terminology, like 2 years ago. So him pinning accelerationism on tons of people he disagrees with is literally disingenuous nonsense. But yeah. And also he's working with these fucking retards that are literally in office working with Thiel and the accelerationists. So what the fuck is he talking about? Accelerationism. Does he even know what that word means? He's fucking dumb fuck. And this is what happens when you have people who have no sophistication in philosophy go ahead and debate political talking points.
Democrats and leftists left for us. It doesn't work and can't work in a two-party system. Ensuring Democrat control by denouncing Trump and Republicans just assures a packed Supreme Court, outrageous censorship, mass migration, expansion of gay agenda, feminism, and the movement of an anti-Christian and anti-Christ-driven world. You guys seem to forget we had Biden. It was awful. And rather than continue his policies, people elected Trump en masse because life under Democrats is
the anti-Christian world, dude. What the fuck? Trump and the anti-Christian world, dude. Like, what? Like, what in the world, dude? Here, hold on. Let me show you guys this.
To Judaism 2 years ago. Donald Trump converted to Judaism 2 years ago, according to White House official. There it is. That's his blog. He said, President Donald Trump converted to Judaism 2 years ago and joined Chabad Lubavitch Synagogue in New York City, according to a high-level White House official. Mr. Goldberg says the story has allegedly been held by CNN's editors for months, but is due to be released within the next few days.
So we'll go ahead and play parts of this story as they, announce that Trump is defending Christianity. He's defending Israel. Wake up.
Awful. Now, you aren't going to get everything you want out of any administration. Trump is way too pro-feminist, pro-gay, and pro-Zionist for my personal liking, but we all knew that going in. He was still vastly superior to the alternative.
So look, he knows Trump's a Zionist and he still supports him. He just admitted it, folks. He just literally admitted it. But yeah.
To Democrats and their cohorts, especially Harris, who wanted to roll back tax breaks
30 seconds.
and tax as an offset instead of tariffs, which is Democrat policy as usual. We knew Trump was pro-Israel. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem and tore up the Iran deal the first time around. We knew this was part of what we were getting when we elected him, including Owen Schroyer, who, by the way, was put in solitary confinement by Democrats and held, in my opinion, as a political prisoner. That's what's in store for us under Democrats. I will cede no ground to Democrats under any circumstances, as there's no alternative. There's nothing. You cannot give Democrats power, period. And with that, I'll cede the rest of my time, but just note that progressive ideology is always what.
Yeah, you can't give a Democrat's power, period. You just make yourself complicit to the same two-party political system that gives them half of the fucking power. You fucking dunce. Like, what? What a fucking literal moron. Brain dead fucking idiot. Like, all right, yeah, great talking point, bud.
Waiting to strike. And going against Trump is not going to help against that fight.
Thank you very much for that opening. We'll kick it over to Owen for his opening as well.
Well, the premise of this debate is, has President Trump been successful or not? The premise is not, are the Democrats a bad political party? I think that we all agree with that. So that is not the premise of the debate. And I feel that the very fact that we are having this debate shows that there is at least room for consideration that the Trump administration has not been successful. And while you do list off things that Trump has been successful on, and I will give credit to this administration on securing the border and lowering crime rates quickly on those issues, though, these are not things that we should have to beg for. These are not things that we should have to consider a success. These should be things that are considered a standard. So really, that's more of a story of how corrupt our country has become, which gets to what this administration was supposed to be all about. It was supposed to be addressing the corruption head on in that collision and destroying it in the process. And I think it's fair to say that at least to this point, it's not happening. But here's some of the other issues that I think are going to be more important when it comes to, is Trump going to be successful? The economy. The vast majority of Americans still believe the economy is heading in the wrong direction. We have more Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck today than any other time in recent history. And as everybody is well aware, our national debt continues to go to record highs. But it's not just the country that's in debt. The average citizen.
Yeah, so what, dude? Like, what a weak-ass fucking point. Like, nobody's going to fix the goddamn economy. Like, what? You're putting too much faith in one person if you think they're going to do that. Like, do you not understand how economic systems work? Like, what are you talking about, dude? It's based on international trade and a whole number of other items. Like, you know, like, what is he going to do for the economy? Like, good Lord, man. Again, the president is a puppet on a string. Like, what the fuck? He's literally the representative of multiple corporations, right? Like,
is in debt. It's so bad now that people are having to take out payment plans for pizza delivery. Now, you might not want to blame all of that on President Trump, and perhaps that's fair, but yet this is the economy ongoing under.
Right, and this idiot was telling us back then that Trump is going to drain the swamp. That's literally what this fucking moron was saying. So he's literally partly responsible for the mess that we're in, way more than other people. And he gets to sit there and, you know, do this moral grandstanding that he was personally attacked. Oh, you know, because he lost like 2 paychecks. You know, he had a huge fit. You're like, good Lord, dude.
President Trump. And it doesn't help when anytime there's another war on the other side of the planet, we have billions of dollars to spend on that while the average American continues to struggle. So the economy, I don't think you can claim has been a success. Tied into that is Doge, the Doge cuts. Elon Musk believed we could get $1 trillion in Doge cuts annually. We got a couple 10 million and they stopped that. There's not going to be any Doge stimulus checks, whether you wanted that.
Oh, yeah, Doge was going to save us. Great thinking, Owen Schroyer. good lord, this guy's points are literally dog shit. What the fuck is he thinking? Doge was gonna save the fucking economy. Like, what in the world? Like, what a literal
They're not.
nonsensical like analysis.
So Doge getting cut out cold, I think, was a major failure. Barack Obama has deported more Americans than Donald Trump. Now, we might get into the details of that today. I will spare those details for the opening. I'm sure that this will come back up, but yet that fact remains. What about the...
Yeah, I'm sure he has, right? Like, Biden was deporting tons of people. They're putting them in fucking camps and shit, dude. Like, what are you talking about? Like, they're pretty rough on immigration and all that stuff. I feel like a lot of presidents recently have noticed that there's a problem. They all did crazy shit. But this motherfucker parked a bunch of fucking weird dudes. Some of them don't even speak English, and they're fucking beating the fuck out of Americans in the middle of the street. So I'd say he handled the situation in a fucking piss poor way, obviously.
Deep state. President Trump himself has posted about treasonous politicians more times than we can count. So if there's politicians that are treasonous and you are the president, then I have to ask, where are the arrests? That's kind of the biggest crime you can commit in this country, and yet nobody has been arrested. Don't even get me started on the Epstein clients, which are apparently a hoax one day, and then the next day Melania Trump is addressing the nation on how the victims of the hoax...
Here it goes, folks. It's going to be all about the Epstein after this. So this entire debate is going to become about Epstein and about whether Trump can be linked to Epstein's crimes.
Pedophile panic.
Yeah. But the fact is that he can be linked to them, and Andrew Wilson will fervently deny this. Right. So that is incredible to see.
I just came on to say, I hope both of you are doing well.
Oh, blessings, brother.
Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, good to see you.
I hope both of you are doing well. And yeah, that's all I came on to say. I hope both of you are doing well and everything goes well for both of you.
Yeah,
Peace
thank
and
you.
blessings.
Yeah, and you too, man. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. And you're welcome to hang out if you want and just chime in if you want.
Need to speak to Congress. So I'm not sure where we want to go with that, but either way, no deep state arrests. Where are all the Epstein pedophile arrests? We're not getting those. These are things that people anticipated, and yet there's no success there either. And by the way, as you mentioned, Trump's victory over the liberal women, which I think we'll all agree was a major victory, he was not the president when that happened. He's never won an election as president. Just thought I'd point that out. As far as the office of faith is concerned, it seems to be going about the same way of the Board of Peace. Nothing but vanity, no real results. You talk about the anti-Christian bias that they're fighting, yet look at who Trump is working with now. He's making sure that Karine Jean Bohler kicked off of the Religious Liberties Commission for her political takes. Yet Laura Loomer, who is a vehement anti-Muslim, anti-Catholic psychotic, somehow has the ear of President Trump. So I'm not sure if that's really working for the anti-Christian. You know,
that's a pretty good point, right? So yeah, so I think he's right about this point, right? People like Laura Loomer are not really pro-Christians, right? So Trump literally supports anti-Christian guys. He won't support Christians. Right. He also said, I love you, Christians. Right. And he said, I'm not a Christian. Right. And he said his family is Jewish. And there are claims that he converted to Judaism. Right. So, I mean, it's all pretty kind of weird. Like, I don't know.
Wage growth, that's going to be an interesting one. I'm sure we're going to get more into that. But I think it goes back to the general economic picture that whether it's Trump or anybody else, Americans are still struggling. And I think if we be honest here, if we're going to be honest, a lot of this economy is actually Trump's fault. And I know he likes to blame it on Biden, but if you go back and look at it, it was the COVID economy that caused the permanent damage. It was the COVID economy that resulted in 10 to 15 to 20% inflation. Those are Trump's policies. Now, Biden was obviously a disaster. I'm not here to promote anything Biden did, but that was the Trump economy. The COVID economy is the Trump economy. Now, as far as accelerationism is concerned, I don't believe I have ever publicly supported that. I do understand the concept. I understand why people like it. I'm not here because I want Democrats to win. And I think this is a very important statement for me to make, because much like in your opening statement, you wanted to clarify.
Yeah, that was a great point, right? I mean, you know,
Well, they're also defining like wanting to vote for Democrats as accelerationism, as if that's the end all be all definition. So that's kind of weird. But go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, because there is a much broader definition of that, right? And usually when they use philosophical terminology that's extremely loaded like that, in order to make some small point like that, they're usually charging up the phrase.
It's
They
it's a
yeah.
euphemism that they're charging up 100. Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, 100%. I was there.
Yeah, you know, like they know the other meaning of it. They're strategically using the term because it attracts your attention to the other use of it. So, I mean, you know, these things are highly staged. Okay, anybody who watches enough of these understands these are highly staged events. These people are, you know, obviously there's many debates where the two people who are going to debate each other let each other know about the talking points they're going to offer beforehand. But sometimes it gets even more complex than that, right? Sometimes there's a certain amount of, you know, oh, I'll give you some money, you know, you can lose on this point, you know, and so on and so forth, right?
And just specifically, I mean, I've been looking for kind of an excuse to mention this because, like, I think I've mentioned it a few times here and there, but I just want to, you know, since we're covering Owen Schroyer, which I've been wanting to do for a while, anyways, because he is an interesting character, as some people might call him. You know, he left Alex Jones because he wanted to break the story on like the dumping the social media of like the Catholic trans 09A 764, you know, trans shooter person or whatever. And he's like, oh, Alex Jones stole my thunder about doing that. I was supposed to cover all that. And he came in and took over my spot. And I just got tired of it and I went home and I thought we were cool. And then he went through a whole story about how like he wanted to break the news and Alex Jones stole his thunder and he always did that to him and like just put him down. And then Alex would talk shit to him because he's talking too much about the Jews, or, you know, he's like, I run this thing because you guys are not charming enough and you guys aren't really bringing in the money like I am. And I got to run this $1 billion operation and blah, blah. So again, I'm just saying it's like, it is very weird because you got like the money thing going on. Like they get exclusive deals about releasing the social media of a trans alt-right, you know, Catholic school shooter. I mean, how are they getting that? You know what I mean? Like, how do you get the exclusive dump of like somebody's social media? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a whole thing, you know? So I don't know. It's just to gloss over accelerationism with like a flippant point about Democrats. It's like, clearly accelerationism is a lot more than that. So, and there's no way that he's covering like Catholic school trans demonic shooters who like draw pictures of themselves allegedly in a notebook as a demon. And then he quits Alex Jones and he says, well, I don't want to talk about demonic stuff and all this. Like, I want to talk about sports and football and the news. And I'm like, I mean, at least Alex is willing to cover the spiritual stuff, I guess, right? So it's like, it's kind of weird. I would say, just want to mention that. It's pretty odd.
Yeah, and it's like one dude didn't like iron his shirt, and the other dude looks like, you know, like, you know,
It looks like Billy Ray Cyrus, like,
yeah, like he's about to like you know, pass you the card for like the Eyes Wide Shut party.
Well, he also looks like he might start singing "Don't Break My Heart, My Hickey Breaky Heart, Just Don't Think You'd Understand." Like, he looks like he might just do that. I mean, if you didn't hear his voice, I mean,
yeah, we're 15 minutes in.
he just needs the cowboy boots and the hat. I mean, he's there. I mean, but anyways, he's got the
Yeah,
mullet going. You know, he's got a very particular like mullet, like man look or whatever. It's pretty.
Yeah.
It's like the car mechanic versus like the like metrosexual cowboy or something. I don't know. It's pretty weird.
Yeah. So it's wild. But yeah, trigger warning for the PDF stuff because it's gonna get pretty weird. But yeah, we're gonna have to.
That's what I was really like shocked by, is like how they like really do it. And it's funny, like I like Pilliter because he's one of the only people I've seen who've like called it out as like pedophile panic, where it's like, well, you support pedophiles. No, you do, and that. And like even within, private conversations, people start like throwing these accusations around. It's like, dude, like we can't even discuss this without calling each other one thing or the other. And again, I understand people have different perspectives, but it's like, dude, like let's try to, like stick on the subject, not like jump to conclusions so quickly. It's like, you know what I mean? Like the way they do this is very, I think, purposefully distracting from the issue, in my opinion. Like, because once you drop the PDF thing, it's like there's no real debate anymore. It's like basically you're accusing the other person of not being moral enough to have an opinion or something. It's pretty bizarre.
Yeah, so trigger warning for that. I will fact check a lot of what they say, so we'll have to go ahead and.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good idea for sure, because they start making like crazy claims for sure.
Yeah, so because this is I mean they use almost zero professionalism with dealing with outrageous claims that they're making about an entire thing.
Some things that people get wrong about you. I want to clarify this. I do not want Democrats to win. As has already been documented in this debate, Democrats have put me in prison. In fact, I was put in jail 4 times for supporting President Trump, including the last one when I was put in solitary confinement. So believe me, I know how dangerous the Democrats are. The problem is, it's not up to me.
I mean, I think he realized 4 times he was used as basically cannon fodder, basically like the liberal people that support the Bolshevik revolution, and they get rid of him. It's like, he realized this is basically who he is. Right? So
this is Trump. If Trump cannot get the Republicans over the finish line in the midterms, that has nothing to do with podcasters. It has nothing to.
He's trying to warn Andrew, Scam Drew, Shilson, Android Blunderson, or Fedru Grift son, and that he is actually in the same position to be used and abused and thrown away, and then silenced for 4 years when the next party comes around.
Well, remember, this has been my message ever since I met you, and I told Andrew this specifically. Is like I saw a lot of people in the alt-right get set the fuck up and put away in prison for bullshit, or at least threatened with it, or at least spied on about it, right? And everybody just said, "Oh, you're just overly paranoid. There's nothing to worry about." I mean, I do give Owen Schroyer credit. Like, he is correct. Like, this is the modus operandi of these people, and it's Trotskyism 101. It's Gramscian 101. It's, I mean, it's like, it's Bolshevik gangsterism, essentially, and it's institutional Bolshevik gangsterism. You know what I mean? So he's not totally wrong, and he does have balls to say that out loud, because even if he is a shill, I mean, there is a lot of truth behind what he's saying there. And I think people really do underestimate how real that is, because it's usually the people that participate in it, they get wrapped up in it. You know what I mean? It's not I don't think we're going to get wrapped up in it because we're not taking money from these people. But you start taking money from them, like, yeah, you're going to get threatened with prison and all kinds of shit. I'll just say this, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. That might be what happened to him. But anyways.
Yeah, but it's like, if a tide turns and you're literally politically expedient, they're using you to make radical talking points that, are going to be seen as part of a shill game, and then you may yourself be silenced because you're literally being paid to take these radical positions. So these are some things you may want to consider. When the next round of censorship happens, you were literally paid to say this shit that they're gonna use to then silence you. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, wake up, puppet.
do with accelerationists, and it has everything to do with President Trump and the GOP. And ultimately, that's going to be the major measuring stick as to whether or not he's successful.
Thank you very much for that 5-minute opening as well. We'll jump into the 5-minute rebuttals. The timer is set for you, Andrew.
Yeah, so this is just straight time, right?
You said straight time?
Yeah, so 5 minutes each?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. So let's go through a bunch of this stuff. Let's start with the economy. He seems to be pretty upset about the economy and says that it's all Trump's fault. In some ways, he's correct, and in many ways, he's not correct. So progressives warned us of this, right? Progressives said, if you cut all this immigration, GDP go down. Why? Because they have an influx of cheap labor, right? You have cheap labor that comes in.
Just
that
notice he just used Tom
keeps
Pinoy's meme. See what I mean? He just used Tom Pinoy's meme that he created. JD Vance used it. He dropped it. I mean, again, this is like very subtle meme magic whispering. Can you back up? I just want to make sure I caught exactly what he said there. It's very interesting. Because he said progressive said, what's a progressive, right? See, he doesn't define, like, what do you mean by progressive?
So let's go through a bunch of this stuff. Let's start with the economy. He seems to be pretty upset about the economy and says that it's all Trump's fault. In some ways, he's correct, and in many ways, he's not correct. So progressives warned us of this, right? Progressives said, if you cut all this immigration, GDP go down. Why? Because of said, if you cut all this immigration, GDP go down. All this immigration, GDP go down. Why? Because they have an influx of cheap labor, right? You have cheap labor that comes in that artificially keeps the wages depressed for corporations. They can then sell you things and goods for cheaper. Pretty simple, right? So what does Trump do? Stops all this mass migration. Prices go up. I'm stunned. We were forewarned of this for years by the opposite
hold on one
side,
second.
by
So
progressives.
I don't want to
So
read too
what's
much into
hilarious
this, but he is kind of saying like, well, you know, be a shame if something happened to your labor market. You know, you might got to pay a little bit more. So, you know, this is what you asked for. You know, it's like he's kind of doing a little bit of a mafia, in my opinion. He's doing a little bit of a mafia thing. Like, look, you wanted this, right? I mean, why are you complaining? You know, it is a little long in the nose or something. You know, well, let's continue.
About this is that, yeah, it is in fact going to be the case.
I mean, you really think the guy that literally had to be bailed out by the Rothschilds after going bankrupt is going to save the fucking economy? Like, the guy's a literal failed businessman, and if that, like, there's no way he's going to save the fucking economy on his own. Like, so all of this shit is just horseshit, talking point, garbage.
That if American
Well,
companies have to
literally,
start
Tom
paying-
Pinoy would smash him about the economy because, like you said,
Right.
like, it's a whole thing about like what is the economy and what makes it work, and you can't dismantle, you know, hundreds of years of fucking shit overnight, you know, and so saying that like a 4 or 8 year period is going to like quote unquote change the economy without, and again, they ignore Silicon Valley and technology role in all that, by the way, which is it's a very glaring thing that they totally ignore Silicon Valley. I think like that's pretty weird. Like literally today, Elon Musk and Sam Altman are fighting about, you know, huge things about technology, and nobody covered it basically. So I just want to say that like that's pretty weird to me. But anyways,
Yeah, it's interesting.
fair wages to American citizens, prices are going to go up. But you can't have your cake and eat it too, Owen. You can't say, I want there to be no mass migration to the United States at all, and I want all my goods and services cheap. It's not going to work that way. How can it? Can you explain to the audience what the Owen Schroyer policy would be to offset that? No, you can't, because you wouldn't have one. You're going to have to eat shit on that. One way or the other, you're going to have to. The other problem is, he says there's a war on the other side of the planet. That's true. There is. It's been going on for about 7 weeks. That's about it. 7 weeks.
So
That's our big, hang on, it's my rebuttal time. I won't interrupt yours, I promise. 7 weeks, not quite the forever war that we were promised from the other side. And it seems to be ramping down. Not only that, when it comes to that war, what we find is that most of the exports in oil are going from China. They're going to China. How does it not behoove the United States strategically to do something about that? Of course it does. And we can dive into that too in the open back and
really
forth.
quick. See,
Now,
this
I'm not
is
a
the
big
thing.
supporter.
Pause it. And again, this is the whole thing. What did the rabbi say? Oh, look, China's going to wipe out the West. Okay, so what does Alex Jones say? The Chi-Coms. And what does he say? Well, it's in our interest. I've said it before. Iran is about China. But again, that implies that China is the one controlling the United States. I mean, that's a big fucking argument to argue. And there's not really good evidence for that at all, you know?
Right. Meanwhile, what's the reason why you're attacking Iran? Oh, yeah, the Jews. What the fuck, dude? Like, literally, like...
Yeah, it's a really subtle thing he just smuggled in there, right? Like, in my opinion. That's like,
yeah, but that's
look,
literally
China.
what, like, Alex Jones did, too. He went from talking, like, saying that the Jews did 9/11 to saying that the Chi-Coms did it. Really weird shit. Like, it's like, I don't know, like, I feel like, you know,
yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm sure that we have reason to be concerned with China, but saying that, like, they're the primary threat on America, it's like, I just don't think that that's, like, I don't think it's the yellow man, like, controlling our Congress
also
or something, you know? It's like...
it's also the Muslims. Like, it's the Muslims and the Chinese. And that's, I think, why the Alex Jones thing was so interesting, because he said that the Saudi Arabians and the Chinese went together to do 9/11. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, holy shit, this is like some undercurrent of power that nobody's aware. Like Arabs and the Chinese, like, holy
Right, and where's the 8-hour documentary that Alex Jones used to produce about that, if that's the case, right? Like, I've never seen that. I mean, if it's there, I'm happy to see it, but like, where are the documentaries? You know?
Yeah, it's just tripped.
Foreign wars, especially not in Iran. I'm not making any excuses for it. I'm just pointing out something which is obvious. He also says Elon Musk did Doge cuts. Were Democrats going to do Doge cuts? No. Trump made that promise, and that's exactly what they tried to do. He's been hamstrung at every level. This guy has 3 times the amount of court cases against him as any other president does in the last 50 years. It's ridiculous. Democrats hamstring him at every corner. So as we go through this, let's talk about Epstein. That's another big one. With Epstein, you have to separate mythology, the actual mythology of Epstein, from the facts of Epstein. To hear the other side tell it, there is a global pedophilic satanic organization which runs the United States. The evidence they have for that? Fucking nothing. They have nothing. They have no evidence whatsoever.
See, this is crazy. Like there's
what,
zero
dude?
evidence of that? There's zero evidence of that?
Yeah,
Like, I don't know about
yeah,
that.
the thing is that...
And you got to say there's some. I don't know if that there's zero. I mean, there's some. You know, like there's some level of it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's like the United States is exceptional when it comes to the amount of human trafficking. And you could say for whatever reason that is, but like between like what's going on in Mexico and the United States and all this shit, there's literally people being sold in Mexico as human slaves and shit. Like, it is insanity the amount of fucking human trafficking the United States is literally directly responsible for. And so like there's huge cases of that. There's a huge history behind that. And so for him to just, you know, just turn a blind eye to that when it's recently been hugely exposed, that the people that are literally trafficking the children, they're not even beholden to this country at all. Yet the people who are running this country have no problem working with them. And he's just going to just totally fucking ignore all this. Like, he's just going to totally ignore it. So this is Andrew Wilson. He's totally willing to forgive people who are complicit. And then also, he's literally saying there's, he's saying, he's being very careful with his words. He's saying there's no proof that a secret cabal that commits to this type of thing controls America, right? But also, at the very top rings of power, there are people who are complicit in these crimes, which he denies. So it's like he's making a broad statement to, which is in one sense true. You can't prove this thing, that this is actually running the country. But on the second end, he's then denying that any of these people that are clearly complicit in the crimes are complicit in the crimes. So, I mean, at the last analysis, he's literally lying about, what's happening. There's no other way to go around it. He's literally lying about what's happening. He's trying to minimize the fact of what's happening to children in our own country. And whether he's doing that for political talking points or because somebody paid him to do it, it is fucking deplorable. It's a despicable act. Right? Like, I don't know. And this is somebody who has children. Right? So, I mean, this is a fucking deplorable thing to say. I mean, right? You can pay me a fucking enough money to say this type of shit, take this types of positions. You couldn't give me $1 million to say something like that. So despicable. I'd rather cut my fucking tongue out of my mouth. Fucking kidding me? These people are despicable. It's 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm extremely tired. 2 days, no sleep. It is what it is. Fuck everyone.
To you, he won't be able to provide us with any evidence for that, not a single shred. Not only that, I'll tell you something really interesting. I do know of a satanic type religion of pedophiles, and right this second, Trump's blowing them up. Right this second, as we speak, he blew up their leadership. The Ayatollah Khomeini instituted child marriage, as young as 9 years old inside of Iran. And we're killing them, overwhelming. You want to inside blew up their leadership. The Ayatollah Khomeini instituted child marriage, as young as 9 years old inside of Iran. And we're killing them, overwhelming.
Okay. So did the Ayatollah Khomeini, right? Okay, so let's look this up. Did the Ayatollah Khomeini?
Yeah, I've never heard that before. Like, if that's true, I've never heard that said before. So that's a huge claim. I'm kind of curious
Allowed
about
child marriage. Yeah, allowed the child marriage of 9-year-olds, right? Because that is an interesting claim for sure. You know, right? So let's check this out. So marriageable age in Iran. So this is what it says here. So let's take a look at this. Obviously we're not supporting marriage of children. I won't support it. But it says in Iran the legal marriage is 13 for girls, 15 for boys. So that's pretty low. it's not really as old as 9.
Well, but he uses different definitions of PDF file multiple times in the next like 10 minutes. So this is like
Right.
exactly where I tuned in. So like I don't know what he said before all this until now, but I know what he says after this is he keeps changing the definition multiple times, and we don't see the evidence of 9 years old, which is prepubescent. Which again, if you look throughout history, like 13 to 15 is a general range in which like humans have done this for a long time. So again, if you're talking about
Yeah, it says
traditional life,
here.
it's a whole nother debate versus like what's modern times is happening and all that. So
Yeah, it says that they can be married, but it's with the consent of father or paternal grandfather and approval from the court. So so it's saying that this is apparently allowed in Iran, right? So later Rachel Wilson comes up and says how many of the children have been married, right? So and I will look up anything else that we need to look up here. Wait, I'm not. Oh yeah, here's the debate.
Want to talk about pedophiles? Let's talk about pedophiles. Where are they at? I can tell you who we're blowing up right now who are pedophiles. That would be Trump blowing up pedophiles. That's what he's doing currently.
So there's his claim, right? So he's moved from saying that these people are allowing children to be married, which is a deplorable act, right? To then saying that it's okay to blow up random people in some other country
to save them from being married.
No,
as a
you're not
kid or
saving
something.
them at that point. You're just blowing them up, right? So you can't be saving them.
It's implying an honor killing to some degree. Like
I don't know. I think that's cope. I think that's a lot of cope because it's like you can't, you don't honor kill somebody that's not in your family. You honor kill them because they're in your family doing all that.
Well, no, I know, but that's what he implies with one of his comments coming up, which again is like very interesting. Like he kind of makes this kind of like snide comment about it. You'll see in a second. Like, and also like it's interesting because he said there's no satanic group of pedophiles that running the world, but there is a satanic group of Muslims who run Iran, and it's like okay, so
Well, he's saying that
like,
they're
what?
all. Well, he's saying that they're all pedophiles. That the entire country that is justified
and satanic, right? He's like literally saying like these people were satanic. Like the government of Iran is literally satanic, and it's like, well, did you not argue the same thing about America to some degree? And he himself has implied such things. So again,
oh yeah,
I mean, like let's be real, like how deep do you want to? I mean, again, this is what I say is like he's opening the door, like in a court of law, he would just open the door to like criticism of America as a satanic cabal of people, right? Whether he wants to admit to it or not, he opened the door, right? And again, I know that like we're not in a court of law, but like in a court of law, he just opened the door to a whole giant can of worms. And is that on purpose? Is that accelerationism? In my opinion, it is, but maybe he sees it differently. I don't know. And again, maybe I'm getting too technical, but I think that it's not unimportant that he just kind of opened that door. He's like, well, what? Epstein doesn't prove shit, but we know for sure that these people are a bunch of pedophiles. And it's like, and then he changes the definition like 3 times in a row. So I don't know. It's pretty weird. See if you catch where he changes the definition.
Well, I'm just going back and playing how he's saying that basically you got to bomb people because
he says it 3 or 4 times in a row. Like you're not going to miss it. Like he says it.
Right.
He says it like multiple times in a row. Like
Right. Yeah.
To save the great women, you got to kill the great woman in a sense. And now again, I'm not going to like totally strawman him, but like it's heavily implied. Like he's making a very heavy implication.
Yeah,
right?
but it's not grape women, it's children. He's talking about children that are being abused, and
Right,
mind you
right.
that it's children also that are being killed in the bombing. So that's what's weird about it, right? And the Owen guy brings that up, so it's interesting. So he's fine with killing kids because somebody allows people to do something, which he's saying is the entire country that's doing it. So yeah, so it's interesting.
Talk about pedophiles? Let's talk about pedophiles. Where are they at? I can tell you who we're blowing up right now who are pedophiles. That would be Trump blowing up pedophiles. That's what he's doing currently.
So that's weird. So Trump, the Zionist PDF, is blowing up PDFs, which are the children. I mean, he's blowing up like things like children's schools. There's like some of the things. He fought a war for 7 weeks, and even then they dropped a bunch of bombs on little kids. All right, so I mean, it's pretty fucking weird that he's justifying all that and saying, well, those children are PDFs? Am I getting this right? So it's justified in bombing and killing them? I don't understand, but you're trying to save the children from the PDFs. So, I mean, it's extremely confusing. I mean, you can tell why most people heard this and they were like, what the fuck are you saying, bro? Like, what? Like, okay, we're going to work with a PDF to go kill children who you're saying are PDFs to save those children from PDFs? Well, that has to be the most retarded fucking point of all time. Like, yeah, thanks for your literal nonsense, buddy. Like, what the fuck?
So it's really funny to me, the Epstein people, hey, wait a second, we're totally anti-pedophile. This is ridiculous. There's pedophiles at the top levels. They have no evidence for that. And yet, if we just look not too far away, we see that there's an entire nation of pedophiles. Do you mind doing trade with them?
And by the way, like, here's some statistics. Right.
Well, and just really quick, I just think it's weird. He said there is no evidence. He didn't say that there's a lack of evidence. He said there is zero evidence, essentially. So, I mean, that's a big claim to say that there's no evidence. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what does that mean exactly? Like,
Yeah, and then I'm trying to look up like how many because obviously it can't be true that the entire country is PDFs, so you could just indiscriminately bomb the country. So obviously he's wrong about that. There's probably certain people in the country that are PDFs. It probably reach a certain threshold of people, like maybe in the thousands or maybe then in the millions or something like that, right? But how many sex trafficking cases in the US, right, for 2025? Let's look it up. Right, it says there was a 323% increase. So the reports, and these are the reported, so it doesn't mean that that's how many there were. There's probably a lot more than there was reported, obviously. It says between January 1st and June, there were 62,000. So almost like, I'd say maybe roughly like probably like 100,000 cases or more in the US, right? And that doesn't include the children that were cutting their fucking, dicks off and, and all the other crazy shit that kids have been doing because of social media and all that stuff. But it says here, 51% of criminal human trafficking cases were involving children. There was, it says there was 50,000 people brought in from Mexico and the Philippines trafficked into the U.S. It said 83% of child trafficking victims in the U.S. are American kids. It also says here that 55% of victims of U.S. sex trafficking aged 7 to 11 are recruited through social media apps and websites. So there's some statistics for this problem, right? And of course, Trump is complicit in this issue, right? He's complicit in the so the sex trafficking. These people are complicit at the highest level,
right? Owen Schroyer recently said, "I don't care why," or he said in his debate with Shabos, "Why is it that Iran is not allowed to have a nuke, but Israel is? Are you? What are you advocating for there? That a whole country full of pedophiles is allowed to have a nuclear bomb? Why should we allow that? It's ridiculous."
Oh, so there it is. So Israel's allowed to have one, right? Which he didn't quite say, right? Let's not get totally carried away. He didn't quite say that Israel's allowed to have one, but he is comparing Israel's nuclear capabilities with Iran's nuclear capabilities, and he's saying one shouldn't have one because there's pedophiles, but Israel is literally prolific in child trafficking and housing child trafficking.
Well, and he didn't even just say that. He said a whole country of pedophiles. Like, back
That's
it up
right.
10 seconds.
That's right.
It's a
that's a
very
fact.
specific thing. It's like zero evidence of Epstein, and it's 100% full of pedophiles. It's like, that's again, even if you're just being careless with your words, like,
right.
It's,
Trump is
it's
0%
extremely
complicit.
dishonest to say that, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Trump is 0% complicit, but every single Iranian is complicit. It's like incredible. All right. But even the children that are literally being bombed, right?
Well, and look, this is what Giorgiani says about the Christians, and he's kind of correct on this. He's like, look, the Christians are like out here making fools of themselves, saying that how much they're going to do something against X, Y, and the third. And he's like, look, and again, I'm not promoting Giorgiani. I'm just saying, like, he made a point for years that, like, there's a lot of people within Iran who were fighting against the government of Iran. So clearly, not all of them agree with the government of Iran. So, like, again, it's just irresponsible language that, why would you say something that is like just not accurate,
Yeah, these people are literally baby killing, Zionist hugging, fucking psychotic retards that are literally pretending to be Christian, and 100% supporting Israel. He just compared Israel's nuclear capabilities, which Israel literally said if it's or at least it's been theorized, right, that they'll send nuclear bombs to a bunch of countries if anybody tries to shut them down. Right? They've threatened this. Their leaders have threatened this. And yet we should allow Israel to have nukes and not somebody who just wants to use them for defense or to power up their own energy or whatever. We have no idea why the fuck they need them. Right? So, and honestly, I don't give a fuck. It's none of my fucking business. I'm against nuclear power plants, obviously. We're anti-tech and so on and so forth, but crazy type of stuff. Right? I mean, most people don't have the balls to stand for the real shit. Right? I mean, it's crazy. A literal ballless psychopaths.
Ridiculous. Moving through some of these other problems, he says the problems Republicans podcasting means nothing. When we're talking about Trump, especially in his second term, podcast meant everything. In fact, Kamala Harris said it herself. Joe Rogan. And the fact that Trump went on Joe Rogan really helped push him over the top. Harris regretted the fact she didn't do the podcast.
By the way, do you know why?
Syndicated radio shows. He didn't do the
Do you know why Trump went on Joe Rogan? Because Patrick Bet David bought Lenny Bruce's microphone and bribed him, saying, look, if you don't do this, you're just going to be sitting this one out. And he's like, this is a moral problem and you need to, like, take moral responsibility and bring Trump on. And Patrick Bet David is a very shady person, very connected to Alex Jones and a bunch of other stuff that I'm not going to get into right now. So he literally is the first person to platform Nick Fuentes, by the way. So,
right.
And he's an Iranian, supposedly Christian, allegedly, which, again, I mean, he's literally had Dennis Prager sit on his show and laugh about the rape of German women by the Soviets after World War II because of what what supposedly the German people, all the people, did against the Jews. And Patrick Bet-David said nothing to this guy. After that, I never listened to another thing Patrick Bet-David ever said right again. So I just think that's interesting. Like, people just gloss over these little nuggets of information that are extremely important. Okay, like you literally have somebody laughing at the rape of German women on your show. Then you go and say, moral grandstand and all this stuff. And I don't know. I mean, I know this is like a big like logic tree of shit, but like it's just really weird how he's framing this whole thing of like, Joe Rogan had to have on Trump. Or it's like, dude, what are you trying to say? Like, you're trying to say that Joe Rogan got Trump elected? So why, like, what does that mean then? Like, who's Joe Rogan? Why is he so important? And who does he work for then? I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's something we need to ask, but
Yeah, notice he's now promoting the efficacy of appearing on Joe Rogan as a political talking point when he literally just appeared on there. Right? So he's literally promoting or cross promoting the Joe Rogan podcast, which has had and sponsored bunch of guests that work for Thiel and all these fucking people. It's literally a shill podcast. But yeah.
Cast circuit, she didn't do any of that. She regretted it. She said that she regretted it. She even blamed Myron Gaines, a podcaster, for
By the way, what's Christian about Joe Rogan, who literally promotes anti-Christian stuff and literally laughs about Jesus and makes jokes about it all the fucking time? What the fuck?
And then he said he became a Christian, but that like AI Jesus is going to have to take over and all this shit, And again, even if that's a joke, it's like it's not very funny,
it's blasphemous. Like, it's literally blasphemous. Like, Joe Rogan has made blasphemous statement after blasphemous statement, and they've excused it and they've promoted his show just now. I mean, it's fucking amazing, right? And somehow they're promoting Christianity as the bottom line. I mean, if you people really understand what's happening, these people are self-serving people that literally get paid by Jews to take extremist positions, and they will toe the line. They have no fucking spine, right? They're not working for Christianity. Wake the fuck up.
Parts of her loss. She blamed him and the evil manosphere, because they don't want women to be president, like somebody else who's on stage right now. So as we go through this, I'm kind of happy. I'd like to get into the back and forth as quick as we can, so that we can see if any of these criticisms
so he's
actually
saying
muster.
So did he just say that he wants to be president? Isn't that weird? Like, do you catch that? Is that what he just said? Can you back that up?
Manosphere, because they don't want women to be president, like somebody else who's on stage right now.
Oh, okay.
So as
got
we
it,
go
got it.
through
Okay,
this,
sorry. I misunderstood him. Okay, got it. I just want to make sure I understood that, because, we have suspected that he might run for office, so.
I think that he'll most likely have a show like on Fox News eventually, right? And that's probably where Alex Jones is headed to. Like, Alex Jones is probably going to be doing a show with Tucker Carlson or something like that, and be more mainstream now. And he's already been moving in that direction. And then, probably so will Wilson. Right? Wilson will probably join suit. Yeah. I mean, follow suit. I mean, or whatever the.
Well, it's funny because like they criticized. I mean, I don't know how. I'm sure you remember this too. Like, I remember all these people saying like, well, CNN and the leftist Democrats and all these people, they're all like basically state media, and it's like, so now you become state media. And you justify it. It's like, so.
Well, that was his thing the whole time. he said we're going to infiltrate the system by becoming the system. He said it like 900 times, and it's a literal failed strategy that makes you just part of the system and represent whatever the system's already seeking to accomplish. It's literally the system's neatest trick. But yeah, these fucking morons don't understand it. And obviously the right is a new left because of it.
Well, and again, when Elon Musk spent $42 billion of Saudi money, by the way, to buy X.com, he said, well, now you are the media. So now commodifying people's opinion as the new media, I mean, what does that mean? See, again, no mention of that either. So it's like a whole, it's a whole other economy that's evolved out of this as well that everybody's ignoring. Like as the real economy has gone down, this false economy of media production has infinitely ramped up and got more sneaky. And they're not really talking about that. And I think that, they're talking about it in a very broad sense, but they're not talking about like specifically how, News Corp just basically diversified. They didn't go away, right? So, you don't have to do that much research to see that aspect of it. And, again, like no mention that Elon Musk spent Saudi Arabian money to buy Twitter, that's not important at all, but okay.
Happy. I'd like to get into the back and forth as quick as we can so that we can see if any of these criticisms actually hold muster. He says he's not addressing corruption. Yeah, he's not addressing corruption head on. It's like, wait a second. What do you mean? He's going after the SPLC right this second. As we speak, super corrupt organization, which was working with the deep state, by the way, just pointing that out.
With that,
well, really quick,
really
quick, I just want to ask you,
as well.
What do you think it means that Saudi Arabia spent $40 billion to buy Twitter? You know what I mean? Like, how does that play into this whole Iranian war? Like, that doesn't have a factor in it? I don't know.
Right. And it's just like they've been having all these memes on Twitter to nuke Iran, right? I mean, it's pretty interesting, right? Obviously, they paid for some of that.
Well, as far as when this war started, obviously there's a lot of contention in the geopolitical debate realm, but at least for this administration, it started last June with Operation Midnight Hammer. And since then, we haven't gotten a lick of honesty because we were supposed to have annihilated or obliterated, was the official word from the president, their nuclear capabilities. And then they came back a few months later and said Iran was weeks away, days away from a nuke. And so now we're over there again. And I think to most people, they perceive this war, I think accurately, as just another regime change war. Now, you may not care for Iran's leadership. You're not going to get any pushback from me on any of that. And yet the facts remain. This was a regime change war. They lied to us about it from the very beginning. There is a major contingency of Trump's voting base that voted for no new wars. It was part of the campaign promise. In fact, Trump himself, for decades, has been talking about how we've wasted blood and treasure in the Middle East, wasted it, his own words. He ran against Bush's wars in his first campaign in 2015 and 2016. And he even said specifically, no more regime change wars. So that's just a total reversal of policy on that. And this.
Yeah, what's really sad is that some of these conservatives that were extremely isolationist, that were saying that we should divest from the foreign wars, including Andrew Wilson. He was saying this type of stuff, that we should totally pull out of wars in the Middle East and all this type of stuff, that we have no business being there. We should focus the money in the United States. And now this fucking moron is changing his rhetoric. Probably because he got paid to take the positions, right, that he's taking now. I mean, there's no other sane reason, right, that he would just totally change his stripes, and so on and so forth.
This has people wondering who's making these decisions. I don't need to get into that now, but we're not even getting consistency on the messaging in the last couple of weeks. The strait is closed. It's not closed. We've won the war. The war is not over. We need to go in. Nobody really knows. And by the way, I think Trump does that strategically But nonetheless, the truth is that we don't get any honesty from this administration. It just doesn't add up. And as far as the strategy with China and Russia, I'd like to think that this is all going to work out in our favor. I'd like to think that that's the.
Yeah, blessings, Denise. Yeah, have a great night. Thank you so much for watching us.
Yeah, thank you to everybody who is here. I just invited Pinoy. He just released an article saying Andrew Wilson is wrong. So I invited him to come and talk about whatever that's about. I didn't get a chance to read it, but
right. Yeah, if he doesn't come by, we might put that up because that's highly relevant, I guess.
Play that Trump is making. However, it doesn't appear to be going in our favor. I think that most of the world is looking at the foreign policy of this administration, and they're seeing it as very, very favorable to Israel, which is essentially a pariah of the entire international community. And so instead of perhaps these countries maybe driving away from Russia and China, I think they're driving to China and Russia and away from the United States because of Trump's aggression, again, in the Middle East, as the world views it, on behalf of Israel. As far as the Dems, hamstringing Trump, I think that happened a lot in the first administration. I'm not really seeing as much of it in this administration, but this gets back to the deep state. I thought we were talking about criminals. I thought we were talking about the Obama administration committing treason. We were talking about them illegally spying. And yet now President Trump says, I'm okay to give up my liberties for safety. I'm okay with them illegally spying on you. That doesn't really sit well with me. And I think the Dems are going to look at that very favorably when we get to the midterms. Israel does have a nuke. It is it's a violation of the nuclear proliferation agreement. They're not supposed to have one. Everybody knows they have it. In fact, technically, they shouldn't even be our ally because they have a nuclear weapon, but somehow they're above all of these rules. Now, again, I'm not here to take any ground in defense of Iran, but I will point out the fact that Israel is famous for repatriating pedophiles. That is a fact. Everybody knows it. American pedophiles.
Boom. And so many people clapped. It's not a huge audience.
yeah, they had a tiny audience watching this, which is kind of bizarre. Like it's almost weird how they left them with no audience to watch this debate. It's pretty weird to me.
Yeah, they barely can sell tickets for an event like this. Most of the traffic,
which is like to me personally, that is shocking with how many people watching these guys every day and no one shows up. Like in South Carolina, it's like, oh wow, like it's kind of sad. It honestly makes me sad. I feel like we could bring more people to an event than this. Like, like probably if we marketed it the right way, like these guys have millions of dollars invested and there's no one there. It's like, I don't understand that to me.
Yeah, and then I don't know if you've ever seen this show, and I'm talking to the audience members. Obviously, I know Neuro's seen the show Modern Day Debate, but obviously very shitty audio quality, very shitty video quality. Sometimes they'll, go off the screen. They'll have all sorts of glitches. Sometimes the guy who's, the moderator won't know how to sort out the tech issues. And obviously this has happened hundreds of times on their debate shows, right? So, where sometimes for, 15 to 30 minutes, they'll have some sort of audio thing to work out, and sometimes the person won't show up. One day I was there to fill in for Andrew Wilson when he didn't show up for his own debate on Modern Day Debate, right? And of course I was promptly kicked off the stage when I think they realized who I was, and so on and so forth. But yeah, the fact is this, right? That Modern Day Debate, that could be a totally just government run like channel or debate network where they have these shield performers, and literally the chat looks totally fake, probably hundreds of bots in the chat, and probably totally astroturfed views that they've bought. Because how could they have these hundreds and thousands of views and not be able to sell 30 tickets? It's literally laughable. But I've seen college classes where there's louder applauses for the college professor. I mean, it's just sad. But
American pedophiles are able to flee to Israel and get safe harbor there. We have many many instances of this. Now, the Epstein files, I don't know how deep we want to go into this. This one is a little confusing to me. You say, show me evidence that there is a pedophile ring. Well, I would slap down on the table, not even 50% of the Epstein files. We don't even know how many we've gotten, but it's 50% max. There's not a single Iranian in the files, not a single one. Now, there is a certain group of people that are in there, but we don't need to get into that. But they all are rich.
So it looks like the Israeli human trafficking is not even just in Israel, it's bleeding into other places. Like, you know, good Lord, you know, and this guy will not. And did you see Andrew's reaction? Let's take a look at it again to that statement.
Acts. There's not a single Iranian in the files, not a single one. Now, there is a certain group of people that are in there, but we don't need to get into that. But they all are rich.
Hee hee ha ha.
Yeah, hee hee ha ha, right?
And they're not in prison, and that's where they should be. So I don't really want to have to think about Iran's cultural issues. These are Americans and people that were using them for blackmail to get leverage over our country. That's how most people perceive these Epstein files, of which we don't even have the entire files. But in them, we see references, what appear to be killing people, taking women, young women, babies as sex slaves. Who knows what else is going on in these files? There's very obvious code language. I know this. If I was able to get one of my kids' cell phones and I'm reading through this cell phone and they keep talking about pizza and grape soda and jerky, I'm going to pull one of them aside and I'm going to say, hey, what are you talking about? And if they say, oh, I'm just a pizza connoisseur. Me and my friends just make beef jerky and eat grape soda. I'm going to say, bullshit. Tell me what the hell you're talking about. If I see you saying, I'm going to get pot from my friend, I know you're not talking about a potted plant. I know you're talking about drugs. So it's obvious the same thing is going on in these emails. Where is the investigation? If your kid brought that to you, you would not believe them for 1 second. You'd say, this is clearly code language, and I'm going to investigate what it is. I think we should continue to investigate these Epstein files instead of continuing to cover them up, because I do think there is a there, as most other Americans do, and that's something that Trump campaigned on and many of his administration talked about for years.
And time. With that, we're going to jump into the cross. Crossfire. This is 40 minutes, so this is fully up to you guys. If it gets too rocky, I'm going to jump in and put it into 90-second responses. So the floor is yours, gentlemen, for open dialogue.
So I wanted to start, if we could, with Israeli repatriation.
Gentlemen, for open dialogue.
So I wanted to start, if we could, with Israeli repatriation of pedophiles. So you and I both agree that this happens and it's abhorrent. Do you know that what the numbers are, roughly?
The last story I read was a CBS story. It was a couple dozen, I think.
I think in total that I could find, I was being as charitable to your view as I could, it's about 200. That's a lot. It's a significant amount. But it's nothing in comparison to the Catholic Church. Nothing. Which is somewhere around 100,000 children, perhaps. Or more. When we talk about this idea of pedophilia here in the United States, Owen, this is my big issue with this, is that there's always a red herring, right? The red herring is, well, Israel repatriates pedophiles. It's like, yeah, that's true. So does the United States in a way, though. We have passport bros who they go to Malaysia, they have sex with underage kids, and then they come back here. It's the same exact principle applied. The only difference is there's no official right of return. There doesn't need to be. They're already U.S. citizens. But when we're talking about this, we know where the groups of pedophiles are. We've known this for years. The Catholic Church, for instance, again, part of one of the largest pedophilic scandals in the world. Which church do you belong to again? Is it Catholic?
I have no qualms with what you're saying about the Catholic Church, whether I identify as one or not. So go ahead. I will sit here all day as a confirmed Catholic and ridicule their pedophilia.
Yeah, I'm
No
just saying
problem.
that when you use the red herring of the Israeli repatriation,
How is it a red herring if it's true?
Because
Oh, whoops. But yeah, yeah, that fell on him one day.
Well,
when he
yeah, I just want to say this
exposed-
really quick. Like
yeah, go ahead.
he's him trying to say that like passport bros are like equivalent to like widespread like repatriation of like convicted PDF files in the United States for like billionaires is like absurd, because that directly a lot of that stuff he's referring to directly ties to the Epstein files. So like he's literally obfuscating the entire Epstein files like by saying that. Like it's crazy. Like literally Epstein was one of the primary people in the Philippines, probably with the Catholics, doing all that. So yeah, it's totally absurd that
But
he's
this
just
is
like
so weird.
sidestepping that.
Yeah, but this is so weird. When confronted with the crimes of the Jays, he'll then point to other Christians who are doing it. Isn't that really weird? And then he'll point to his other Christian compatriot and say, well, aren't you part of a church that supports this? When actually, it was, he was exposed in a debate when they showed that Orthodox priests that committed sex acts with children were moved around to a different church. So yeah, so I mean, this has obviously happened in his church as well, right? Not to mention the church that he represents has linked up with the Russian government, right?
Who were certainly involved in all kinds of trafficking, for sure.
All sorts of trafficking. Including people like Lev Lviv, who Trump is doing business with in Russia. So yeah, really odd stuff there. But yeah.
the red herring happens when
Didn't you
say
admit it's hundreds?
when you say, "Hey, wait a second, yeah, hundreds."
So
for
it's
sure.
a real thing. So it's not a red herring.
I'm not. No.
Oh, let's not forget to mention that Trump was also a protege of the gay Jewish mobster Roy Cohen. So yeah.
Oh, the red herring portion of it is when you obfuscate away from the argument on the Epstein files as though there's a global cabal of pedophiles. I point out in Iran, there's an open cabal of pedophiles. You say, well, Israel harbors pedophiles too. It's like, no, they don't have official policy for pedophilia, dude. They
Hold
don't.
on a second. You
They
just
don't.
admitted you're talking about people that have been actually charged with crimes of pedophilia that Israel knowingly takes in.
No,
They are very
that's
well
not in
aware.
every instance. That's
So
in
they are
some
very
instances.
well aware.
Sometimes it's suspected. One of the big key ones was in
So
Australia.
look at it. He's defending Israel, right? And he's saying that that it's fine to defend Israel and blow up other random countries, right? Because they do the same thing that Israel does. So yeah, so it's totally weird rhetoric from Andrew Wilson. If he's not totally just a Zionist supporter at this point, he's already supporting, Trump's extreme Zionist positions that he's taking recently in support of Israel, right? So it's really weird, right? And of course we called this out a while back,